So, welcome everyone. I decided to do this kind of last minute impromptu, but I wanted to talk about the connection that I've been finding between Egyptian hieroglyphics, the הכתב Ivri, which is basically like the Hebrew script and not the type that's used today, but it's also known as Paleo-Hebrew, or alternatively, it's the Canaanite script, and it was used by almost all the Canaanites, the people living in the land, and it's one of the things that really shows the connection between the peoples, regardless of their culture. Well, I mean, the cultures were very similar, but maybe better said, regardless of what they believed or who they believed in. But yeah, I was just going to continue. Actually, I mean, while I get some stuff going in the meantime, I thought we could listen to some of this. So
use that deep
conversation between I think he's a PhD candidate, or I think he might already have got. I'm not sure. I don't want to misspeak, but he's talking with David McDonald from Deep Drinks podcast. So let's check out.
Able to do these things, and as its divine profile can respond to more and different circumstances, and so that's how Adonai becomes the exalted, transcendent creator of all that exists. That ultimately is the deity that the main three monotheistic religions, the Abrahamic religions, that they are focused on. So I don't really address that a ton in the book. I'm actually working on another book right now for a general audience. That's called.
I can't wait to read that.
Well, it's called.
It's definitely the case. It's part of this idea of not depicting certain things under. I think that's probably a big part of why certain scripts end up not the less like the ones that don't as much resemble
crises and things like that, and how doing so made
because then you can say you're depicting it only in name, not in image,
leading up to basically the later philosophical concept of monotheism.
So many fundamentalists would have switched off when you said L, because okay, so I was a Pentecostal Christian. I believe very clearly that there was one God from Genesis 1. There's one God, and that God is the creator of the universe, and the only other gods that I kind of talked about are like idols, and I was a Pentecostal. I wasn't like, we didn't focus too much on the Bible. We focused more on the feelings. So, but yeah, there's clearly, in my mind, there's clearly just one God. God certainly did not have a wife. I don't know where that comes from. So can you talk about like when you say El and you also just so everyone knows, you don't use the word Yahweh, do you? You'll say Adonai. Why is
That's
that?
correct. So the way you pronounced it is the academic standard. So when I'm in a purely academic context, that's usually what I will use. But shortly after starting to gain attention on social media, I had a number of folks who followed the account who were Jewish individuals who reached out and said, "Hey, would you mind using one of the substitutions?" And it's like Hashem, which is probably the most common one for Jewish folks. Adonai is one that I have heard in academic contexts and I have used in the past, and to me sounds the least devotional or confessional. And so I don't want to make my page inaccessible for someone who is interested in these data, but maybe uncomfortable for a reason like
Because
that.
they're not supposed to say that word, are they?
For many Jewish folks, correct. That is something they don't pronounce. And so, but also Jewish folks tend to be in that's a marginalized community. And so I've said before, nobody is free from identity politics. I cannot be purely objective, but when all other things are being equal, as near as I can tell, I will always give the benefit of the doubt to a less powerful group. So while some Christians might think I'm pretty offensive to Christianity, I'll own that, while also giving this accommodation to a less powerful group that does not cost me anything, because I have used that in academic context before. It is not something that is incredibly difficult for me. So now when I'm holding up a book, like my book, and I'm saying, "This is my book, Adonai's Divine Images," that strikes people as a little odd because they're looking at an entirely different word. But for the most part, it's not a huge deal.
Thanks, I just caught that. So yeah, so this idea of Adon is actually a different deity than Yahweh. Arguably different than Baal as well, but there's some people who see Baal and Adon as similar, or Adon and Yahweh as similar. But the point is that Adon is a different root altogether, and the use of it's interesting, but still, it's strange for non-Jews or like maybe even non-monotheists to use the term Adonai, because it's saying Adon, Lord, is ours, or basically our Lord. By saying Adonai, technically it's our Lord's, because Adoni would be my Lord, but our Lord's, or wait, Adonu? I'm trying to think how it would just be our Lord. Adonu. Yeah, so Adonai, it's the plural of Adoni. So my lords. So it's the plurality. But the point is that by saying that you're it would basically be the equivalent. I commented on this in the chat that someone who doesn't believe in Yahweh saying Adonai instead of saying Yahweh is basically like, instead of saying Jesus Christ out of fear of taking his name in vain, you say our Jesus, like, because you're implicitly saying our God, and you use that to mean our God. You might not even be talking about Jesus, but it's basically, that's how connected Yahweh and Adon have become within the minds of monotheists, that they can't see Adon as a separate entity, just like they can't see El as a separate entity. But yeah, it's kind of similar to Atu in the fact that they're using these like pluralities to express the singularity, but at the same time the inability to narrow or single down to one thing. But let's continue for now.
For the life of Jesus, that was reread as a reference to angels. And other references to Elohim. So in Job 1:6 and in Job 2:1, you have the B'nai Elohim, the children of God, come trotting into to God's throne room. You have other references to the gods, and they get translated angels. And so that doesn't satisfy everybody. And in the last few centuries, you've had people saying, is this really what's going on here? Are these really angels, or is something else going on here? And we've discovered a number of texts, a bunch of them. Like the first big cache of non-biblical literature that was relevant to the Bible that we found was over in Mesopotamia. We discovered a lot of tablets. We were able to decipher the cuneiform of Akkadian, of Sumerian, and this gave us a bit of a literary linguistic context for a lot of these discussions. And people noticed there were parallels between what was being said in a lot of these texts and what was being said in the Bible. And then in 1927, we discovered what are referred to as the Ugaritic texts. This was not over in Mesopotamia, but just north of Israel in Syria. There was this city discovered right near the coast with about 1,000 tablets written in cuneiform, but it was in an alphabetic script. There were only...
That's another key thing. What they found, it's a Semitic language. I mean, to be fair, I think... Wait, no, Sumerian was... Well, so Akkadian was Semitic, was written in cuneiform, and then you have this as well. But with Ugarit, you have... I'm pretty sure there's also... Actually, no, I don't know enough about Ugarit. I'm more focused on the Levant in general. Whereas, I mean, Ugarit is part of the Levant, but like, I don't know as much about specific sites, if that makes any sense.
For instance, talks about how on that day Adonai will punish Leviathan, the wriggling serpent, Leviathan, the twisting serpent, the dragon that lives in the sea. And then you go over to what's called the Baal cycle, which is about this northwest Semitic storm deity named Baal. And the Ugaritic, the corresponding Ugaritic name for Leviathan is Lotan. And we have this text that says Baal smote Lotan, the wriggling serpent, Lotan, the twisting serpent, the dragon with 7 heads. And the words that used there, the order that they occur in for those adjectival references to Leviathan are identical across the two languages. And so it certainly seems like whoever wrote this text 500 years before Isaiah was ever born, Isaiah seems to have access either to that text or to some other version of that text.
That's something that we're going to...
So there are a bunch of...
That's something we're going to touch on after this. The fact that they have access to older texts, but they're rewriting them. And we have evidence of this from the rabbis of all things. But they don't say it within like, oh, you know, there's a way that the text could have been changed. They just talk about it like the script was all that was changed. But if you're changing a script, that means it's so easy to change things in it or to outright just change it altogether.
Ugaritic literature, if we're very, very careful about the comparative research, we can kind of fill in some of those gaps and say it seems likely that this is going on over here. So if the Hebrew Bible is taking over some of this praise that was directed at the storm deity Baal, is that happening anywhere else?
Yeah.
And so we've got Psalm 29, where Adonai is praised a bunch of times. The voice of Adonai, there are 7 different ways that the voice of Adonai is praised. And this voice is basically thunder and lightning. This is, causing the, splitting the trees and causing the mountains to shake and all this kind of stuff. It's 7 different ways that Adonai's voice is compared to lightning. And then there are 3 places that are named. And they are all places that are not in Israel, but are further north in Syria, which is Baal's territory. And so a bunch of scholars thought, it sounds an awful lot like this is other literature that probably originally was dedicated to Baal and then was taken over by Adonai, and it may have been as simple as just trading out the names, or they may have doctored it up a little bit more, but they left the place names that are all places that are further north where Baal has sovereignty. And so we've got a bunch of these indications that the Hebrew Bible in the earliest layers is representing a view of the heavens and the pantheon that is much more closely related to what later layers of the 100%. Bible is condemning as non-biblical, as wicked. And we also start to discover indications that maybe Adonai and El were not the same deity originally. For instance, the name Israel doesn't refer to Adonai. Israel means let El contend, or El contends, or something like that. But that's a reference to a deity named El. Now, in the Ugaritic literature, the patriarchal high deity is named El, and that's a different deity from the storm deity Baal. We don't have any references to Adonai at all anywhere in any text until around 840 BCE, where we suddenly get 3 inscriptions that pop up. The Mesha inscription refers explicitly to Adonai as the patron deity of Israel. And then we have the black obelisk of Shalmaneser III. We have the Tel Dan stele, which refer to some kings in Israel and or Judah that have Yahwistic theophoric elements in their name. And a theophoric element is just a title or a word or a name for God that is included in part of your name. So my name is Daniel. Daniel means my judge is El, is God. So the El is the theophoric element. And so we can see that Adonai is suddenly on the scene and kings are named after Adonai. So it seems an awful lot like this is the patron deity of Israel. But what happened between this, we have a reference to Israel from an Egyptian stele from around 1208 BCE. And then we got to fast forward over 300 years before we have our first reference to Adonai. And at least in the Ugaritic literature, El and the storm deity were different deities. And then Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9 is this fascinating text where it says Elyon, which means most high, which is usually a reference to the high deity.
So this isn't, Elyon is spelled differently than El. So El is Aleph Lamed, and Elyon is Ayin Lamed, Yun Vav Nun, but it's derived from the root Ayin Lamed He, which is Allah. It's spelled differently than like Allah of Islam. That's derived from the root for El. But the point is, Allah in this context means to go up. It means up or high. And so Elyon, so Shimshon, Shemesh means sun. So Shimshon is the sunny, or like the essentially the little sun. In this case, this means the high, or it's like the high one. And so yeah, it would be more connected with this idea of Anu. But even then, it's arguable because the correspondence for Anu would probably actually be Shamayim, which would be the heavens, or Uranus. So there's a god that predates them, and that's Elyon, and he made it, at least according to the Phoenician tradition, by Sankuniathon, whose Phoenician name or Semitic name was Sakun Yaton. So Sakun was a god that we don't know a whole lot about. Might actually be connected to Shechem, or to Sechem. And then you have, Yaton, which is derived from the root Natan, which means to give. So Yaton means he has given. So Sakun has given. That's what Sakuniathon means. And so basically he writes about Beirut, this like primordial water goddess who gives birth to children birthed by Elyon, or inseminated by Elyon.
Elyon, when he divided up the nations, when he separated the peoples, according to the number of, how's it go? When he divided up the nations, he divvied out the peoples according to the number of the Bnei Elohim, the children of God. And so this is a head scratcher for a lot of people. Okay, so the nations were divided up according to the number of the children of God. And then verse 9 says, and Adonai's portion was Jacob. Israel was his inherited share. And so it sounds an awful lot like Adonai is not Elyon, and Adonai is not the Most High. Adonai is receiving as an inheritance one of the nations. And so Adonai seems like they must be one of the Bnei Elohim, one of the children of God. And this would fit very well with how the pantheon was structured at Ugaritic.
In other words, he didn't earn his own money. He got it from his parents.
Garetz and other places around Israel. And more recently, we have a couple of inscriptions from Egypt, one from the 1300s, the early 1300s BCE, and another from the early 1200s BCE that refer to a land of the Shasu. That is, the name of this land is YHW, and then like a glottal stop, an aleph. And a lot of scholars think this is a version of the Tetragrammaton, the divine name, the name Adonai, but before it was a divine name, when it was the name of a land. And so a lot of scholars think that the Shasu group that occupied this land that was known by this name may have moved into the northern hill country and brought their deity with them, who was named after the land, Adonai. And so maybe Adonai was a secondary import into the Israelite pantheon, and initially was on the second tier of the pantheon, was one of the children of the high god, and then probably some king rose to the throne, decided they were bringing their ancestral god, their old family god with them, and rather than try to knock El off their throne and say it's Adonai now, baby, they're going to merge the two, and now we have Adonai Elohim, the Lord God, a single deity.
It's amazing how knowing the context around the surrounding parts in the Bible can really open it up. Like, and that's something that I've just found so fascinating since studying these things. And I was saying I was talking to Matthew Munga last night, and I was saying that, you know, meeting you guys is like my highlight of the year. And then I corrected myself and said, actually, maybe it was the birth of my son. It's definitely up there with.
If your wife is listening, that's definitely what.
Yeah. And you know, like this is an example. I'm going to dumb it right down for the audience, and this is just what's in my mind after yesterday's discussion with deplatforming transphobes and things like that. So like, if someone in the future was reading tweets from somebody and they saw someone tweet out, "The human female is the most beautiful thing in existence," or something, right? You go, okay, cool, fine tweet, like nothing wrong with that, whatever. Like, but if you find out that person's like incredibly transphobic, suddenly that the human female is the most beautiful thing about has a different meaning. Suddenly it's actually a jab at trans females. So it's a great way to, I guess, illustrate the point that knowing the context around the information, the data, actually gives us more insight to what the data is trying to actually say.
Yeah, well, the language is so much more complex than a handful of words that simply transport a little package of meaning. There is so much that can go on non-verbally. There's so much that can go on in even around the conversation. That's, if you're aware of those settings, you can recreate a lot of that meaning. And this is something that I'm still trying to find the best way to communicate about this to the general public, because it seems like something that a lot of people are uncomfortable with.
Oh, definitely. And I'm going to ask you about that actually, because you're religious yourself. But let me just let me first. We have a super chat from Alison.
Interesting that he's religious.
Talking about how many members of the pantheon?
No, I don't think that.
So when we look at Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9, and it says the nations were divided up.
I don't think Adonai Atun are connected to Adapa Eden, but I mean, interesting. Maybe I don't think so.
According to the number of the children of God, we're pretty sure that number was 70. And there are a handful of reasons. One is that we can go look at Genesis 10, which is called the Table of Nations, which is kind of a breakdown of all the nations that were thought to have proliferated following the deluge, the flood. And they number 70. And 70 is kind of a round number that functions very similar to the way like a million functions today. You know, I played golf today, I shot $1 million. Oh, that's going to cost $1 million. It's just a big round number that just means a lot. And so 70 is very similar. It's used to mean a lot. And so when we look in the Ugaritic literature, we have Asherah, who is El's wife, El's consort, the mother of the gods. A couple of times they're referred to as the mother of the 70 gods. And so scholars looking at these two things, it sure seems an awful lot like whoever wrote Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9 would have put the number of the B'nai Elohim at 70. Ugarit, they explicitly put the number of the children of God at 70. And so that seems to be the nice round number for how many nations there are on earth and then how many deities there are in the pantheon. Now, they probably could not have rattled off 70 names of deities. There were the ones that were around them. We have some more information about some of those nations and the deities they had, but the main ones would have been Baal, would have been Milcom, the deity of the Ammonites, would have been Chemosh, the deity of Moab. Asherah was considered to be the deity of Sidon, even though they were also a goddess in Israel.
Oh, that's
Kos is another deity from further south. So you see a handful of the names of foreign deities, but for the most part,
and this is just in like Israel, like this is just in Mesopotamia,
right? In this part of ancient Southwest Asia. We have, once you get into the exilic period when Israel is in Babylon, you don't really have many of the Babylonian deities named. There's a reference to Bel as one of the deities, which is probably an East Semitic variation on Baal. You don't have many of those deities named because by this time period, it's becoming less and less acceptable to use the names. And so they refer to the abomination of this nation, or they start using the word Elohim, which is a Hebrew word that sounds kind of like Elohim, but is used to mean, it is a word that means worthless things. And so instead of referring to another nation's deities, their Elohim, they refer to their Elohim, their worthless things. And a friend of mine published a one.
It's also the reason why the words used to refer to the sun and the moon are not actually the words that mean that in Semitic. So the word, the root for sun is shams or shamash, and it's not used because even though the Hebrew word for sun is shemesh, what's used is chama, because chama just means the hot one, whereas shemesh could be referring to shamash, the god. then you have the same thing with Yareach, because Yareach, which means moon, was also the name of a god Yarichu, probably connected to Jericho or Jericho. And so because of that, it's referred to as Lībōnāʻā, or the white one. And they'll actually come into some of our discussion in a bit because of the connection between the moon and the goddess, and a nation that derives their name from the same name that the moon is, called, like, as a nickname.
Wonderful article a few years ago that made the argument that El Elim is probably riffing on one of the Mesopotamian deities, Enlil. In Hebrew, the consonant cluster, you have vowel, consonant, consonant, NL in the name Enlil. That consonant cluster is uncomfortable in Hebrew, and so they usually have the N sound assimilates, and you get a doubling of the L sound. And so Elilim would be one way to kind of turn this main deity's name into a word that meant worthless things. So that may be a reference to one of these other deities. You don't have a ton of deities named in the Bible, but yeah, around 70. If you ask somebody how many deities are there in the pantheon, they'd be like, there's 70. Can you name them all?
Yeah.
And then you have what was I going to say? Oh, there's a wonderful book called The Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible, which goes through and has articles on every single deity that is named or referred to or might be referred to in the whole Bible. And it's a very expensive volume, but if you don't tell anybody, you can probably find a PDF on archive.org. But you didn't hear that from me.
Okay. Wow. That's super exciting. We have a few little members' comments. First of all, super chat right at the start. Tips for the editing. Thank you so much. Dave, same person, River City film. Dave, just talk normal to dumb down. Thank you. And so God has a dad. Is there evidence of that in the literature? So let's just pump the brakes a little bit as more fundamentalists leave. So we have so this didn't really. So I've heard the idea that God had a wife, which would make sense if he has a son, right? He has to conceive that son. Is that? But I mean, unless you have you got a single dad going on, like I don't know, like and then a father, like okay, this is getting really weird. Give us a help me understand. Yeah.
So like I said, if the prevailing academic theories are right, then Adonai would have been a secondary transplant into the Israelite pantheon and would have come in as one of the B'nai Elohim, one of those deities that was mentioned in Genesis 6, one of those deities that was mentioned in Job 1 and Job 2, one of these second level deities, and they would have been the storm deity. But El, or Elyon, referred to as Elohim sometimes as well.
So that's another key thing. Why would it say in various parts of the Bible that Yahweh came from here, came from there, when it's like if he was already in Canaan, why would he have to come from anywhere? Wouldn't it be like, God is here, God is there, like, his throne upon this mountain? How come it has to be he appeared from here, not he appeared here, if that makes any sense? Like, it seems like it's saying that he came from there. And it's Paran, which is like in the wilderness of Seir. So like the land of the Edomites, but also like almost, basically Petra, right north of Arabia.
Would have been Adonai's father. They would have been the patriarchal high deity. And there was probably a period in early Israel, and these texts are long gone by now, but there was probably a period when El was represented as quite a sexualized deity. In the Ugaritic literature, we do hear a lot about El's member. And there's a euphemism that is yad, which means hand. And it talks about, El's strolling along the beach and sees some women up there.
So there might be such a thing as biconsonantal roots, which would basically connect. So for instance, yad, the root there is just yad. But then you have another root, which is yada, which means to know. And so what's interesting, that's also the word when someone knows their wife, or, she knew him, he knew her, like, or like this idea of knowledge as referring to sex. It makes sense within this context because yada, da'at, knowledge, like being known by someone, is connected to their yad or their penis, or I mean, alternatively, I'm trying to think of there's probably another connection you could draw with like a more feminine connection, but the whole point is, I mean, you have to keep in mind this language was, I mean, most languages, at least the way that they've developed over the past few thousand years, is so heavily influenced by men that, you know, it's standard in most languages, not all, but for the masculine tends to be the standard, which is, you know, it definitely raises an issue. But it's also like that's one of the reasons why neuter languages are so interesting.
Or just playing or something. And
just to clarify, I don't mean languages that have no gender. I mean languages that have a neutral tense, and then they also have gendered languages.
And it says his hand grew as long as the sea, or as large as the sea, or something like that. And this is a story about him impregnating these deities, and they give birth to the gracious gods. And so there's a lot of what's called cosmogony, or the procreation of the host of the heavens and the other deities. And so that's probably in the background of El in the Hebrew Bible. And if we look at Genesis 49, 24 through 26, we have these very, very archaic poems that are blessings that Jacob is giving. And the references to Joseph talk about El Shaddai, which would be El of the wilderness or El of the mountains. Some people think Shaddai, which can also be a word for breasts, based on word for mountains. El Shaddai might be the god of the breast or something like that. I think it's most likely god of the wilderness mountain region, something like that. But it talks about them giving blessings of the breasts and of the womb. And it has a very agrarian, very non-urban, rural feel to this ancestral deity. And so most of those references are long gone, but we still see some kind of vague hints at this period when El was the patriarchal father god, and then Adonai was the youthful storm deity child of God. But when they were conflated, then Adonai inherits everything that belonged to El. The title, that patriarchal status, their rule, their sovereignty over the divine council, and their wife.
So yeah, okay. So I know that my brain got like locked on when you said God had a huge member at one point. But I remember in Francesca's book she talks about this. So can you touch a little bit on that, like where that idea developed? Is it scholarly consensus? Like where does this concept that, because so just to give everyone some background with my dumbed down interpretation, but for a long time in the Hebrew Bible, God was a physical God. Like if he had physical hands, arms, legs, and everything, and he had a penis, and that penis was huge. And there's a scripture that she uses that Francesca points out in Isaiah, I think it is, that it's like it's talking about, poetically talking about God's dick essentially being so big that it fills the room, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
And it's being translated as garment, but really, if you look at the context, it's not that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so that's Isaiah 6. That's what's called a throne theophany. That's where Isaiah has the vision of God seated upon their throne. And I think in the KJV, it says something along the lines of his train, or the train of his skirt, or something like that, filled the temple. And this word that is translated train and or skirt is a word that is used in two different ways in the literature. In Exodus, when it's talking about putting together the tabernacle and stuff like that, it seems to be used to refer to the hem of a robe. But in other literature, it is referring to genitals or buttocks, because the word literally means something like hanger downs, things that are hanging down. And so we have an interpretive decision to make here. Do we understand this in the terms we find in Exodus, or do we understand this in the terms we find in this other literature? Now, in the other literature, it's usually referring to genitals that are exposed, and it's bringing shame to somebody. And so some people make the case that that means this is not referring to that. But other people make the case that this is the author kind of toying with both potential meanings, because if it's the hem of the robe, then it's covering up God's body. It is masking. It is hiding. If it is a reference to the genitals, then it is uncovering. It is exposing. And so there are scholars who have argued, well, it should be one. Other scholars who have argued, no, it should be the other. And then other scholars who have argued, hey, it's probably a little bit of both. The author is probably saying, haha, figure that one out. And just letting both of those ideas be there. Isaiah's vision reveals, and at the same time does not. And that ambiguity in and of itself is kind of doing that. It's kind of revealing while also hiding. Oh, am I showing you or am I not showing you? That's up to you to decide. And it's something very similar goes on in Ezekiel, where in Ezekiel 1, Ezekiel sees this vision, and he's using like every single way of hedging that he can. I kind of saw the likeness of the image of the similarity of the thing that kind of looked like it was maybe God.
Wait, what verse is this? Sorry, Ezekiel.
Ezekiel 1. Let me pull up the ye old Hebrew.
Bible studies with Dan. This is my favorite.
All right. So we see the Ophanim, the wheels. We see the living creatures, and then they had a platform above them. And then we get verse 26. There's a throne. Yeah, verse 26 toward the end. Upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it. It was like, hey, something that kind of looks sort of maybe ish like a dude. But
Above
this passage in 27, Ezekiel seems to be focusing on this figure's loins. The loins are kind of home base for this description. From the appearance of his loins upward, and from the, so I'm reading from the KJV, but the NRSV says, there's 27. Oh, they don't even, the NRSV kind of kind of masks the reference. Okay, what appeared like the loins, I saw like gleaming amber, something that looked like fire. Downward from that, from what looked like the loins, I saw something that looked like fire, and there was splendor all around. So this is another way that the author is kind of both hiding and revealing, trying to explain what's going on here while also trying to preserve some of the mystery. And it's kind of like a literary striptease of some kind, making you think you're getting the picture here, but the whole time kind of hedging as well. And some people are pretty Victorian in this and are like, no, we can't possibly be referencing we can't do that. But this is something that's common in the ancient world. This should not surprise us. Even in the rabbinic literature, there are discussions about God's genitals. One of the most fascinating ones, I think, is where the rabbis are asking if Adam is circumcised. And they say, well, Adam was created in the image of God. God circumcised. Adam must have been circumcised because God's perfect. And so a circumcised member is a perfect member. So this whole sensitivity and this kind of embarrassment about that kind of thing is a thoroughly modern.
Also, that idea itself is very Egyptian.
Like, correct word, like member, and I'm like dick, and like like I definitely bring something to this. I'll bring the common man to this table.
I have to maintain some sense of scruples for some of my audience. So.
Of course. Gettysburg Demoniac, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I really appreciate it. Was it Jesus' worship among other deities in the 1st and 2nd century, and how much was the exclusivity created by early Christians?
I think in the 1st and 2nd century, it would not nearly have been as widespread as worship of other deities around Adonai in the pre-exilic period. But there were absolutely people who were more cosmopolitan people, kind of the hoi polloi, if you will, the common folk, who would have had no problem whatsoever with sprinkling some incense on an altar as they go to work out at the gym or something like that. There absolutely would have been examples of that. We see that in early Judaism and in early Christianity, where people, Christians and Jewish people, are naming kids with theophoric elements from other deities, where they have they're making offerings and they're writing letters and stuff like that, where they sign off, XXOO in the name of Hathor and in the name of Jesus and in the name of this other deity. And you have in later antiquity, you have a lot of magic going on where Jesus and even Adonai are some of the main deities involved that you petition for this magic, but they're also operating alongside other deities. But I think even more common than that, you probably have angels who are functioning similar to the way saints function in Orthodox traditions, where you're not appealing to the angel to do everything, but you're appealing to the angel to appeal to God on your behalf. Or you're appealing to the angel who has responsibility over brick making, so that your bricks will be successfully made or something like that. And there was
probably
a deity.
Shinto-esque, right? There's like gods of everything. Well, not gods, but calming of everything.
Well,
and what's that?
And I think that's a product that's bubbling to the surface.
Gods of everything. Well, not gods, but calming of everything.
Well,
there's like
or something like that. And there was a deity
Shinto-esque calming of,
and there's the responsibility of these agents that we don't see. So you would have one who would be in charge of the rain, and another that would be in charge of the rivers, and another that would be in charge of making sure the bricks were successfully made. And that is an actual deity from ancient Egypt, the brick making deity, one of the lower level deities. There are a lot of similarities. I wouldn't go so far as to call them archetypes, but there are shared aspects of the human experience that result in deities kind of bubbling to the surface in very similar ways. The angels would have been a big part of that as well. So you would have magical papyri or inscriptions on bowls or execration texts or things like that might appeal to Jesus, might appeal to Adonai, and might appeal to a bunch of other gods too. And you know, that all can be labeled worship. Maybe
Yeah.
Jesus was the main one. Maybe Jesus was their guy, and these other ones were, you know, Jesus's, you know, whatever you want to call them, henchmen or his subordinates or whatever. But that can all be referred to as worship.
Yeah, and there's so much to go. There's so I'm I've got that just from reading the first introduction to your book, actually. But Aaron Colson said the brick deity got laid a lot.
Well,
Thank you,
hopefully,
Aaron.
yeah.
So we have a little video from Matthew Monga, and he said he sent in a visual representation of me when Dan gets into trouble, gets in over his head. Okay, so he sent this video. And then he also, and I said, there's some other characters in this video. And then I said, well, who's this person? Who's that person? And he said, Kip is the one fighting, and Dr. Josh is the one that is saving at the end. So this is apparently so this is when, so that apparently you're the kitten.
Okay.
This is and Dan's trying to help you, so he jumps down to try and help you out of the muck. He's a bit scared, and you're stuck in this muck. This isn't my words. This is what Matthew was saying, and he's trying to get you out, but he can't get you out. So you see some, you know, he's checking you out, making sure you're okay. Throws you up a couple times. You're crying, it seems. And then he kind of gives up. And then there's Kip, and Kip's just kind of fighting other monkeys, apparently. So that's Kip. And then Dr. Josh Bowen comes in at the end, who's this lady here.
Oh.
And picks you both up out of the muck. So I was wondering if you had, if you think that's an accurate representation of your relationship with those guys, or if you think Matthew is being. Do you have a response? Do you have a diss?
I'm not a big diss track guy, so
don't do it.
So yeah, that's I don't know where they come up with this stuff, or I don't know what corners of the internet they are, what hovel and what corner of the internet they're in, where they're running across this stuff and thinking, you know what, I bet this would make a really cool metaphor.
He sent me videos of him and I said, what are you doing there? Drinking, and they're over in Norway together apparently at the moment.
Yeah.
They're not really talking about the subject right now. But, let's see. So yeah, goddess culture becomes emasculated. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about. Is that Samaritan or would that be Akkadian? Either way. I don't know. And goddesses become gods as the divine feminine is de-emphasized. Males with names that indicate their mothers, genealogies that at first list mother and father, later only mention fathers, but goddess names are retained. Then lands, tribes named after patriarchs, definitely. So shoot, where was it? Oh, shoot, 1 second. Is this one? First Israel? No, it must be this one. So I wanted to touch on this idea of הכתב, Ivri. So I'm going to try to find a short one and then explain some of, let's see, I'm going to try to find it. Someone who's actually, sorry, I'm just trying to find one that's not super long. Oh dear Lord. Thought I saw. What on earth is that? Shoot. Oh wait, here. This. It's. I think it has. No, it doesn't. It also is. Oh shoot! I wasn't sharing it. My bad. Here we go.
As it's known in rabbinical literature. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to go to share my screen with everyone. I'm just going to pull up the actual paper that I've written, just use the images from there. So we're not going to read through everything, but
okay, sweet.
We will go.
Okay, it does have timestamps.
And let me get the actual. There we go. Okay, great. And let me just move the participants over. Moses, exactly. Okay,
so I'll try comment on this.
You guys are all aware. This is like a famous for anybody who's familiar. This is the famous. Let me just get this in.
Also, if anyone wants to join, the links in the chat further up here. I can put it again. Sorry, it's just like I'm much better with dialogue. It's just like when I'm stuck in my own head, I cannot really see things the same way as I usually do.
Okay, so if anybody's familiar with that old movie, The Ten Commandments, very apropos. I guess more really. The funny thing is that the movie itself doesn't focus on the Ten Commandments as much as on Yetziat Mitzrayim. But really great movie. I highly recommend it to everybody. As ridiculous as some parts are, and as funny as it may be, it's always a fun watch. But what struck me out was after I was already aware of the existence of such a thing, was I looked at the scene where Moshe gets the 𝐏𝐿uchos, and you notice that the filmmakers of Hollywood put it in none other than 𝐤𝐁𝐓 Ivri, which I guess they were following the sheet of Rabbi Yossi and the Yerushalmi that it was given, that the 𝐏𝐿uchos were in fact given in 𝐤𝐁 Ivri. But what I'd like to do now is kind of go through, first of all, just what the basic history of this 𝐤𝐁 Ivri is. So what the history of 𝐤𝐁 Ivri is, with this Paleo-Hebrew, where did it come from, what is it? And obviously, it's a huge field. We're not going to cover everything, but we're then going to look at what I really want to focus on was what the rabbinical views of this were. In other words, once the use of 𝐤𝐁 Ivri ended of the Paleo-Hebrew, with the knowledge that such a thing existed, as well as dealing with the fact that on the one hand we'd like to say the Torah is the same and always has been the same, and at the same time recognizing that prior 2 or 3 generations from the time of the Phoenician and the Aramaic later on, earlier than that, they had known of the existence of an earlier writing style, and prior to that they knew that it had been used. It's pretty hard to ignore the fact that the writing that they had changed. So how do we accept that while at the same time understanding that the Torah is comes from Ivri, which I guess they were following the sheet of Rabbi Yossi and the Yerushalmi that it was given, that the 𝐏𝐿uchos were in fact given in 𝐤 Ivri. But what I'd like to do now is kind of go through, first of all, just what the basic history of this 𐤁 Ivri is. So what the history of 𐤁 Ivri is, with this Paleo-Hebrew, where did it come from, what is it? And obviously, it's a huge field. We're not going to cover everything, but we're then going to look at what I really want to focus on was what the rabbinical views of this were. In other words, once the use of 𐤁 Ivri ended of the Paleo-Hebrew, with the knowledge that such a thing existed, as well as dealing with the fact that on the one hand we'd like to say the Torah is the same and always has been the same, and at the same time recognizing that prior 2 or 3 generations from the time of the Phoenician and the Aramaic later on, earlier than that, they had known of the existence of an earlier writing style, and prior to that they knew that it had been used. It's pretty hard to ignore the fact that the writing that they had changed. So how do we accept that while at the same time understanding that the Torah is comes from time immemorial? Now, one thing what I want to point out, and I really point this out at the very end, is that, let me just get someone's chat. Let's see. Okay. So one thing I want to point out is that it's only a matter of the letters themselves. The language itself is exactly the same. There is obviously whatever changes. You have biblical Hebrew, Mishnaic Hebrew, later on, and they're bringing the revival of that in modern Hebrew. But we're dealing here specifically with the with the letters that are written in the font. It would be as if I'd written an entire thesis paper in wingdings. So yeah, it's it wouldn't be recognizable to anybody, but at the same time, all you have to do is just gloss over it, decode it, if you would, and simply swap letter for letter, and you get exactly what it was. So the language is not what we're looking at here as much as the writing style. But that said, at the same time, especially for the people who are joining us from the software group that Rafi started, as we know, writing style is extremely important, and not just that. We would even say a Sefer Torah that is written in ksava shiris, but there's a letter that there's a line that's connecting upward. The way they wrote the letter hey, even back in the day, if that were in the way it is now, that would not be acceptable. So all these little things that we quote unquote passel Sefer Torah on, are all connected to the writing, even if the content is perfectly recognizable. I know that there should be this letter here, and okay, there's a scratch, there's a line, whatever it is. Yet we're still concerned about that. So the script, while at the same time, while on the one hand, it's not changing the meaning of anything, at the same time, it is extremely important for the preservation of the Torah. So let's just go through this right now and understand why Charlton Heston there is carrying these funny looking 𝐏𝐿uchos. So the first thing I want to point out, I'm just going to show these two images over here. These are two seals, what are called boule, and in biblical archaeology, these are probably the most common, I would say the most common, but these are definitely a common find within this relatively rare field of finds. Unfortunately, the people that were living in what's now what is called Eretz Yisrael, whatever stage of history we're dealing with, they weren't writing on these cuneiform tablets the same way that people were in Mesopotamia. So in Mesopotamia and Iraq and in regions around there, from tablets, Israel, whatever stage of history we're dealing with, they weren't writing on these cuneiform tablets the same way that people were in Mesopotamia. So in Mesopotamia and Iraq and in regions around there, they find lots and lots and lots of cuneiform tablets simply because they were writing them in clay and baking them, and those last a really long time, especially in the weather out in Iraq and the general Mesopotamian area. So those are extremely common. Unfortunately, they didn't really have that availability of clay, and that writing style was never developed fully in what is Eretz Yisrael. So instead, what you find are a lot of writing on pottery shards or ostraca, and you also find these stamps, which were boule, which were used by royal officials, by people who who were important, and they would use it. A lot of these are very much enlarged. These images you see over here. So, for example, this stamp that says Lishema Eva Yeravam, it's actually was much smaller. There's an interesting story behind that particular find. It was found at Tel Megiddo, which would have been in northern Eretz Yisrael. I mean, in the kingdom of northern Israel. In the time of Yeravam II, just in terms of where they found it. And actually, an interesting story about that, it was discovered back in the Ottoman days of Eretz Yisrael, and it had been described, sketched and stamped, so it was easily able to be replicated. But the original actually got lost along the way. So the original stamp that this is made from is no longer around as far as we know. But it's well able document just because it's a striking and beautiful specimen. And on top of that, it has the fact that it mentions a very well-known biblical king. I mean, he's not as famous as the first Yeravam, I guess, in terms of Jewish history, but he was the head of the kingdom of Israel at its most powerful point in history, at the same time as Uzziah was ruling in the south, and this is all in the Bayit period. This guy down here also is a stamp, just another example of a stamp or a boule, where it says Lenatan Melech, Eved HaMelech. Now, one of the interesting things about Natan Melech, it just doesn't sound like anything all that special, except for the fact that this name actually appears in Tanakh, right? It appears in Malachim Beis as one of the servants of King Yoshiyahu. It describes him moving dead horses that were being used for sacrifices of Avodah Zarah. So finding that, I actually found this, for those who are familiar with Jerusalem, right outside Shara Shafot, there's the parking lot excavation, they call it, the Givati parking lot excavation, where it was the parking lot for the Ir David, the organization that does all the excavations there a lot. And then apparently these Russian scientists had a hunch that there was something under there, did an MRI of the parking lot, and discovered that there were these ruins that would be down below. So they actually dug up the parking lot and found a number of really cool structures there that are including probably royal palaces from Malchus Yehuda, but also amongst many other things, they found this particular stamp that we see over here. This was found, I think, like 3 years ago. So relatively new find, found in place, so we know that's authentic. And not only that, but it actually is the name of a king, name of a person that's in Tanakh. So not that many times that we find that authentic. They found under there, did an MRI of the parking lot and discovered that there were these ruins that would be down below. So they actually dug up the parking lot and found a number of really cool structures there that are including probably royal palaces from Malchus Yehuda, but also amongst many other things, they found this particular stamp that we see over here. This was found, I think, Malchus Yehuda, but also amongst many other things, they found this particular stamp that we see over here. This was found, I think, like 3 years ago.
So what he said,
so, relatively found
Malchus Yehuda, the kingdom of Judah.
In place, so we know that's authentic. And not only that, but it actually is the name of a king, name of a person that's in Tanakh. So not that many times that we find that, but basically in the course of this collection here, you'll see that there's a number of finds that confirm the identities of a number of different people from the Bias Rishon period and onward. Now, just in terms of getting a sense of the lettering, right? So, like I said earlier, it's a change of script. The language is exactly the same, right? It just says Lenatan Melech, right? And then there's longer inscriptions as well, which we'll take a look at in a bit. But the script looks totally different than what we're used to. And here, this is just something from an image I found online that shows this comparative evolution, if you will, of the letters. So you can see, for example, the letter Aleph over here as it appears in the Moabite stone, which I have an image of later. Right, it looks kind of like a triangle with a line going through it. The same thing with the Paleo-Hebrew script. It does evolve over time. You will see, for example, if I go down, I'll just show you for a moment. Let me skip to the end. Let's go down here, and I'll just show you one of the extra pictures here, just to show you how the letter Aleph, as an example, evolved. So this here is actually a very famous find, also found during the Ottoman period. This is called the Solomon inscription, found, if anybody's ever done Chizkiah's water tunnel. This was found near the end of it, towards the actual emptying point of the pool, but not quite there, because it describes this whole story of these two teams. Just to, I guess to speed up the time of digging, it describes these two teams that meet in the middle, or somewhere not at the end, at one end, and they're hammering away at the rock and chiseling away, and eventually they hear each other in some great celebratory moment. If you take a look over here, though, for example, let's just find the letter Aleph. So if you look where my pointer is now, you can see that, though, for example, the rock and chiseling away, and that meet in the middle, or somewhere not at the end, at one end, and they're hammering away at the rock and chiseling away, and eventually they hear each other in some great celebratory moment. If you take a look over here, though, for example, let's just find the letter Aleph. So if you look where my pointer is now, you can see that this here, it says Aleph Shin over there. That's, of course, the Chaser form of Ish, right? It says Ish El Reo, right? That's what it says over here, Ish El Reo, meaning person finding his friends, talking about the people shouting to each other from either side of the from either side of the tunnel that they were meeting in. But what you'll see there is that the letter Aleph is kind of the middle part got extended a bit, and here you can see this even more so, where that triangle, as it originally had been, shifted, so that now the upper part of it is risen up a bit, and then the lower part is a line going across. That eventually, it's not hard to make that connection to seeing now we have the separation of those lines from, let's say, an orthographical sense. You can now then see it shifting to the way that we have our modern day Aleph in so-called ksava shuris. So it's a slow evolution, and they are definitely connected, but at the same time, there is definitely this distinction that's made between seeing inscriptions like these and then seeing modern Hebrew. This was not a unique script. The people in the peoples that were all around Eretz Yisrael in that.
So yeah, let's see, where was it? So Nexus said the two terms for parents are Amma, mother, and Ada, Rabba, father, and the siblings are Nin, sister, and Shesh, brother. Shesh is found in Egypt. Shesh, as the goddess consort of Thoth, the scribe, or she scribe. Maybe I don't know what you meant, but one version that she taught him writing. She holds a string line to plan temple umbilical. Her symbol is the cannabis star, much like the star symbol of God's the din gear in cuneiform. Venus and Anaphem Anu. But yeah, what I was going to say is here, if you look at this, shoot, what was it? All right. Egyptian hieroglyphics. So check this out. So does it have the list? Top. Strange. Maybe I have to. Here. So, so here you can see how, this is, a hand or a yad. So this is interesting. It apparently was like corresponding to an Egyptian eye, and that's what it says. But the fact that you have a Semitic peoples living in Egypt and they see a hand and they say yad, yad becomes yod. So the pictograph becomes the letter. You have the same thing with Aleph. So an ox head. Here you can see the bull's horn and the triangle head, but it gets turned into like a forward profile. 8. That maybe. Let me see if I can find it. Here. A house. Bait becomes bait or bet. Likely ancestor to Proto-Sinaitic bet. You have the same thing with here. Let me put this down. Same thing with Gimel. It's a throwing stick, or potentially even a what's the word? A slingshot. Bowstring up here. It's connected potentially. Dalet. Here you have the top part of a dalet, a door. You have hay. 1 second. So there's others. Here you have let's see. Maybe I'm spelling it. Anyway, the point is that here this is suspected to be what the hay is derived from potentially, because you have the 1, 2, 3, 4, and ish. The link is further up in the chat, but I'll post it again. paste here. But let's see. So we're on hey vav. A mace with a round head is an ideogram. Like what is this? 𐤏𤁁𤐓𝐻, likely ancestral to Proto-Sinaitic vav and its descendants. I think there's some other forms of it that might be. Can't find it. Let's see. Vav Zion. I might not be able to find that. So 𝐤𝐁. Okay, so here you have two potential. Here, let me see. Okay, here's Ish. Hey, what's up?
Hey guys, what's up? We're just us.
Yeah. So here you have a potential connection between 𝐤𝐁 and this enclosure, or is this 𝐤𝐁? Not 100% sure. Oh, it's also depicted like this. That looks a bit more like it. But then you also have a twisted wick, and that maybe makes a bit more sense if you've seen the Proto-Sinaitic 𝐤𝐁. It's here. See, it almost looks like a ladder.
Oh, definitely.
So let's see. 𝐤𝐁, tet. This is where it gets really interesting. Tet. So heart and windpipe, nafar, and that's connected to the name Nefertiti, or probably like teeth. So that'd probably be like the beautiful of Thoth, or like something. I don't know enough Egyptian, but the point is, so this is the sign for beauty or perfection or goodness, and it might be connected to the tov that the tet is derived from. That tet is tov.
What I find interesting here is that I guess not exactly the same root, but nefes could mean breath, right?
Wait, where was that? Oh,
and I'm saying because it was the heart and the windpipe.
Oh, you mean like naf?
Yeah.
Maybe that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
So
probably not a direct correlation, but a heart and windpipe.
Well, so actually, to give me a little bit of a break and to show you what I'm talking about, this actually ties together. Have you ever heard of the concept of Semitic biconsonantal roots?
No.
So it's something that's theoretical. Or wait, one second. What they're talking about? No, I'm talking about Christianity. Let's see. So, all right, here. Oh wait, no, I want to watch this one later. Well, I know it. I'm just going to open a new tab. All right, so let's see. Jeff Benner. Okay, here, sure as hell instead. Like, I think this guy is coming from a theological background, so keep that in mind. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, there's some really interesting stuff that he's found that, like, I mean, to be fair, I found this myself. It's kind of intuitive. But the question is, I just don't know how much scholarship there is on this. But let's see, is it this one? Let's see. Oh, wait, here.
In 1905, a new discovery changed the world's perception of the origins of this Semitic alphabet. Flinders Petrie, a renowned Egyptologist and pioneer in modern archaeology, discovered inscriptions of
Hold on.
Flinders Petrie, a renowned Egyptologist.
It wasn't him. It was his wife that discovered it.
And pioneer in modern archaeology,
she was also an Egyptologist.
discovered inscriptions of Flinders Petrie, a renowned Egyptologist and pioneer in modern archaeology, discovered inscriptions of previously unknown symbols at Serabit el-Khadim in the Sinai Peninsula. Dr. Alan Gardner, another renowned Egyptologist, studied these inscriptions with detail. He discovered that these Sinaitic inscriptions consisted of a total of 32 symbols. Because of the limited number of symbols, Dr. Gardner determined that this was an alphabet. Gardner was then able to easily identify the Sinaitic alphabet as Semitic because of the pictographic nature of this alphabet. The name of each Semitic or Hebrew letter is a Hebrew word with meaning. The first letter of the Hebrew alphabet is called the Aleph, which is a word that means ox. The 10th letter is called the Yud.
And the thing that's so interesting about it, so Aleph, it represents one, but Aleph, it can also mean 1,000.
Right.
Is it the same in Arabic?
Yeah. Slightly different.
Yeah, how's it pronounced?
You'd say elf. So the stress is on the L, I guess, for 1,000.
Alf?
Yeah.
Interesting. The Aleph ox faces either way depending on which line alternates, indicates before right to left to right orthodoxy. Do you have a source for that, or like how do you know that? I mean, that's interesting. I just want to know. But yeah, in the meantime,
Yad, meaning hand, and the 16th letter is the ayin, a word meaning eye. Dr. Gardner found that the letters in these ancient Sinaitic inscriptions were pictures of the very names of the Hebrew letters.
Oh, I see what you mean. Bustrophodon as the ox plows. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I didn't realize you were referring to that. But I mean, most of these concepts, especially in the Greek, come from further east.
The image of an ox head was the letter Aleph. The image of a hand was the letter Yad. And the image of an eye was the letter Ayin. This relationship between the pictograph and the names of the Semitic letters Dr. Gardner proposed proved that this was the precursor to the previously known Phoenician Old Hebrew alphabet. Once it was determined that the new script was Semitic, Dr. Gardner in 1916 was able to translate a portion of one inscription. This inscription includes the Hebrew letters Lamed, Bet, Ayin, Lamed, and Tav. The Semitic word Lamed, Bet, includes the Hebrew letters Lamed,
Lamed,
Bet, Ayin,
Libona'a,
Lamed,
Liba'al,
and Tav.
Libalat.
The Semitic word Liba'at, meaning to the lady. In 1999, John and Deborah Darnell were surveying ancient travel routes in the deserts of southern Egypt when they came upon another set of inscriptions very similar to the Sinaitic inscriptions found by Petrie.
By Petrie's wife. Seriously, why does no one, like, obviously I'm not saying take credit away from men, but like give credit to women when they deserve it. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's much better now, but still. All right, let's see. So we're on right here.
The inscriptions discovered in the past century and a half have been accurately dated through the advances of archaeology. The original Semitic alphabet, with its pictographic letters, can be divided into 3 periods. The early Semitic alphabet existed between the 20th and 12th centuries BC. However, note that the 20th century date is based on the oldest inscriptions found thus far, and it is possible that future discoveries may push the date of that Semitic alphabet back even farther into history. The Middle Semitic alphabet, the Phoenician and Old Hebrew, was in use between the 12th and 4th centuries BC. The late Semitic alphabet, the square Aramaic script, was in use between the 5th century BC and into the modern times, with the modern Hebrew alphabet that is still used today. To date, the Wadi el-Hol inscriptions found in southern Egypt are the oldest Semitic inscriptions found and date to between the 19th and 20th centuries BC. The Sinaitic inscriptions from the Sinai Peninsula date to about the 15th century.
Sorry, what was that?
No, I just that's really old. That's more than 4,000. That's almost 4,000 years.
Oh, wow. One second. Give me one moment. Sorry. Sorry about that. I was just responding to a text.
Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, it's really amazing how far back this goes, and it's like I think it does show this continuity, but at the same time, it's not like a direct continuity, but it's more so like these traditions, they morph and they change, but there's always something that's like still there. And I wonder if it's the language that maintains it, because, like, for instance, you can't, when you say sun, you just can't remove the context of Shamash, the sun god, from that word. It's built in.
Yeah.
Century BC. The Ela Valley Fortress, the Tel Zayit Abecedary, and the Gezer calendar are dated to about the 10th century BC. Between the 12th and 10th centuries BC, the ancient Greek alphabet used the same Middle Semitic script. The Meshestel, or Moabite stone, and the Ammonite inscriptions found in Jordan date to about the 9th century BC. The Siloam inscription from Hezekiah's tunnel and the Tel Dan inscription, which mentions the house of David, date to about the 8th century BC. The Lachish inscription date to about the 6th century BC, and the sarcophagus discovered in 1855 in Sidon dates to the 5th century BC. The majority of the scrolls from the Dead Sea caves are written in the late Semitic script and date to between the 2nd and 1st centuries BC. However, a few of the scrolls found in the Dead Sea cave, such as the Leviticus scroll, uses the Middle Semitic script, showing that the script did not fall out of use completely. The letters from General Simon Bar Kokhba in 135 AD during the Second Jewish Revolt against Rome were written in Hebrew with the late Semitic script. The late Semitic script continued to be used for the works of the Talmud, the Masoretic Hebrew Bible, as well as printed Hebrew Bibles today.
So interestingly, you're talking about the cow, Aleph, Hathor of Sinai, Lady of the Turquoise. So there's a really interesting connection because one of the Egyptian cow goddesses was named Bat, and Bethia or Batia was the rabbinic tradition's given name for the mother of Moses. Well, the daughter of Pharaoh that adopted Moses. One second. But is there a similar tradition in Islam at all that you're aware of?
That like goes all the way back to Egyptian goddesses. No, not
No. About the daughter of Pharaoh being named Batia.
No,
like-
and I think it's not that. I think in Islamic like tradition, it's his wife, maybe
Who?
not his daughter, the Pharaoh's wife.
Yeah, but what name does it give her?
I don't. They don't give her name. Pretty sure they don't. I'm gonna look that up actually real quick while you.
I mean, so I would probably push back against the idea of the bait being connected to womb, at least directly, because there's no bet in the word for womb. The word for womb is I think it's rahum or rechem. I forget what's womb in Arabic.
Rahim.
Yeah, it's so similar. I mean that it's like I love how connected they are. But anyway, let's move on to the next. Let's see. Okay, Hebrew roots. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Hold on. Martin Luther. Hope he's burning in hell. Seriously, like, if you read the stuff that he wrote, between him and John Chrysostom, even though they came way before him, they sound just like Hitler.
Wouldn't be surprised.
We got one thing right.
Like a tree with its roots, trunk, branches, and leaves, the Hebrew language is a system of roots and words where one word and its meaning is the foundation to a number of other words whose spelling and meaning are related back to that one root. As an example, the root malach means rule. This root can be used as a verb meaning to rule or as a noun meaning.
Okay, cool. So so Ish sent me a private message. So Asiya bint Musachim, or Asiya, yeah, was according to the Quran and Islamic tradition the wife of the Pharaoh of the Exodus and adoptive mother of Moses, identified as Bithia in the Jewish tradition. So yeah, I mean, Asiya might be like in another form Athia, and Athia is only one letter off from Bathia.
Probably, yeah.
But again, it might just be. I mean, maybe, but I don't see the connection to the actual roots, and you'll see what I'm talking about here. And you can even break down some of these roots to make it make sense. I'll show you what I mean.
A ruler or king. Other nouns are created out of this root by adding other letters. By adding the letter he to the end of the root, the word malka is formed, which is a female ruler, a queen. By adding a vav to this feminine noun, the word malucha is formed, meaning royalty. By adding the letters vav and tav to the end of the root, the noun malkut is formed, meaning the kingdom. By studying the relationship between the words and their roots, we can better understand the meanings of these words within their original context. Let's take 3 English words found in English translations of the Bible: maiden, eternity, and secret. These 3 words are, from our interpretation, 3 very different and unrelated words. But let us examine the Hebrew words behind these translations. The Hebrew word for maiden is alma, the word for eternity is olam, and the word for secret is ta'alma. Each of these words share the same 3 letters: the ayin, the lamed, and the mem. Each of these words are related as they come from the same root. Rather than perceiving them as different and independent words, we need to recognize that their meanings are related. By interpreting these words in context of their root relationship, we are able to uncover their original meanings. The root alam literally means beyond the horizon, that hazy distance that is difficult to see. By extension, it means to be out of sight, hidden from view. Alma is the young woman that is hidden away, protected in the home. Olam is a place or time that is in the far distance and is hidden to us. Ta'alma is something that is hidden away. Besides being able to find the common meaning in different words of the same root, we are also able to distinguish between different meanings of words that come from different roots. There are 2 Hebrew words translated as moon. One is yereach, which comes from a root meaning to follow a prescribed path, and is therefore used for the motion of the moon. The other is Lībōnāʻā, which comes from a root meaning to be white, and is therefore used for its bright appearance.
What do you how do you say moon in Arabic?
Qamar.
Qamar? Really?
Yep.
Are there ever any allusions drawn between Qamar and Qamar?
No, not that come to my mind right now.
It might be more of like a mystical thing, so it might be like not something that's as commonly known.
Probably, yeah. It's not necessarily linguistic, at least not obvious to me.
Linguists recognize that most Hebrew words are derived from a triliteral or 3-letter root. However, there are some linguists who have suggested that these triliteral roots are themselves derived out of a biliteral or 2-letter root. Rabbi Mattatyahu Clark, in his book Etymological Dictionary of Biblical Hebrew, records and organizes Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch's commentaries of the Bible, which relate to the Hebrew language. Rabbi Clark stated, "The second major analytical tool in the Hirsch system we will call gradational variance. This involves 5 special consonants: the aleph, he, vav, yud, and nun. These consonants play a special role with respect to roots whose 3rd consonant is identical with the 2nd. The new root form does not change the basic meaning of the original root, but adds some nuances of meaning." Rabbi Clark then provides many examples of these gradational variants, including the triliteral root sarar, which means forcing, constraining, oppressing.
This is interesting.
As
So here, there's a few different things that are derived from this. So you have Metzar, which is a strait, which is actually,
Mitzrayim.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Mitzrayim means two straits, or basically like a narrow path between two straits. But then you also have Sar, which means distress, Sarar, which means to oppress. I might be off with that, but yeah, no, I wasn't even looking at that when I said that. But yeah, forcing, constraining, oppressing. Yatsar means to form, like basically to carve something out. So you're not building it up; you're literally like removing things from it in order to get it to a shape. So like there's definite connections between this, and I noticed this when I was studying Hebrew, and I asked my teacher, and maybe I didn't explain what I was talking about well enough, but she wasn't aware of what I was talking about or of any like scholarly acknowledgement of that. But it seems like if it's not already accepted, that it might be something to look into. You know?
Yeah.
So here, check this out. We'll get into some of the differences.
As mentioned, the second and third consonants are identical, the letter resh, and the gradational variants of tsorar are natsar. Variant are identical. As mentioned, the second and third consonants are identical, the letter resh, and the gradational variants of tsorar are natsar, guarding or protecting, yatsar, forming or creating, tsur, fencing or enclosing. The meaning of the triliteral root radad is a flattening down or submitting totally, and the gradational variants are Radah, ruling over or having dominion over. Yarad, going down. Rud, humbling. Wilhelm Gesenius, one of the greatest Hebrew scholars of all time, wrote in his book, Gesenius' Hebrew Grammar, a large number of triliteral stems really point to a biliteral base, which may be properly called a root since it forms the starting point for several triliteral modifications of the same fundamental idea. Gesenius then cites the following example. The biliteral root kar is the root of karar, kara, achar, kor, each
Wait,
being
so
related
depending on
to
the
idea
letter,
of digging.
it's pronounced like a ch and a k differently? Like what I mean is like depending on the preceding letter, because in that third word
Yeah.
there's a oh really? Okay. I did not know that was a thing. Okay.
Yeah. Karar, kara, achar, and kur. But technically some of them, like the root where the root is the same, but it can be pronounced either way. So for instance, like Abd, like Abdullah, or Abdul Aziz, and then you also have Eved in Hebrew. So like Ovdim, or Avadim rather. Ovdim is workers, Avadim is slaves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like a servant is an Oved and a slave is Avad. But like you can see how like Obd or Ovd,
Yes.
and then
but what I'm saying is this is the second letter here is changed the pronunciation depending on the letter before it in that third word.
So it's contextual. So for instance, like karar, it's I'm not familiar with it ever being like harar. Similarly, kara, it wouldn't be chara because then it would be a different more than anything it's contextual. But then with achar, it's because achar is different than acher. Acher would be with a chet, but then the thing is that akar isn't correct either. So it's basically it's contextual. You know because of the word, not because of the letter. If that makes any sense.
Okay, it makes some sense. Yeah.
So, like for instance, there's a word chor, and interestingly, a chor is a hole, and what is a core? Core, it has to do with digging. So they're definitely connected, and it goes beyond just the actual letters, but the sounds themselves. Like it's really, I mean, it's fascinating because it transcends even the letters that are used. It goes into the basic sounds. And like there's these shared concepts you can find.
Another example.
Well, yeah, I mean the sounds probably came first, so that makes sense.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah. This guy thinks that the sounds and the letters co-evolved.
I mean, they have to. In my mind, the question is, for me, it makes some sense that the earlier your symbols, like what your symbols refer to, the earlier it is, the less abstract it is. So it makes sense to me, like everything has like a concrete, like eye, hand. That for me tracks really well, in my opinion, at least. So I'm kind of open to that.
That's actually something he gets into in a bit. This idea of concrete versus abstract.
Yeah, because you're gonna invent something like language to do something, right? Like there are theories about the first written symbols, and one interpretation of the symbol is they're tracking the birthing and breeding seasons of cattle, which makes complete sense, right? Like that's the one. If there's anything you want to keep track of, even before you had like full articulated languages, seasons and months and things like that, even though you didn't necessarily have like elaborate names for them.
Yeah. Let's see.
Biliteral root dach. The root of dacha, dachach, and doch, each being related to the idea of striking or breaking. States in his book, How the Hebrew Language Grew, scholars are fairly convinced that back of these three-lettered roots lie old, primitive two-letter syllables. These two-lettered syllables represent some simple, primitive action or thing. It does seem quite clear that there existed a biliteral or two-letter base for many, if not most, of our three-lettered roots.
You know, what that brings to mind is
Horowitz then provides the following example from
onomatopoeia. Like dacha is exactly like if there was a like ancient comic book, you know, noise sound effect if you hit somebody, right? In Arabic, it's like dak, which means like destruction or like striking. So that also makes sense, right? Like,
and not just that, but you also have some really interesting stuff. Like for instance, aha means it's aha and oi or o seem to be universal sayings of distress or confusion or or
like exclamation.
Yeah. So there's definitely something connected to that, like undoubtedly.
The root gaz.
Interestingly, so this is a different root than Gaza because the Hebrew is actually Aza, but there was also a Gain, so it was pronounced Gaza, but it's spelled Aza. At least that's how it's pronounced in modern day. So Aza, Gaza, but it's spelled with an ayin or a gayin.
Gazar.
It's interesting because so Aza or like Gaza with an ayin comes from strength, uz or uz, and then Gaza or was it guz means to cut,
To
Gazar means to cut, Gaza.
Gaza, to cut.
These all mean the same thing. What?
Gazaz, to shear.
Wow.
Gaza, to cut. Gazem, a locust. Gazal, to rob. Horowitz continues. Each of the words in turn gave rise to many other words. For example, from Gazar we have Migzara, an axe. From Gaza we have Geza, the stalk of a tree, what's left after all the branches have been cut off.
What does butcher
From
mean in
Gazaz
Hebrew?
we have Gaza.
What?
What does butcher mean in Hebrew?
Shochet.
Oh, okay.
What about in Arabic?
It's gazar, which I think because I thought it might be the same because cut sounds kind of like that, but maybe not.
Yes. So shochet refers to slaughter or like to butchering, but gazar refers to cutting. So it's referring to the act of the cutting of the throat.
That would be my guess, right?
Yeah, so it means the same thing, but it's just a different context, essentially.
Yeah.
Like the butcher, like a shochet is a gezer, or what was it, gazar? You said.
Yeah, gazar.
So a shochet is a gazar, and a gazar is a shochet.
Yeah. Oh, in the gazar, the root is it has a double letter because it's actually, does it? I'll have to check. I'm not gonna say that. That might not be accurate. Anyway, continue.
Wool. Gaza is the root of gazit, which means hewn stones. And from gazal we have gazela, robbery. And Horowitz adds, do not be surprised if so many of these comparatively few two-lettered roots mean to cut, to split, to slit, or slice. After all, everything that primitive man did in the way of making a living for himself and his family.
It's the same with bar, because bara can mean to divide or to like split. What else was there? Karat, like means to cut or to I mean, holy crap.
Family, in some way or other, involved a cutting action.
Roots. Roots are very important when studying the Hebrew language because all words come from a root. Without understanding the root, you can't understand the word. So let's take a look at a couple of roots. Here's the word El. These are parent roots. What I call a parent root are words that are composed of two letters, sticking two letters together and forming parent roots. Here we have El, dog. What is dog?
Fish.
Fish, good. Esh.
Fire.
Etz is a tree. Har, mountain. Bar, grain. Dam, blood. Lev, heart. These are all foundational words. These are the parent roots of the rest of the entire Hebrew alphabet, or the Hebrew vocabulary. Child roots are formed by placing a vowel inside the parent root. How many of you have heard there are no vowels in Hebrew? How many of you have heard that? It's wrong. No matter where you heard it, it's wrong. There are 4 vowels in the ancient Hebrew language. The aleph, the hey, the vav, and the yod. Now, each of these work as a consonant, but they also double as vowels, much like our letter Y. Our letter Y is a consonant like in the word yellow, but it's also a vowel like in the word fly. These 4 letters work the same way. By taking a parent root and adding one of these vowels to it, you create a child root. Now, each one of these roots are going to be related in meaning. Here's a parent root. Walk. Now let's put a hey in front of it. Make a child root out of that. We have the word halach. How many of you are familiar with the word halach? Very, very, very common. Used
Halacha
several
means
thousand
the
times in
way.
the biblical text, and it means to walk. La'ach. This is a
Malach,
root to the word malach.
to go for.
Now, don't confuse that with melech, king. This is malach. Anybody know what malach is? Messenger. A messenger is
Or
one
an
who
angel.
walks for another. You notice that how each one of these words are related to each other, and they're all related to the root.
When a vowel and a root verb love each other very, very much.
No. It's gotta be two consonants.
Yeah, but he says you add a vowel to a
Oh,
root.
No, but I think he's saying that the root with the vowel is the child.
Right, so they have to come together.
When we wish,
Wouldn't it be the? But it would.
It's not a. It's not a.
It would be the two consonants. It can't be the consonant and the vowel. Otherwise, there's something seriously messed up with that. Yeah, here.
I'm trying to think of. I don't know enough like Hebrew, but I'm trying to think of like it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, but in like Hebrew letters. I'm working on it.
Oh, I know. It's Mary and the Holy Spirit, not Mary and Joseph.
That kind of works.
to find the definition of an English word, we go to a dictionary. While this is also true for Hebrew words, there are additional methods of determining the meaning of a Hebrew word. One such method, which has been previously demonstrated, is to examine its roots, which provide additional insight into that word. Another method is to examine the meaning of the letters used to write that word. Each biliteral or parent root is composed of two letters, and these two letters in themselves provide meaning to the word.
The Hebrew being a conceptual language, the etymology, the research of the language, the research of the origin of words is different in Hebrew versus all other languages.
Highly
it's a
doubt
very
that.
interesting
I highly doubt
issue
that.
because researching the
There is something. Not all other languages, but Semitic. It's this idea of abstract versus concrete. I mean, I tend to agree with that.
What do you mean exactly?
Because
like look at even the Egyptian, right? Like if you start writing with symbols, that necessarily mean you're starting from concrete things, right?
Well, oh no, I know. I think that like for instance, we I mean like here actually let me pull it up real quick. Where was it? Wikipedia. Is it here? Yeah, here. So look at this. So I mean, for instance, heart and windpipe means beauty. It probably means like when your heart and lungs or something. Or, I don't know. Like here. Backboard and spinal cords to be long length to extend. Bone with meat. Reward. So in the context of like a job or of like career, it can mean reward like, oh, you got your meat, your reward. You got your bone.
Yeah.
Determinative for thigh bone, but it also means heir, inheritance, or ancestry. So literally this idea of, the flesh of my flesh, this idea that, just as blood is connected, so is flesh. Then you have uterus, which is also, also
how did they? That's a really curious symbol for uterus.
Not really. Look, ovary, fallopian tubes.
Exactly. How much? Like that means they had some level of like anatomical know-how.
Or it might just be connected to this idea of the cow with the horns. Like there's so many ways to look at that. But also, like at the end of the day, I mean, I'm sure that they Honestly, I don't know. But then you have something like, what is it? Here, look at this. This is the Egyptian hieroglyph for excrement.
Just the poop emoji.
Yeah. But then you have like, here, if we go down, you get, oh, okay, check this out. Nest, pond, and marsh is 3 ducklings in a nest.
Yeah, like you, again, very, very concrete.
Yeah, and then B is king, or like the king of Lower Egypt specifically.
Yeah.
Then you get some really interesting things. Let's see, is it here that I'm looking for it? Let's see, where would it be? Where would it be? Oh wait, what's this? Oh, interesting. Star and circle is the duat. This is land with grains.
The duat is the afterlife, right? Or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. Here you have, this is actually where mem's probably derived from. It's just, and you can see it's also where you get M. Then you have, look at this. So, well with ripple of water. Phonemes for hem to be a basin, but commonly used for wife or woman. And so I'm actually trying to create like a, I don't know how I would show it because it's, I would have to use my,
like a correspondence.
Yeah, but basically like that could actually work because all I would have to do is print this out and then either that or no, I would just have to copy this and then in one of these empty ones or add a new one, I could just put the Paleo-Hebrew and use it because see, here's the thing. If you look at it once to get what, okay, so this means obelisk and pedestal. I mean, obviously you'd have to do something more general, like, okay, well, here's a pyramid. So for this, like in my like connection or whatever, I made this into the double platform. Given it's difficult because I'm having to use a specific thing so that I don't have like, it's hard to explain because it's text replacement as opposed to just like doing it myself. So it's semi-automatic, if that makes any sense. So with something like what is this? Here, so this stele, matseva, it's like a not a stone pillar, but like a slab or a stele. Let's see, hall of column or column. I have that as, actually I don't remember. But then gateway sha'ar. Let's see what else is there. Okay, here's what I was talking about. Also, check this out. Emblem of mean. So this is that part is supposed to be a phallus, actually. Okay, here's
a really complicated symbol.
Oh yeah. So here you have,
like compared to others. Yeah.
So you have an enclosed mound or like a tell. Then you have a village. You have threshing floor. You have a pile of grain. Then you have different boats. The thing that I wanted to bring up, okay, here, you have like a fire, flame, lamp, brazier. There's interestingly only like one word for that.
Oh, is that a menorah?
That's kind of what I thought, but it's missing too.
Offering table.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't expect the exact number, but kind of a suggestive.
Yeah. So here, this is this a jed pillar? Yeah, the jed. So this is probably where the samach comes from. But on top of that, this idea of somech, like it means to like support. So literally, the name for the letter comes from what it is. Okay, here. This is what I wanted to bring up before. So here you have flower with horns, flower with horn. Wait, what? No. Oh yeah, here, say shot. That's not a flower. That's the leaf. The flower would be in the middle. But yeah, so that's cannabis. But let's see. Where was the actual? Oh shoot. Okay, here it is.
Origin of words gives us an internal look into how the culture developed and how people perceive their existence and all of that. What words they're using. Why do we use certain words? So in Hebrew, we have a conceptual language. So the research into the origin of words is not necessarily a history of why we use a word, but it's a look into why we use a word because what the word is telling us. And I'll give you an example. In Hebrew, the first letter of the alphabet, I'll do this on the board so you can see how the letters are being drawn. The first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, or Aleph Bet, is the letter Aleph. In Hebrew, we write from right to left, so we're going in this direction. And here is the letter Aleph. The letter Aleph, even the name Aleph, implies, we use the same word in English. We use the word the word aloof, exalted, somebody removed from the mundane. So the letter Aleph represents a characteristic of God. It has a numerical value, which is number 1. And number 1 implies the unity of God, the uniqueness of him. It's 1. And Aleph also represents the mastery of God, the uniqueness and the mastery of the creation. So Aleph is looked upon as a letter that represents a master. Then the second letter of the alphabet is the letter Bet. This is why it's called Aleph Bet. So the letter Bet, also graphically you can see, it represents Bayit, which is a home or house. So when you put those two together, it's numerical value 2, and you put those two together, you get a sound Av, pronounced Av. Now, Av, if you read the concepts of the letters, you get Aleph, which is a master, and you get Bet, which is a Bayit or home. So the master of the home. The master of the home in most cultures is a father. So in Hebrew, the formal word for father is Av.
The Hebrew word Av is spelled out.
But you know what that would mean? You know what that would make M then, right? You there?
Yes, I was muted.
So,
right.
So if Av is like the power of the house, what is M?
I mean, what do you mean? Like
Im. Amma.
Oh, sounds like mother. Like
No, yeah, but what I'm saying is, what does Aleph Mem M mean?
Well, it would depend on what the letter M here, like mem, means, like that sort of original signification, which is water, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but what's another word for water? Like the water, it's connected with chaos, but also with this idea of like a source or like, this emergence from the waters. And so you could argue it's this, or also rejuvenation, life, all these connections. But the point being is that, is it like maybe it's this idea? And again, like some people would argue this is all like late antiquity, early medieval. That the meanings get attributed, but we know if that they were derived from hieroglyphics, that means the meanings just got lost and some new meanings got re-added, but that doesn't mean that they didn't have the meanings originally. Like they were literally derived from hieroglyphic.
Right, but then you would have to, but you'd have to be careful not to attribute the old meaning to the new words.
Well, right? No. So here, I'll go through the list and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So, Aleph like within the current context, bowl, bait, house, by Gimel Gamel Camel. That's where you start to have issues. It's probably from I forget what the word would be, but from like a throwing stick. So that's where you start to have a breakdown. Dalet Delet potentially was originally from dog, so maybe slips away there. You have hey, it gets kind of complicated with hey because it has potential, like it's one of those more abstract things, like it's someone praising. So in that context, it's connected to like the root halal or hillel, but I'm not sure about back then.
Hallelujah, kind of.
Yeah. Actually, no. I'd say the hey keeps its symbolic meaning. Just it kind of loses the imagery of it. But then the vav depends. Actually, no. It definitely lost its meaning. It seems like it was originally a weapon, but then it got reinterpreted to mean like nails or like something to fix something in place. Though I do wonder how much of that was actually influenced by what is it? But like if that's a later Kabbalistic thing that's actually influenced by Christian Kabbalists, like people who they learn Kabbalah from Jews and then they reintroduce their own ideas into it. But let's see. So that way that was Vav. Zion definitely keeps the because it always was this idea of a weapon or even of a phallus. Chet probably keeps the same rough context of this idea of either division or basically a fence that divides, but the context could actually be wicker, like a fence that is woven together. Tet kind of Tov. It lost the context within the sense of understanding what the Tov was referring to, because the concept was nefer. It was the pictograph for nefer, which means beautiful or good, that was then taken into the Hebrew word for good. So that keeps it yad to yod, keeps it kaf to kaf, because it refers to the hand. Like for instance, the reason why we have K, like look, I'm trying to think which way would it be. Oh no, I would need to flip it around. So the reason this is a K is because K comes from kaf, but it's also depicted like this because it's referring to like the palm of your hand. Let's see, kaf lamed, agod kept the meaning. Men kept the meaning of water. Nun lost the meaning. People think that it means like I think either fish or I forget what people say now, but it was originally nachash, and that I mean like the pictograph for snake, and it just here I'll actually let's see where is it Wikipedia here. So let me put this down. So if we look up Lamed, so here Lamed, you can see it looks very similar. Mem looks very similar. Nun, hold on. So here, this does look like you only have the top part here, but basically like another form of the nun looks more like this. But interesting. You even kind of have this like da da da, which is almost like an N. But the point is, so cobra, but in Semitic, nachash. Let's see, nun samech. You have the somech, the column or support. Ayin, the eye, which is also what it means now. Literally, the word ayin is eye. Pei, mouth. Likely ancestral to Proto-Sinaitic Pei. And here you can see the just kind of it's like a half lip because the Pei here, the one that this is derived from, looks like this. See, so you can see how it's like almost half a lip. Pei Tzadik. Wait. Huh. Oh, I'm probably Huh. Interesting. Oh no, I can't find. No, I can't.
Excuse me.
Let's see. Tzaddik Kuf. Kuf. Wait, what would it be? Oh, maybe Kuf. But I can't find those two. But then Resh, you definitely see it because here's the Resh, and then it gets interesting with breast.
But why would it? Here's a question, right? Because I'm thinking this is all post-Exodus, right?
I mean,
because think about it. If they were in Egypt, right, I would say they might inherit or like cross-pollinate in the sort of in the phonetics of the language. But to cross-pollinate with the actual what do you call it, orthography, that seems like a bit of a stretch to me, to be honest. Because first of all,
not at all, because they were living generally separate populations. Because if you buy into the Exodus narrative, then sure that they'd probably be speaking Egyptian, but but we have text from them at this time, and we know that they were speaking their own language. So like, there's probably some back and forth, and we definitely have Egyptian influence on Hebrew. But I think that like to view them as like this isn't a people being taken into a foreign land and being enslaved, like completely different than chattel slavery.
Mm-hmm.
This is a people being enslaved in their own land by an empire.
So okay, so and what about their? Because from what I understand, Egyptian was really, depending on like what language you're actually referring to, it could refer to something more like very much that's segregated by sort of class or profession. Like people who traded knew some level of language, and people who are like in the royal court and priests knew a kind of language, and like most people just spoke a kind of like lingua franca sort of thing. So
I mean, I'm not so sure about that, but but so then with the shin, you know how it looks like a W?
Yeah.
So look at this. This is the symbol for breast. I'm sure I can probably find a better one, but basically, so two of these is a shin.
Mm-hmm.
But let me see if it actually has one that says shin is derived from. So the ones that it doesn't have an explanation, it's probably because it like for instance, let's see, tooth. Do they have one for tooth? No, they don't. And so that's probably, they're like, oh well, shin means tooth, therefore they don't have one for it. But if shin is actually shad, or is like derived from the word for shadim, breasts, then you have one. And then you have tav. What was it? Tav. Let's see, Tav maybe. I don't think it's. Yeah, I'm not going to. So here. This is another possible derivative of. Okay, that's interesting. I'm going to have to use that. So to give an order, so in Hebrew, tziva with a vav, and this is of, and you see how it looks like a vav just like the other one. So it's like, there's so much variation to it that we can't really know for certain. Oh, here's another interesting one. Egyptian for everything. Like basically you want to say in Hebrew kol, this is what kol is in. And so it's basically I'm trying to create something where I can, write a Hebrew text but do it in hieroglyphic, and theoretically where it would be able to be translated into English and Hebrew, and I mean technically any language. Because as long as I'm keeping the meaning original to the Egyptian, then I'm going to ensure that it's not just like, I mean, of course, in certain cases, like here, let's look look at something like this. Okay, what does this mean? I might have to use something to create my own meaning. But if I were if I was able to publish it where it's like, here's the Hebrew, here's the English, and then here's the symbol, then it doesn't matter. Well, theoretically add whatever languages, but you could add however many. And I mean, it's probably part of the reason why the Rosetta Stone was able to be decrypted, because in a lot of cases it was based on the image or off of the things that they saw it corresponding with, because it was like a correlative tablet, right? Like where it says this word, like
I think it had the same text in multiple languages.
Yeah. So basically, it would be just like having. It's basically like having the same text but through translation.
Right. Like a sort of an interlinear type thing.
Let's see.
Pots with legs.
What?
No, it's just funny. Pot with legs symbol.
Oh, there. Oh, right. Min. That's what I meant to show you. Oh, shoot. Idol. Or wait. God. It should be. Okay. Check this out. God Min. Ithyphallic god with two plumes, uplifted arm and flagellum. Also, so check this out. So here we have a woman, goddess, daughter, widow, singer, pregnant woman or conceive, to give birth, but if you want to be not so graphic, woman suckling child, not so graphic, woman on chair with child on lap, queen with diadem and holding flower, woman holding lotus flower, woman holding sistrum, which is like a ritual device. So here, let's look at, you have all these different animal-headed gods. Here you even have Seth. And then you have, that's very narrow or very thin. I mean, maybe it's just the perspective, but then you have Hathor.
Where's that? That's a penis gif,
That's a penis. But yeah, so in my connection, I associated Min with Adon, who's also basically the dying and rising god in more ways than one. But yeah, who's he correlated with? I think he's. I'm blanking it. It's but yeah, here, let's get back to this. And then I actually wanted to bring up something I found in the Talmud of all places, talking about the ancient Hebrew script.
Aleph, Bet. The word Aleph means ox. The ox and this letter represents the idea of strength. The Hebrew word Bet means tent or house. The tent and this letter represent the idea of home. In the original pictographic script, this letter was an image of an ox head. The Bet was an image of the nomadic Hebrews' tent. In this image, we can see the entrance to the tent and the wall inside that separates the men's side from the women's side. When the meanings of these two letters are combined, we have the meaning, the strength of the home, and is descriptive of the father. The Hebrew word ben is spelled bet nun. The tent and this letter represent the idea of home. The word nun means seed. The image here is a seed sprouting. It also represents the idea of continuing. The seed produced from the plant continues the lineage to the next generation. When the meaning of these two letters are combined, we have the meaning the home continues and is descriptive of a son, the meaning of the Hebrew word ben. The Hebrew word aim is spelled Aleph Mem. Again, the Aleph is a picture of an ox and represents strength. The Hebrew word mayim, which mem comes from, means water. When these two letters are combined, we have strong water, which is glue. Aim is the Hebrew word for mother, who is the glue of the family. The word El is spelled Aleph
I'm sorry,
Lamed.
but that's like,
It's a bit of a stretch.
yeah, strong water's also alcohol. Oh shit! But like, you can see how what's the word? Like in the eye of the beholder, like how not determinative, but like how interpretative it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is like probably like esotericists like favorite thing, you know?
Yeah, but like on a certain level, like the aleph, like in an abstract way, it means so concrete way it means bull.
Bull.
But in an abstract way, it means the head, or like well, for one, it's the first letter, but then it's also was it basically, you know, this idea of like well, for one, it's also the head of a bull, and this idea basically like to be strong, and also because of the root for like aluf, there is more to that, but then the mem, to say that like clearly it would be like, yeah, strong water, that might be true, or like this idea of like the basically you can find a way to explain it anyway, and that's kind of part of the beauty, but it means what it means not because of the symbology, but similarly the symbology isn't there because of what it means. It's kind of like one of these things where people will find the meaning regardless of whether there is any there, or like any that was made intended. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's very much what is called like a sort of a path dependent, meaning that like if somebody made the connection once, you know, that this is probably going to mean that just by using it that way, and then it becomes that thing. You know, who cares what he meant? At some level, you don't really have access to that anymore. Yeah. Dialectical distortion, yeah.
So, yeah.
Again, the Aleph is the ox, meaning strength. The Lamed is a picture of a shepherd's staff and represents the idea of authority. The word El, from its pictographs, mean the strong authority, and is the Hebrew word that is commonly translated as God. The
Isn't that
implication
isn't like the
of this
Egyptian
relationship
scepter,
between the
one of
meanings
them looks like a kind of like a lamb's, a shepherd's staff,
That's Lamed.
right? Which is weird because you'd think not really. Why would the pharaoh have that? You know,
What do you
he's
mean?
not like. Well, why would the pharaoh have the shepherd staff?
Wait. So I mean, it's very symbolic. It's here.
Right. What I'm trying to say is like by the time it becomes a scepter as a symbol of power, it must have gone through this phase where a shepherd is sort of a kind of a leader, right? Because he leads the flock. So what I'm trying to say is like when it comes to by the time it got to the pharaoh, it became symbolic.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
The crook and flail, ancient Egyptian symbols. Kings and queens, monarchs, emperors and rulers all over the world, through time immemorial, have had the responsibility of leading their people and defending their kingdoms. Monarchs are viewed as fathers or mothers of the nations, overpowering its enemies and protecting the state, a herdsman to the national flock. Rulers have also been, and still are in some countries, considered bringers of rain, masters with supernatural powers, and in some cases descendants of divine deities. Kings stand above and apart from everyone, even their relatives. And this brings us to explaining the symbolism ubiquitous in ancient Egyptian rulers of the crook and flail. rituals, magic, and belief have played a significant part in maintaining and expanding kingly powers. Special powers were believed to come to kings when they ascended to the throne. As the onset of a new ruler often threw kingdoms into turmoil, confidence in the continuation of life as they knew it was crucial to the people. Continuity, therefore, was symbolized by royal items such as flag, clothing, jewelry, or other adornments worn by the new leader during ceremonies or public appearances. Of course, these items also displayed the wealth, power, and often the divine right of the ruler. Such items might be simple objects such as spears, bead necklaces, or headgear. Special head adornments exist in many civilizations around the world, and while they differ widely, they are almost always made from rare and symbolic materials. Western and Oriental crowns were usually made from gold and precious stones, while crowns from the pre-Columbian era in the Americas were embellished with feathers of rare and beautiful birds. The monarch's treasure might consist of sacred objects, such as the golden stool of the Asante, which is believed to house the soul of the nation, or the orbs and scepters used by European royalty. These objects have served as earthly icons of the monarch's glory and often symbolized their embodiment of the gods. They also serve to make the ruler more recognizable and attest to his status. The early Egyptian kings came to power in approximately 3000 BC, and the system of royal rule lasted for nearly 3,000 years. Among the many other items used to symbolize their rule were the crook and flail. What are the crook and flail? The humble crook, known as the 𐤏𐤁𐤓 in Egyptian, used by shepherds, is a
Humble
long,
crook.
multi-purpose stick with a hook at one end, to herd and sometimes catch sheep. It made a useful weapon against predators and helped with balance when negotiating rough terrain. In Egypt, the crook was carried by gods and high officials, and represented the pharaoh's role as a shepherd caring for the people of Egypt. The crook was also adopted as a Christian symbol of care, as in the crozier. Metaphorically, church leaders care for their flock, with Christ portrayed as the Good Shepherd. The flail, known as the 𝐤𝐁𐤓𝐿 in Egyptian, was made up of 3 strands of beads attached to a rod. Although historians cannot agree exactly what this was used for, there are 2 primary interpretations of its origin. When used as a weapon to defend livestock, the flail represented the pharaoh's responsibility to establish the order, through punishment if necessary. Toby Wilkinson, an English Egyptologist and academic, theorized that the flail was a symbol of the ruler's coercive power. As shepherd of his flock, the ruler cared for his subjects while restraining them. Secondly, a flail is an agricultural tool used for threshing, the process of separating grains from their husks. English Egyptologist and author Wallace Budge, who worked for the British Museum, interpreted the flail as representing the pharaoh's role in providing for the people of Egypt and protecting his kingdom and farmlands. The flail is made from 2 or more large sticks attached by a short chain. When one stick is firmly held and swung, the other stick hits the pile of grain and loosens the husks. The dimensions and shape of flails changed to suit the particular grain they were harvesting. The flail is thought to be an origin of the baton known as the nunchaku, and was first recorded as a weapon during the 5th Crusade, at the siege of Damietta in 1218.
Wow.
Because the crook
Wait,
and
is he talking
flail
about
were such
nunchucks?
important symbols, they were often
Yeah.
illustrated and added to sculptures with the pharaoh holding them crossed over his chest. Some of these images date back over 5,000 years. Both items were typically embellished by gold or ivory with blue bands. The origins of the crook and flail. The earliest known example of a royal crook is from the 𝐤𝐁𝐓 culture, and comes from tomb U547 in Abydos, one of the oldest cities of ancient Egypt. The culture dates back to between circa 3500 BC through to circa 3200 BC. By late pre-dynastic times, the shepherd's crook was used as a royal symbol of rule. The flail was initially depicted alone on early representations of royal ceremonies, but by the Second Dynasty the crook and flail were paired. The only surviving examples of both the crook and flail come from the tomb of Tutankhamun. The staffs are made of bronze decorated with stripes of blue glass, obsidian, and gold, while the flail's beads are made of gilded wood. The divine significance of the crook and flail. The crook and flail, which were carried by the pharaoh to all public appearances and among the most famous symbols from ancient Egypt, symbolized the power and majesty of the king. Both these items were associated with Osiris, and later Horus, and signified their early rule of the land. Osiris, mythical first king of Egypt, was the god of fertility, agriculture, life, the afterlife, the dead, resurrection, and vegetation. He was portrayed as either green, the color of rebirth, or black, alluding to the fertility of the Nile floodplain, with a pharaoh's beard, wearing a feathered white atef crown, and holding a symbolic crook and flail.
Today we're here to honor.
Wait, so what is the story of how large
Crook.
number of Jews got into Egypt? You're muted.
Almost certainly, it would have been either that they were migrant laborers, and that they ended up staying, likely having to do with the collapse of like the climate collapse around the Bronze Era, and basically that they might have stayed there because they weren't able to grow grain elsewhere. Yeah, there's also the miners in the Sinai Peninsula.
Are there any
Represent
records
Osiris.
from like Egypt about? I know there was one inscription about like Israel as a people, but is there anything else? Do we know anything else?
So interestingly, it's not to Israel; it's to Israel, to Jezreel, and so it's likely that like because Yisrael, like El will inseminate or El will seed, makes a lot more sense to be connected with El than say Yisrael. This idea of like Yasar, to struggle with El. This idea of struggle much more fits with the idea of Yahweh, not of El.
Right. Which should be later than Egypt.
Yeah, so it's possible that the name, basically this naming, they're trying to reclaim this title, be like, oh, we're Israel, this, great people. And what they're doing is, and interestingly, in that land, there was a clan called Azriel, which might have some connection with Israel. And you also have a group called the Shasu of Yaqub, or the Shasu of Yahu. I forget. It might be both, but basically that they worshipped a god named Yahu. And so they likely brought him into the land.
Brought him into Egypt, you mean?
Into Egypt and into Canaan. I mean, Canaan was in Egypt. The thing is, the Exodus was a spiritual and like a political exodus more than it was a like geographic one. Like the real one, that would be.
Right. And is there mention of where they come from, those worshippers of Yahweh that introduced him inside Egyptian territory?
I mean, we don't know because that's not something the Egyptians really cared about as much. But probably from Midian, because that's what it says in the basically this group, the Shasu, they were from that area in Midian, which also explains the tradition of the Midianites being the ones who who lived where Moses was introduced to Yahweh. So there is some synchronicity in that. It's hard to really say what the Egyptians knew.
Right. That's really interesting. So that like the concept of Yahweh being sort of a pre-existing entity, and then sort of Moses that's not the narrative, but the idea of Yahweh existing pre-Moses is really interesting.
Yeah.
I see a lot of chat stuff. Maybe you wanna.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how much you wanna.
So let's see. The mountain contained turquoise mines, which were visited by repeated expeditions over 800 years. Many of the workers and officials were from the Nile Delta and included large numbers of Canaanites. Interesting.
Yeah, this is in Sinai, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but some of them probably returned back as well.
Right.
Yeah. Also, the Ankh is both phallic and womb-like. Interesting.
As a shepherd god, while the flail dates back to the god Anjeti.
Wait, what about
a
Elephantine
precursor of
Island?
Osiris, who was one of the earliest Egyptian gods with roots.
What about?
Isn't that like confirmed sort of site of at least, I think, Ashura worship?
Yahweh and Anat.
Really? I thought it was Ashura there. Okay.
No. Yeah, and the Elephantine Jews. Keep in mind, this is this is during the time of the Second Temple period. So
later.
We can't be certain how far back this goes, but basically that they were worshiping what was it? Yahweh as the husband of Anat, and Anat became really big in Egypt alongside Astarte.
Okay.
In prehistoric Egypt. According to the myth, Osiris was murdered by Set, who then usurped his kingdom. Osiris was resurrected by his sister wife Isis, who bore him a son, Horus. Set was defeated by Horus, and order was restored to the land. The pharaohs were almost always associated with Horus during life and with Osiris in death. Once Horus avenged his father and defeated Set. He took the crook and flail of his father to represent the legitimacy of his reign, and so it was for the kings of Egypt who identified with these gods. After he was murdered by Set, Osiris' soul, or rather his Ba, which was the personality part of the multifaceted soul, was occasionally worshipped in its own right, almost as a distinct god. Since the Ba was associated with power, as well as meaning ram in Egyptian, he was depicted as such, or as ram-headed. With Osiris as the ram, the god's crook and flail represent him herding the tribes of the Upper Nile. As with the gods, when crossed over the chest, the crook and flail presented the ruler as a shepherd whose might was tempered by benevolence. In Egyptian society, as pharaohs were the representation of the gods on earth, the crook and flail connected the sacred with the secular. The symbols appeared regularly in the early dynastic period during the reign of the first physical king, Narmer. That's it for today's video.
Interesting. Let's see, where was it?
Of Hebrew words and letters is that the words and letters form a dependent symbiotic relationship. If this relationship is true, it means that the Hebrew vocabulary and alphabet were formed together and did not evolve independently over a long period of time. For this reason, most scholars reject this symbiotic relationship between Hebrew words and Hebrew letters. A culture is so closely tied to its language that if you change one, you change the other. Benjamin Lee Whorf stated, in what has become known as the Whorf hypothesis, that language is not simply a way of voicing ideas, but is the very thing which shapes those ideas.
Wow. Yeah.
An example of this is how one perceives of time. In our modern Western culture, we view time in the sense of the past, present, and future, a fixed and measurable progression of time. Other cultures, such as the Hopi Indians of North America, do not share this same perspective of time. To the Hopis, there is what is and what is not yet. Interestingly, the ancient Hebrews had a similar view of time. Like the Hopi language, the ancient Hebrew language does not use past, present, and future tenses for verbs. Instead, they use two tenses, one for a complete action and one for an incomplete action. An individual whose native language is Hopi views time from the Hopi perspective, but if he is required to adopt English, he learns the English perspective of time. During the late 1800s, the United States forced the Native Americans to adopt the English language. When a Hopi no longer functions within his native language, the original cultural perspectives, such as time, is lost and replaced with the modern Western perspective of time. This same shift in perspectives can be seen in the ancient Hebrew vocabulary. In Numbers 15:38, we read, "Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, make tzitzit on the corners of your garments." The Hebrew word tzitzit is a noun derived from the word tzitz. A tzitz is the blossom of a tree which will become the fruit. The tzitzit, then, is a blossom, not in appearance, but in function. The function of the tzitzit is to be a reminder to the wearer to produce fruit, fruit being the observance of the commands as stated in verse 39. And they will see them and remember all the commandments of Yahweh. Therefore, the word tzitzit carries with it a cultural perspective which connects the blossom of a tree with the performance of a commandment. This Hebrew language continued to function as the Jewish people's native language until their removal from the land after the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135 AD, at which time they were dispersed into many different nations. While the Jewish people continued to use the Hebrew language from then until now, it was relegated to their religious lives alone, and the language of the people around them, quite often this was Greek, was adopted as the language for everyday use. At this point, Greek becomes the influential language in their life, and their perspectives of words and ideas are now determined by this dominant language. A tzitzit is now associated with the Greek word kraspedon, which is defined as a decorative fringe or thread, changing their perception of what a tzitzit is. It is no longer a blossom, but simply a decorative fringe. This same shift in perception occurred each time a new language was adopted, whether it was Spanish, German, or English. In 1948, Israel became a Jewish state, and with that, Hebrew once again became the everyday language of the Jewish people. While the language had been resurrected, the original cultural perspective of that language
of Israelis and of people who speak Hebrew, like modern Hebrew, but it's not like, oh, Israel's back and now that means that all Jews now speak in Hebrew. Like, no, if that were the case, then I wouldn't have had to learn Hebrew. But I don't know. It's like you definitely see the spiritualization of, you know, politics in a way that just that people end up losing the point, even if there was some kernel of truth to what they're saying. It's like in the process they end up kind of, it's like spitting out into the wind, but it blows back in your face.
Yeah.
Which had disappeared long ago, and the Western influence on that language survived. A tzitzit in the mind of modern Orthodox Jews is still a decorative fruit that disappeared long ago. Resurrected, the original cultural perspective of that language had disappeared long ago, and the Western influence on that language survived. A tzitzit, though, and the Western influence on the cultural perspective of that language had disappeared long ago, and the Western influence on that language survived. A tzitzit in the mind of modern Orthodox Jews is still a decorative fringe and no longer functionally related to a blossom. This same change can be seen throughout the Hebrew language. For example, the word Torah, which in the original ancient Hebrew language meant a journey, is now in the modern Hebrew a doctrine. A Cohen in the original language meant a base of the community, but in the modern Hebrew culture, it is a religious priest. The word kadosh, which originally meant special, now in the modern language means holy.
One of the things that we have to get over, if you will, is our thinking process, because you and I, most of us at least listen to my voice, I'm assuming, we're not raised in a Hebrew culture. And let me also add that a Hebrew culture, a biblical Hebrew culture, is not the same as rabbinical Judaism. It's not the same as the modern Judaism today. I'm going to submit to you that Orthodox Judaism or modern Judaism in Israel today is as Hellenized as many other Western religions are. You know, Greek/Roman culture is the last cultures that conquered the Hebrew people. And God had already warned his people that when you are taken into captivity by these cultures and these nations, do not learn their ways. Do not learn to think like they do and act like they do and look at the world like they do. Because the nations of the world primarily view the scriptures in many ways the opposite of those who wrote the scriptures.
Makes sense.
It's interesting. So, let's see. Exodus about Egyptification of Canaanites to abominate Hathor. So, think about this. Rearrange that Hathor into Torah. Torah. I wonder if there's any connection. It's literally the same sounds.
The ancient Hebrews were nomadic agriculturalists who migrated from pasture to pasture, watering hole to watering hole. Their entire lives were spent in the wilderness, and this lifestyle had a significant effect on their language.
I take the language back to what the words meant when they first started in the beginning. I take them back pictographically, and I take them back to some simple little things that you will remember as we go through this program. I teach what's called when they first started in the beginning. I take them back pictographically, and I take them back to meant
language.
I take the language back to what the words meant when they first started in the beginning. I take them back pictographically, and I take them back to some simple little things that you will remember as we go through this program. I teach what's called agrobiolinguistics. I'll say that again, agrobiolinguistics. And that's just a way of saying that language, that is linguistics, words in your Bible, all of them from Genesis to Revelation are revealed in agriculture and biology. Now, see, the sovereign God of the universe, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, sovereignly chose to reveal his word with words. That's what we have laying in front of us with our Bibles. God has sovereignly chose that he's going to reveal his word using words. So we ought to know what the words mean. So we're going to take these things back to simple agricultural pictures. See, you and I live in a Greek culture, and we're going to talk about the difference between Greek thinking and Hebrew thinking as well. But you and I are brought up in a culture where many of our religious principles is based upon theology. Many of the things are abstract terms. But Hebrew will always take it back to something concrete, something I can experience.
But then why are you saying universal God? That's clearly a Greek
this language, agrobiolinguistics.
Yeah.
When we go back to the
idea.
beginning, this is going to be God's
The cognitive
signature
dissonance
on his creation.
Some Hebrew words are obviously related to this agricultural lifestyle. For example, the Hebrew word ohel is a tent. Roeh is a shepherd, and katsir is a harvest. Besides these obvious agricultural words, many other words, which we would not relate to agriculture, are in fact rooted in some aspect of the nomadic culture. For instance, the Hebrew word chen, usually translated as grace, is related to an oasis, a place of beauty, rest, and comfort. From the word chen come the words machaneh, meaning camp, often pitched at an oasis, and chanit, meaning a spear, which is a tent pole that doubled as a spear. Some other words include
but this genius
Torah, which is usually translated as law, but more literally means the journey. Mitzvah, translated often as command, is the direction one is to take on the journey. Tzaddik, often translated as righteous, is traveling on the path. Rasha, translated often as wicked, means lost from the path.
All right, let's go back to, where was it? Oh, here.
Region, the Levant, as it's called, will use this script as well. So, for example, here's just one example in Ammonite. All right, so these are Ammonites, if you're in I guess, in Hebrew and Ammonites. So you can see it's almost identical. The script is very similar. One interesting thing that you'll point out, I didn't really write much about it in here because it was going off topic, but the Ammonite inscriptions actually are interesting in that they have their letter ayin, which actually comes up as we see in the end in the Talmud Yerushalmi. It talks about the miracle of floating ayin because the middle part is would be a circle. The Ammoni way of writing, although in this one it seems to be complete. There's other ones where it actually looks almost like a letter U. So that would, of course, take away from the magical aspect of it, or certainly lend itself to not necessarily needing a miracle to have the middle bit floating, but why not? So here you can see actually one completed ions down here. So that is the, so that's Ammoni's. Very similar language. There are some slight grammatical differences between them. It's kind of like partway between Hebrew and Aramaic, but it's ions down here. So that is the, so that's Ammoni's. Very similar language. There are some slight grammatical differences between them. So that's, here you can see actually one of these incompleted ions down here. So that is the, so that's Ammoni's. Very similar language. There are some slight grammatical differences between them. It's kind of like partway between Hebrew and Aramaic, but it's definitely readable. This is the Mesha stele. For anybody who's familiar with this one, this is written in Moabite. And what's really cool about this is that it presents another name of someone that we know from Tanakh, from Malachim, from Malachim days, where it talks about the king Mesha, who had been a sheep herder. He leads a revolt against King Yehoshaphat and King Yehoshaphat and King Yoram, and they end up battling them. And in Tanakh, of course, there's this miracle. They find all this blood everywhere, and the Jews win. But it says initially, though, that they revolted. And what this monument is describing is probably that revolt that they had. And of course, each side is presenting their own perspective. The Moabite stone is presenting their seeming success, if you will, of revolting. I guess it would be almost comparable to modern day. In modern times, if you go, from what I'm told, if you go to Egypt and go to the 1973 War Museum there, they present the Yom Kippur War as a total victory for them, right? Because initially they did smash through the Israeli defense lines, and they did get further than they had ever done, at least since the 1948 war. Of course, they were beaten, and we'll neglect to mention that part.
I mean, it's interesting though, because this idea about it being about perspective, it's like, oh, we won the battle, but we won the war. But the people who won the war don't talk about losing the battle, and the people who won the battle don't talk about losing the war.
Yeah, I not to get political, but I still would like to know in what way could you interpret the 73 war as a victory for Israel?
He's probably getting mixed up. He's probably thinking of the 6-Day War. 73 was the Yom Kippur War, right?
Yeah. No, I've seen this point raised, but nobody's ever been able to explain to me how it works. Like,
what do you mean?
Like, how could it be interpreted anything other than an Egyptian victory? And I'm genuinely asking. I'm not trying to make like a political point, because I've seen people say like, oh, it wasn't. I mean, you started out with Sinai under Israeli control, and you ended up with Sinai under Egyptian control and a peace treaty. Like,
are you sure they weren't just confused and talking about other wars?
No. A lot of people like dispute the. Well, I'm not gonna say fact. I guess if it's that contested, I'm not sure. But they'll say like, oh, the Egyptians say it was a victory and it wasn't. And I'm like, in what world is getting Sinai back and establishing a sort of peace wasn't a victory?
That's the point, though. What is a like, if you view victory as being zero sum, then that means there has to be a loser, in which case when Israel says that they won the battle, it means the Moabites had to lose, and when the Moabites said they lost the that they won the battle, it means the Israelites had to lose. And it's just like people used very hyperbolic language, especially in war, like, oh, we wiped them out, we wiped these people off the face of the earth, when literally you're just saying we beat them in a battle. So
right, but the difference is that at least in the example in 73, there's literally an objective like metric.
like I don't think I think people make the argument that yeah, like I don't think Egypt could have won a like even a semi-contracted, protracted war, sure, but
I guess my point is,
yeah,
a Pyrrhic victory is still a victory.
yeah, like it's nobody's saying that like, oh, they could have like crushed the whole military. Probably not, but the fact that literally within the span of like very little time, really,
No,
they
but like,
achieved most of their objectives. I don't know. I don't want to like
no,
stop
again,
here and, like,
that's why I think it's all based on perspective. I mean, like,
right.
say you have a great a battle where you know, say you you kill more people than your enemy, therefore you must be the victor. But then you end up realizing that it's not worth it, and so you end up moving out of an area, and then they get the area, so they see it as a win, you see it as a win. I mean, I think that's kind of the whole point, that stuff
Right.
doesn't get written about that way in the past. It has to be winner and loser.
Right, I suppose that's true. Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, you have to keep in mind they're also definitely viewing it within a theological.
The Israelis were certainly took quite a bit of a blow. So for them, they're going to present that as their victory. In Israel, it's of course remembered as a a very costly war, and there were many people that were killed. But at the same time, it's definitely acknowledged that Israel won. So same thing over here. You're seeing two different perspectives of it. The initial victory as commemorated by King Mesha, and then the final victory of the miraculous victory as commemorated in Sefer Malachim. But either way, what we see, though, and this is why I brought this up, is that it's got a very clear and beautiful handwriting. Whoever carved this,
you also have to keep in mind, this is within a same worldview that views, the fact that all the Jews didn't die in the Holocaust, that was a real miracle, rather than viewing it like, isn't there a lack of a miracle that it happened in the first place?
Yeah.
So, like, at the end of the day, I think it's and like you see this happen with a lot of peoples. It's like a consolatory way of thinking.
Right.
Moabite handwriting there, and this was chiseled. And by the way, you'll notice that the lines, that the angular lines of this script, of the Paleo-Hebrew script, or in this case Moabite, but it's basically the same thing, lend themselves to chiseling. Okay, so this is where it would.
Yeah, Baron. What was that? Writers always position themselves as victors, even if they lost. Well, except for people who have to present themselves as victims because it's the only way that they can claim any moral high ground. Like that. I mean, like, for instance, look at how like neo-Nazis claim to be the victims now, because they know that there's no way that people will join them if they act all all crazy and like like the type of stuff that kept people avoiding skinheads. But all of a sudden, if you present yourself as like, oh no, I'm just trying to help you out, don't you know that we've been victimized? And the thing is, it's not to say that there aren't real victims, throughout different cultures and different things. But the thing is, like, when you make yourself into a victim, the thing is, are you making yourself into a victim, or are you actually a victim? Like, you see what I mean? And again, like, someone can be a victim of one thing and then misrepresent that and say, like, oh, because I'm a victim in one regard, that means that I'm a victim in this other regard. And, like, the danger of that is, say you're a victim of, the horrible healthcare system in the US, for instance. Does that all of a sudden mean that you're a victim because of, say, who you are or where you come from? Or is the issue that it's something much more general and, again, without trying to get political, but that, like, it's not necessarily who you are, but where you are or when you are, if that makes any sense? But anyway.
Have arisen from. Okay, it's not meant for a cursive handwriting. In fact, it's that cursive handwriting that causes everything to start getting squiggly and more rounded and eventually straightening out. Because it is, you can definitely try writing like this. It takes a lot of movement of your hand to write in Paleo-Hebrew. But for chiseling, it's great. You have these sharp angular lines, and it really is conducive to that. Okay, so this is just an example. So we saw Ammonite, we saw Moabite. Here are some examples. We have very few of these. That's why I was actually kind of excited to find these examples online. There's very few examples of Edomite, the language of the kingdom of Edom. Now, they happen to have in many ways, and this is a whole topic in its own right, they happen to have in many ways the most similar culture to the Jews. Now, not surprisingly, in the Torah, they are presented as our closest related nation, right? They're our brothers, a very dangerous one and one that constantly causes us problems. But at the same time, we see that in their language is extremely similar to Hebrew. So they write in this similar script. You can see it down here in the stamp as well. It's a little clearer there. Until later on, we have no record, unlike any of these other nations, we have no record of them worshiping a different god. So, for example, in Ammon, in throughout Tanakh, whenever Yirmiyah and 𐤏𤁁𤐓, when they give their speeches against the particular nations, right, they talk about, like, oh, like, this is what's going to happen to you, or you bad people. So when it talks about them, it talks about in a derogatory way. It talks about their god. So it mentions, for example, Moab as relating to Chemosh or Chemosh. In Ammon, it refers to Milcom, which is the same thing as Molech. We see both appearing there. So those were the the known and recognized national gods of these languages. The Phoenicians, they're never called Phoenicians. That's a term made up by the Romans. But the peoples up in Lebanon, who are basically Canaan, that were just in the northern region, they worship Baal. We see that constantly reappearing. But Edom never has its own god. They don't have an idol that's attributed to them. There are theories that they worshiped at least a version of the same god that we have, using the 4-letter name of Hashem. Obviously, it would have been a very different type of religion that they would have had, but in terms of their method of worshiping him. But that is one theory as to why we never see any mention of their national god, is because they had the same one as ours, even if they were our mortal enemies. Later on, we do see this appearance of, and we don't see this ever in Tanakh, but they mention the name Kos, 𤤏𤁁𤐓, who appears to be some sort of national god of theirs, but that only appears later on. So it's unclear exactly what their religion was, but you have in these examples there Kos, 𤤏𤁁𤐓, who appears to be some sort of national god of theirs, but that only appears later on. So it's unclear exactly what their religion was, but you have in these examples, you just see some, for the purpose of what we're dealing with here, I just want to point out that the script is extremely similar. So we see all these similar letters. They're all slightly varied. Remember, though, that we're dealing with different people's handwritings, and we're dealing with different time periods. We're talking here over a period of about 500 years in terms of just the images that I'm showing you right now. Now, of course, the most famous people to use the this Paleo-Hebrew script, that people wouldn't call it that for this language, is Phoenician. And the reason is the Phoenicians, unlike any of these other groups of people, they stuck around. And even though they didn't necessarily continue existing as the great nation of Sidon and Tyre, they were conquered by Alexander the Great, and they were conquered by other people later on. You had the Punic Wars. But nonetheless, as a culture, conquered by Alexander the Great, and they were conquered by other people later on. You had the Punic Wars. But nonetheless, as a culture, they existed for quite a while. In fact, I even write it here in the essay. The name Hannibal is a modernized, it's filtered through a number of different languages, version of the name Hanan Baal, which means that the god Baal has been gracious or is gracious. The equivalent Jewish version of that would have been substitute the name Baal and put in a variety of the name of Hashem. So put in, for example, Hananiah from Yud-Hey, or Hananel from Aleph Lamed, or flip it around and still the same name. You could have Elchanan or Yochanan. Okay, so these are all the same name, just swapping in. It's called a theophoric addition or theophoric ending of the name. And in fact, actually, even in the Torah itself, one of the kings of Edom, if I'm not mistaken, that's listed in Parshat Beshalach, is actually named Baal Hanan. So it's just a reverse of those two names, but still the same name. So we could call him King Hannibal if you'd like. But anyways, the point is that these people that were living out in all around the Mediterranean, that had expanded out from Lebanon, which were later known as collectively as Phoenicians. There was never a nation of Phoenicia. They spoke a language that was extremely similar to Hebrew. It was basically derived originally from the original language of the Canaanim. They themselves were of Canaanite descent, and their writing style was exactly that. Now, the really interesting thing, the reason why that's important, is that the Phoenicians, unlike anybody else, they were sailing around the Mediterranean. So they were exposing people all across the Mediterranean seaboard to this style of writing. Now, if you notice, this writing, hopefully people may have observed, that this looks extremely similar to Greek. It's not exactly the same, but it looks similar to Greek. And if you just happen to take, for example, the letter Aleph over here, like let's say if you look at line 3, you can see this older version. Move that line down a little bit to look almost like the Hebrew, the Paleo-Hebrew version of the Aleph. Flip it around 90 degrees, and you have the letter A. Okay, well, there's a reason for that, okay, because the reason is that the Greeks, the Greek language had existed for a very long time, but they didn't have their own writing style until the Phoenicians, they came in contact with Phoenicians, borrowed their alphabet, And they, of course, had to make many modifications to it. The languages were completely different. Greek is an Indo-European language. Phoenician is essentially Hebrew. It's a Semitic language. But the letters were almost perfectly suited for it. The Greeks, they used letters to specifically correspond to particular vowels, whereas in Hebrew we don't have that. That's why you just have to know the vowels, or later on we came up with vowel signs. That's a much later addition. But that's where we have the letter A, or alpha in Greek, looking like the Hebrew letter aleph. Or going towards the other end, if you look at, for example, the second letter over here on line 1, that's the Hebrew letter, or the Phoenician letter taf, okay, tau. If you were to pronounce the vav as the W sound, which it originally was, well, there is the Greek letter tau, which is the T sound, okay, and it looks like the letter T. So there's a direct connection between this Phoenician or Paleo-Hebrew script to even what we use nowadays. It's obviously changed quite a bit and modified accordingly, but there's a direct connection between all of what we're doing right now, all of what we use for in English and in other Latin, Latin alphabet using languages, and this ancient Paleo-Hebrew Phoenician writing script. So the point is that it was not a unique script. Everybody in the region was using it, and it was used. Now, one of the other languages that I'd like to focus on, because this becomes important in terms of understanding the development of how modern Hebrew can be written in the way it is focusing on Aramaic. So Aramaic is a language. It comes from the nation of Aram, okay, Aramite. It's even called that in Tanakh when it talks, for example, later on when we have the siege of Yerushalayim in the times of Cheskia. So you have Rav Shakeh, who is the Assyrian official who's coming to taunt or basically get the Jews to give up under the pressures of siege. Right, the officials that are standing on the wall tell him to ask him to please speak in Aramaic. And of course, he then proceeds to not speak in Aramaic, but to speak in Hebrew, or as they call it, Yehudit, which is in its own right is a really interesting story with a lot of different theories as to how this official from, at least in theory, from Assyria is able to speak Hebrew. And there's a lot of thought. There's a couple of different ideas that he had been a Jewish defector, or he had been from the Northern Kingdom, so he was able to speak Hebrew. But remember, at that time, the Jews were, the people of Yehuda it was a small kingdom and not really someone that had much of an impact. Okay, so I see people are asking me questions on the chat, so I'll just respond to them at the end. I just don't want to interrupt this, but I definitely will get back to you. Okay, so Michai will respond to that soon. Okay, now, that said, so Aramaic, you're all familiar with it to some degree or another, whether it's from Targum, interrupt this, but I definitely, okay, to you. Okay, so Michai will respond to that soon. I'll just respond to them at the end. I just don't want to interrupt this, but I definitely will get back to you. Okay, so Michai will respond to that soon. Okay, now, that said, so Aramaic, you're all familiar with it to some degree or another, whether it's from Targum Onkelos, whether it's from learning Gemara, or from singing Zemiros, or whatever it is. So it's something that's had an impact over time in Jewish religion. Of course, it has had an impact throughout the world. Okay, especially since Christianity developed at a later time where Aramaic was the dominant language everywhere, and that, of course, led to a lot of the events that led to Christianity, which of course spread around the world. But even before that, we have the adoption of Aramaic, the language which originally was just a local language of Aram, which is in modern day Syria, let's say Lebanon a little bit, but the Golan area. So that would have been a local language were it not for the fact that it was right on the border of where Assyria was in what's now modern day Iraq, which then later on proceeded to expand in all directions, particularly into the going west towards the Levant, towards Eretz Yisrael, and then trying to get their way down to Egypt. So it's right in the middle of this region that Assyria is now trying to conquer. So it eventually spreads and ends up becoming a convenient language to use as what we call a lingua franca. Now, this example down here, just to show you of that Aramaic, even Aramaic was written originally in the same Paleo-Hebrew script. This was found in Tel Dan, this image that you see over here. This was, if anybody's ever been there, Tel Dan's a really beautiful place up in northern Israel. It's right by the Hermon. It is, of course, the famous Dan Vad Beersheva location. So this is the northern border of biblical Eretz Yisrael, and this was found there because this was on the northern border of that biblical Eretz Yisrael. Vad Beersheva, place up in northern Israel, it's right by the Hermon. It is, of course, the famous Dan Vad Beersheva location. So this is the northern border of biblical Eretz Yisrael, and this was found there because this was on the northern border that would be right between where Aram was and where the kingdom of Israel, the northern kingdom of Israel, was. And this is actually these were found on an inscription that was found, which was written by Aram and commemorates the defeat of the Jews of living in Eretz Yisrael. And it actually talks about it. It must have been, it's not exactly clear what event it's referring to, but it's indicating not just the northern kingdom of Israel, but it mentions Beis David. Okay, I have it circled down here. You can see the letters in the rightmost red circle down there. You can see Beis Yud Tuf. and then Daled Vav Daled. So that's Beis David, right? So it's the earliest mention that we have of the house of David as something that exists. So once again, just really interesting because it gives us that reference to something that we know from Tanakh. And then it also mentions here on the other side, Achazyahu ben Yoram. So Achazyahu ben Yoram is a king from Yehuda, who himself was later killed by Yehu, in a big bloody massacre, and that led. And there was Asalia. She comes up also in there, so that's definitely an interesting story to read about, where you have this complete political turmoil in both Yehuda and Israel at that point, and leads to a lot of chaos for a number of years until later on it's reestablished. That security is kind of reestablished a couple of generations later, and leading up to eventually Yeravam and Uzziyahu as having the most stable kingdom later on. Okay, now. This is what we keep seeing. There's a lot of other examples as well. I'll show you guys at the end what's called the Lachish letters. The Lachish letters were actually letters that were written by commanders in the field in the town of Lachish, which was a strategic strong point, and it was written in basically the year 580, 586, or sometime a little bit before then, when you have the commanders are when they are looking at the invading Babylonians, and their commanders are writing to each other begging for help. In fact, I could even show that to you right now, just to take a brief interlude. Okay, so it's right down here. Okay, so this here, this example that you're looking at over here, this is a replica of the Lachish letters. The actual one, they have them in the Israel Museum, but they're very faded and it's very hard to read it. It's a little cracked up. So using some imaging technology, they were able to make a pretty good replica of it. This here, by the way, circled in blue is Hashem's name. You see the Yud, the Hey, the Vav, and the Hey written in Ksav Ivri. And this is basically asking that it's one commander saying that I don't see the signals from another town, from Azekah. We need help. And basically, this is just before they're about to be overrun by the Babylonian army. So let's go back to the previous sources that we had over there. So eventually, though, so you have, of course, the Babylonian exile, and then the Jews come back, and they had been exposed to the use of Aramaic, but not just Aramaic that was being used in the western part of the Middle East, right, of the Levant, so Lebanon, Syria, and Israel, but now they're being exposed to the style of writing that's being used already in Mesopotamia and Iraq. Now, this letter over here is a really fascinating one, because what you can see over here is the following. This is actually what's called the Elephantine letters, or Elephantine papyri. Some of these are actually, if anybody lives in New York, and especially if anybody lives in Brooklyn, check it out at the Brooklyn Museum. If you go to the later Egypt exhibit that they have there, they actually have some of them on display.
Have you ever been Ish?
No. Brooklyn Museum, no.
If you ever get the chance, you should check it out.
Not all of them are there, but some of them are. And what's really interesting about this is that this is written in a writing style known as Imperial Aramaic. This was written by somebody Jewish in a Jewish colony in southern Egypt, and it's called Upper Egypt. It was a Jewish military colony that somehow ended up there, probably with the exiles that fled to Egypt as opposed to going to Babylonia. And it seems to be that they were employed by the Persians to be a military garrison there. And they had a lot of conflicts with their neighbors. They built their own temple, and that seems to be how they offered. They were offering sacrifices and writing letters to the Kohanim Gedolim in the time of names that we recognize in Eretz Israel in the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. And anyway, so I want to point that out here is that you can see that the writing style, it's hard to read, but you can make out, for example, if you look where where the cursor is, you can see the shin over there. It's like the ordinary one. You can see a kuf over there. It's still hard to read, and it's definitely not at the point that it's familiar to us, but it's kind of this halfway point between the not at the point that it's familiar to us, where the cursor is. You can see the shin over there. It's like the ordinary one. You can see a kuf over there. It's still hard to read, and it's definitely not at the point that it's familiar to us, but it's kind of this halfway point between the Paleo style and what we now know as the modern Hebrew or Ksav Asheri script. So you can see that it's evolving and changing in this direction. This is coming with the use of Aramaic language. Now, it was recognized that the script that we have now actually came with the Assyrians, with Aramaic, and was not an originally given Hebrew script. And in fact, we'll see this later on in the sources from the Gemara. So this is something that it's a foreign way of writing that's evolving from this Paleo. This is something it's a foreign way of writing that's evolving from this Paleo-Hebrew script, but at the same time, it's not something that's developing within the Hebrew language. But the Jews, of course, are speaking Hebrew, and are speaking Aramaic rather, and that's the style that they end up adopting. Now, it doesn't mean that it was necessarily forgotten, the old way of writing, but at the same time, they are not using that as much. All right, now we actually there seems to be a lack of evidence of any writing styles from this period until the later Seleucid, the Hasmonean, and then the Hasmonean period. So for that next 200 years or so, there's a pretty big dearth of any material. But we do see some evidence already of the complete adoption of the 𐤏𝐤𝐓 Ashuri, so the Aramaic script. So this here, for example, this is a image of this is from the Kidron Valley, right outside Harabais. So if you ever have seen that, so you have the so-called Yad Shalom is over there, and then you have also so-called tomb of Zechariah. It's not. But then you have this tomb over here. If you look in this old image, you'll see this hollowed out tomb with pillars there. And that we do know who that is because there is an inscription there. So it seems to be the tomb of a royal family from the time of Bayesheni, and they were known as the Bnei Chazir. They are mentioned in Nehemiah. And in Sefer Ezra, rather, I think they're listed as one of the families there. And what we could see, though, is that the script, it's starting to become more understandable. Now, once again, it's hard to determine from the time of Bayesheni. And they were known as the Bnei Chazir. They are mentioned in Nehemiah.
The second
and in Sefer Ezra, rather, I think they're listed as one of the families there. And what we could see, though, is that the script, it's starting to become more understandable. Now, once again, it's hard to determine how much of the illegibility of this is from just the person chiseling it versus how much of it is because we're just not used to it. But you can already start reading without any special training. You can see, for example, the name Elazar over here. You can see the name Yochanan. Here you can see the name Yochanan. That Yud is a bit extended, but it's definitely readable. All right, and you can see there the name Yochanan. You can see, for example, the name Elazar over here.
Oh yeah.
You can see the name Yochanan. Here you can see the name Yochanan. That Yud is a bit extended, but it's definitely readable. All right, and you can see there the name Chazir down here, which is the name of that family. So and with a little bit of patience, you can even make out the rest of this as well. So it's in the scripture we see this use of the 𝐤𝐤𝐓 Ashuri, as it became known, or the Aramaic script, already at this time. Now, that said, we have this interesting phenomenon of, kind of going retro, if you will. And that is that at this time, right, starting with the Hashmonaim, we have this reversion, or at least this use of kind of the old school way of writing that we find on their coins. And one thing that's important to remember is that Jews were not using coins until the Bayesheni period. The actual invention of the coin was originally came up with by the Lydians. Prior to that, people would measure actual chunks of gold or silver by weight. That's what a shekel is. It's a mass. Later on, people came up with the idea of saying, all right, let's make an actual piece of metal that is that actual weight. And then we could even put decorations on it, inscribe it, stamp it. Originally, we only see these coins in Greek from the Ptolemaic and then Seleucid rulers of Eretz Israel. But with the revolution of the Maccabees, of the Hashmonaim, we get Jewish coins. We have coins that are inscribed in Hebrew. Now, not only are they inscribed in Hebrew, but they are inscribed in 𝐤𝐤𝐓 Ivri, in the Paleo-Hebrew. And so we can see
Wow. Okay, that's huge because I think that shows that a lot of the development of this, on one hand, that I wonder if what the Hasmoneans were doing, this, seeming Hellenization, was actually so the rabbis used Hellenic elements to basically do counter Hellenistic tracts, but in the process, it seems like they also ended up demonizing the people who were trying to bring back the old ways. The question was, were the old ways seen as Hellenistic? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Not Hellenistic in the Greek sense, but more so that things that were being seen as pagan were then being seen as Hellenistic, and therefore anything that was pagan or old within a Jewish context might be accidentally referencing something that's Hellenistic because you see parallels of it in the Greek world. I don't know, just my thought.
Okay.
But yeah.
For example, I circled in red the name Yochanan here. This is referring to Yochanan or John Hyrcanus. The second one is just this particular coin, but there's lots of examples from other kings of the Hasmonean dynasty as well. And they purposely chose to use this old way of writing. We know from other evidence, like where we just saw, for example, the tombs of Bnei Chazir, that they were perfectly aware of and using the �𝐤𝐓 Ashuri, the Aramaic script, and yet there was an active choice that was made starting with the time of the Hashmonaim to use this old way of writing. So there's a recognition of this distinction. Yes, Rafi, let me unmute. And yet, them using we just saw, for example, the tombs of Bnei Chazir, that they were a way of writing. So there's a recognition of this distinction. Yes, Rafi, let me unmute.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, not to get too off on a tangent, but we also see during the Bar Kokhba revolt, the coins there were written in Paleo-Hebrew. However, there's also wall writings where it talks about Bar Kokhba, but that's written in 𝐤𝐤𝐓 Ashuri.
Absolutely, and in fact, the bar-kokhba, they discovered. I'm going to show you some coins just below here. There are coins that they have that are very clearly written in Paleo-Hebrew. At the same time, we have the bar-kokhba letters, which were discovered around the Engedi, that are written in. I mean, first of all, they're written in Aramaic, and they're written in the Aramaic script, the 𝐤𝐁𝐤𝐓 Ashuri. So it's very clear that there was an awareness, and we're about to see the Dead Sea Scrolls were all written around this time period as well, and yet they're being written in a very obvious 𝐤𝐁𝐤 Ashuri with occasional throwback to this 𝐤𝐁𝐤 Ivri. So there's a recognition of this old way of writing as being different. They knew about it, and they're making active choices of using one or the other. So you can see
one
that.
More question.
Yeah, sure, please.
All right, one question. Something about the Dead Sea Scrolls. One question I always have is that you take a look at those scrolls. For the most part, it's written in 𝐤𝐁𝐤 Ashuri. However, the 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝑉K is written in 𝐤𝐁𝐤 Ivri. So does that mean?
Give me a moment, Ravi. I'm going to get to that.
Okay. Right here in the apostrophe.
So yeah, we're not. I mean, first of all, we're not seeing Hashem's name being written on these coins. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, you definitely will see that, and that's I want to discuss that. There are a number of theories as to why it's a very obvious phenomenon because they're actively switching between the two, and we'll talk about that in a minute. I just want to get through the coins, then we'll get up to the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is an interesting topic in their own right. So you can see over here the Hashmona'i coins. They used the 𝐤𝐁𝐤 Ivri, the Paleo-Hebrew script. Later on, when the Jews revolt in 66 Common Era CE. With the Zealots revolting and fully recounted in stories of Tisha B'Av and Josephus, we find these coins as well, and some of these are pretty famous. That also, once again, it was an actively chosen use of this Paleo-Hebrew script where they're writing things, these nationalistic slogans. So, for example, on this one, it says over here, it says, let's just see. Right, so here you can see, for example, Shin Bet, okay, which stands for Shana Bet, and then it says over here, Shekel Yisrael, okay, so that's what this is reading on this side, okay, you can see Yisrael over there and Shekel down there, and on the other side it says, and on the other side it says, Yerushalayim HaKadosha. So here, Yud Reish Vav Shin Lamed Yud Mem, and then HaKadosha written over here on the side of the pomegranate. Okay, so they made there for all 4 years of the revolt. They made coins that they updated each year. So it says there's Shin Aleph coins, there's Shin Bet coins, Shin Gimel, and Shin Daled. The Shin Daled ones, for obvious reasons, are a little bit rarer than the rest because that year didn't really end all that well for the revolt. But the point is that there was this active use of the Paleo-Hebrew script, both from the times of the Hashmonaim, now for the first revolt, and then finally this year, Ravi, is an example of the famous bar-kokhba coins, where once again, you can see on this side, this is actually the picture of the Beis HaMikdash, the only image that we have. Keep in mind that it was made 60 years after the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. So maybe a few of the older generation would have remembered what it looked like, but a lot of it would have been one generation removed from actually seeing the Beis HaMikdash. This, though, is the image that's used for the Holy Land model of the Beis HaMikdash, which everybody's familiar with, because that is the almost exclusively found image of the Beis HaMikdash that everybody knows of, and that is Herod's Beis HaMikdash here. So you can see it on the back, and it says on it Shin Mem on one side and Ayin Vav Nun on the other, Shimon, referring to Shimon or Shimon Bar Kokhba, and then on the other side it says L'Cheirut Yerushalayim, to the freedom of Yerushalayim. Now this is also interesting because you can see over here the lulav that they have. And if you notice, it has one arava and one hadas, which is also really a fun fact because it has one.
See, this is one of the tricky things because this is really some of the oldest evidence we have because of the fact that that coins survive. Besides for in terms of material culture, besides just inscriptions, this coins are so useful. But because this is really the first, we can't tell what's the foundations of Judaism versus what's just an appearance of it in the coins, if that makes any sense. So, for instance, he was talking about the lulav and the hadas, the stuff that are used in Sukkot. It's was that because it became important then, or was it because that was already important? I mean, likely the latter, that it was already important, but it's kind of in certain things, it does raise the question.
Yeah.
The lulav and one of us, that is actually the opinion, for those who are familiar with Masechah Sukkah, of Rabbi Akiva, who himself was a follower of, and Bar Kokhba was associated with Rabbi Akiva. So unclear if that's actually what the meaning behind that is, or if it's a specific halachic, has any specific halachic implications, but it's definitely a fun connection to make around Sukkah's time. But the point is that we have these 3 periods of coins that are using the Paleo-Hebrew script. Now, the one thing that all three of these periods have in common is these are all periods either descending from or actually of national revolts. Okay, so we have the 𐤏𝐤␓ who revolted against the Seleucid Greeks and declared for the first time in the Byzantine period independence of a Jewish kingdom. And then later on, you have the first revolt, which attempted to overthrow the Romans, and the second revolt, or the third revolt, really, it's called of 𝑏ār-kōkhbā, which also attempted to overthrow the Romans. And all of these are trying to use, in all likelihood, this old script that's kind of a throwback to the original Jewish Hebrew way of writing, and not using this foreign influenced, 𝐤𝐤𝐓 script, if you want to call it that, that they were viewing us 𝑘'sav Ashuri as, because they definitely associated it with with Aramaic, whereas 𝑘'sav Ivri would have been viewed as a connection to the and not use old script that's kind of a throwback to the original Jewish Hebrew way of writing, and not using this foreign influenced 𝐤𝐤𝐓 script, if you want to call it that, that they were viewing us 𝑘'sav Ashuri as, because they definitely associated it with with
Sorry, he was saying four, and it was kind of hard to hear. But yeah, foreign
𝐤𝐤𝐓 script, if you want to call it that, Jewish Hebrew
and Gaulis, which is picks up as Gaulis, but Gaulis or Galut is exile.
And not using this foreign that's kind of a throwback to the original Jewish Hebrew way of writing, and not using this foreign influenced 𝐤𝐤𝐓 script, if you want to call it that, that they were viewing us 𝑘'sav Ashuri as, because they definitely associated it with with Aramaic, whereas 𝑘'sav Ivri would have been viewed as a connection to the Bais Rishon period, to the kingdoms of Yehuda and Israel. So definitely this nationalist idea behind that. So there's that use of that. Now that leads to this whole other phenomenon, which is of course the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the Dead Sea Scrolls, just as a little bit of background, so these were scrolls that were discovered in the region of what's known in Arabic as Qumran. That's the northern end of the Dead Sea, okay, right near Jericho. And in a number of caves in the area, and specifically around Qumran, there was a settlement there that they discovered, and there were a number of caves there, and then there's caves that are a little further away, as well as a few scrolls that were even discovered all the way down south at near En-Gedi, and later and further south at Masada. We have this amazing collection that was discovered of basically three categories of books. So you have the biblical books, things like all the books from Tanakh, right, as we know them. For example, looking right over here at Yeshaya. You could, for anybody who's familiar, you have I just put in the famous ones. You have 𝐻aZon Yeshaya. This is the very beginning, and then down here I did a screenshot of Nachamu from chapter 40 of Yeshaya. So you could easily read that. And this actually is one of the older of the scrolls. So they've actually done radiocarbon dating of it. And this comes from, at latest, the early Hasmonean period. So this is already from that middle period of Bayit Sheni. They're using very clearly this 𝑘'sav Ashuri to write in Hebrew, and to write biblical books as well. There is no use of 𝑘'sav Ivri in here, of the Paleo-Hebrew in the Isaiah scroll. So there's all these collections, and there's basically representations of every book, not complete versions, but at least fragments of each book of Tanakh, with the famous exception of Esther, which has led to a lot of speculation of whether they included Esther in their canon or not. Of the scroll. So there's all these collections, and there's basically representations of every book, not in Paleo-Hebrew, in the to write in Hebrew, and to write biblical books as well. There is no use of 𝑘'sav Ivri in here, of the Paleo-Hebrew in the Isaiah scroll. So there's all these collections, and there's basically representations of every book, not complete versions, but in the write in Hebrew, and to write biblical books as well. There is no use of 𝑘'sav Ivri in here, of the Paleo-Hebrew in the Isaiah scroll. So there's all these collections, and there's basically representations of every book, not complete versions, but at least fragments of each book of Tanakh, with the famous exception of Esther, which has led to a lot of speculation of whether they included Esther in their canon or not. Now, down here, this is what's also important to keep in mind, is that the Dead Sea Scrolls were not just written all at one time by one person or by even by one group. They're a collection that spans all the way from the late Seleucid Empire period, so just before the revolt of the Maccabees, all the way through and up to a very abrupt end of 66 BCE, or 68 rather, 68 CE. And the reason we know that there's that abrupt ending is because that's when the Romans came and destroyed the community at Qumran. We have a very clear archaeological evidence of that. And one of the there's a number of theories as to where the scrolls were placed, and based on that, why they were placed there. The Isaiah scroll, for example, that we just saw above, that was found in what's labeled Cave 1, and that's very well hidden. It was up higher up in the cliffs. It was placed all the way in the back in these protective jars, which seems to indicate that it was put there for safekeeping, because they knew that the Romans were on the way. Whereas many other ones, for example, there's a famous Cave 4 found at Qumran, which you could actually see when you go to visit it. You could see it from the settlement site. That's right there. That was probably a library that was used before the destruction of Rome. So anything found there, first of all, that was all found in fragments, possibly due to wanton destruction, but also just due to the exposure to the elements they had over there. But at the same time, there's more variety of fragments from different books there than anywhere else from any of the other caves. So all these different places, it's it's a little mystery of exactly why these scrolls were placed where they were, who wrote them, even whether it was written by the people at Qumran, whether it was kind of brought over for storage there from elsewhere. Okay, there's definitely a lot of evidence for that, and there's a lot of science that goes into determining the origin of the materials. Is it produced from local? Is the parchment produced from local materials or not? They found it's a really interesting. I'm not going to get into right now, but they found evidence of all different animals being used, some which don't even live there, being used for making the parchment that these scrolls were on. So and then on top of that, you have different writing styles, and then there's also these books. So we have the biblical books, then we have what are called apocryphal books, also known as pseudepigrapha, which are books written as if they were written by somebody else, and those are books that were not included in Tanakh, but apparently the people at Qumran either felt they were important or did include them in there. Books like, for example, the book of Tobit, the book of Jubilees.
It's interesting, but I'm going to skip to the part about changing the language so that we don't have to watch the whole thing.
So changing the language, even if it's to make it in Hebrew, of any of the books of Tanakh, or ksāv Ivri, eno mitame yadayim. So here you can see the yellow highlight part. So if I were to write a scroll of Tanakh in ksāv Ivri, in the Hebrew script, then it would not be mitame yadayim. It only becomes the scroll only.
I remember what I was going to show also. So it's really interesting because, I mean, maybe you can tell me what you think. I'm going to show you what I saw. And let's see, where is it? Sorry, I'm trying to find a free tab. Okay, here, this works. Wikipedia. Wait, what was I searching for? All right. Oh wait, no. Hold on. If I can find the name of the website on my phone, I can open it up. Okay, here it is. seshkemet.weebly.com.
Kemet, that's Egypt.
Yep. So, let's see. What was I looking for? Oh shit. Alphabet. Oh, here, Proto-Sinaitic. So check this out. So here it has, it has the old South Arabian. So, I'm going to have to use the restroom in a moment. So I'll just continue playing it and then.
Oh, I wish he showed the 𝐤𝐁 script.
I can pull it up after, but so yeah. So here you see all it looks pretty similar. The bet looks like a 𝐤𝐁. The 𝐤𝐁 looks a lot like the 𝐤𝐁. Dalet actually looks more like a door. It looks like a door with the handle or the doorknob. Then you have the hey, looks pretty similar to this one. Keeps the main. Oh yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go in a moment. Vav, more or less. The Zion's interesting. The Dod looks like a 𝐤𝐁 here. 𝐤𝐁, interesting. Tet looks more or less the same. Yud, more or less the same. Kaf, very different. Lamed, more or less the same. Mem, more or less the same, just rotated. Nun looks like a Lamed. Samech, I like the Samech in this one. It really gives that idea of being a column, similar to here. Ayin, you can see it's just like a little eye. The pay, it actually does kind of look like a mouth if it was rotated. Tzadeh, it's interesting. Kof, that one's really cool though. The Reish, I don't know what a sat is. Then you have Shin and what's Zadeh? Oh, interesting. So the Shin is just like rotated around. Then this is probably supposed to be like top. It's interesting. Anyway, I'm going to go back and then.
Yeah, go, dude. You're making me nervous.
Sorry.
I can feel whenever somebody's under time pressure. I'm like, oh my god, I'm under time pressure.
Let's see, where was it? Here.
Makes your hands tummy. In other words, it's only considered sacred when it is written in Assyrian, in the Aramaic script that we're familiar with. Al or written on leather or on parchment, I should say. And there's different, that's a whole discussion in its own right of what counts as parchment. And I'm sure, Rafi, that could be discussed in our Sophros group of the different ways of making parchment. There's all different styles. But the either way, this here is the these are the only things that would, and it has to be written in DO in proper ink. You can't use lead and scratch it on. You can use a pencil, but it has to be written in real ink. On leather or on something that's derived from skin and in the Aramaic script. Anything else, if I were to write that Leviticus scroll that we saw earlier, or to even write Hashem's name in Ksav Ivri, as we saw in Petrach Habakkuk, would not be Matame Yadayim. Now, once again, keep in mind that the people at Qumran were not rabbinical Jews. Right? They were not following. They did not have this mission. In fact, in many ways, that they disagreed with them on many other halachas. So it's not a, to make this connection between the Mishnah over here and what they were doing at Qumran, it's, just because one group was doing one thing doesn't mean that the other group was following that rule as well. At the same time, it's definitely a possibility because there's no reason to necessarily assume otherwise. So we have over here this concept of Ksav Ivri as not making a book holy enough to convey Tumas Yadayim. Now this is then taken further, right? So remember, there's no Gemara on Maseches Yadayim, but the Talmud Yerushalmi and the Talmud Bavli each have a similar, although there are some key distinctions made, discussion of the history of this Ksav Ivri, as they call it, because this appears out of nowhere. And remember, now we're talking about something that's written, Yerushalmi is written, let's say, 100 years or 200, somewhere between 100 and 200 years later than the Mishnah, and the Talmud Bavli even further than that, because they had more time to work on the retention there. And also, the people in Bavel would really not have been exposed at all to this Ksav Ivri. In Eretz Yisrael, the Amorim there would have known about it, and they certainly would have known about it from the Samaritans. So let's take a look at some of the discussions here. So there's another Mishnah in Maseches Megillah. It doesn't mention Ksav Ivri, but it says, by implication, that you need to write tefillin and mezuzah need to be written in Ksav Ashuris. A Torah scroll would hold the discussion in the Gemara as to what it means that it says it could be written in any language. Certainly the preference is for it to be written in Hebrew and in Ksav Ashuris. And then you have the Shita of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, Omer Af B'Sfarim, Lo Yitiru Shechtu Eli Yavanis. That Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel says that even when it allows for a Torah to be written in other languages, so we're not going to get into the whole discussion there of what exactly this is referring to. It can only be written in Greek because that would be, that was a language that would allow for the full conveyance of all the meanings and nuances of the Torah. Okay, but beyond that, what I want to focus on here is their discussion of Ksav Ivri over here, and not as opposed to using Ksav Ashuris. So, can you see over here? All right. So if you look down in the Yerushalmi Megillah 10, if you're following along here, so it says Ashuri Yeshlo Ksav Ein Lo Lashon. So unclear exactly what that means. That Assyrian or Aramaic, that has a way of writing but no language, and Ivri Yeshlo Lashon Ein Lo Ksav. My understanding of this is not that they thought that there was no Aramaic language. They clearly knew there was such thing, and not that there was no such thing as Hebrew writing. They knew that it had to have been written, but these were not of value. And we see that later on in the Bavli, where it says that the Aramaic language and the Ksav Ivri, the Paleo-Hebrew, was used by Hedyotos, which came to be known as the Samaritans, which is just the way they were referring to derogatorily to the Samaritans. Whereas we say Vein Lo Ksav, so Bachru Lahem Ksav Ashuri V'Lashon Ivri. So it was chosen for them, for our ancestors, to use the Aramaic writing, the one that we use nowadays, and the Hebrew language to learn, to have the Torah. V'lama nikra shmo Ashuri. Why is it called Assyrian? So Shehu Mu'ushar B'Chtavo. So one way is not viewing it as Assyrian, meaning it's from Ashur, but rather as meaning it's Mu'ushar or straight. Okay, now it happens to be that if you look at the script of Hebrew, of modern day Hebrew letters, you see that the angles are pretty much horizontal or vertical. Okay, think of the letter Hey. Obviously, there are exceptions to it, but for the most part, it's not written with all these diagonal angles that you get with Ksav Ivri. So it is written as Mushar, or is referred to as Mushar straight. And then, of course, there's the obvious historical understanding, which is Amarabi Levi al Shem Sha'Allah Bi'adam Me'ashur, that it's called Ashuri because it came with the Jews back from Assyria, referring really to Bavel or Mesopotamia. And the idea is that they brought it back. And we'll see that Rabbi Levi actually seems to be the person, of all the Amoraim, he's the one who looks at the actual history a bit more. He's the one who's going to say, and I'm, just for the sake of time, I'm not going to read through everything over here, but he's the one who says that the Torah was actually given in Ksav Ivri, that was written in this Paleo-Hebrew script, and then Ezra came along and brought back with him from Bavel. He brought back the Ksav Ashuri script, and that's what we write in there. That it got improved. Historically, that certainly makes sense. All right, we have no evidence that this later script existed at any earlier time. The downside of this argument, of course, is saying that the Torah that we have now is not the same as the Torah that doesn't look the same, I should say. The words are the same, but it doesn't look the same as the Torah that would have been received. Okay, this, of course, goes with Hollywood's view of Charlton Heston there, where he's coming down with those tablets that have Ksav Ivri on them. So, whether he's holding by Rabbi Levi or not, I doubt that they researched that part. But it would definitely be in accordance with that opinion. On the other hand, there is the description over here. Let me just get this. All right, so we have the Shita of Rebbe. I'll find it over here. So Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, he said that no, the Torah was not given in Ksav Ivri, but was actually given in the Ashuri script that we're familiar with. But the Jews were not. But the Jews sinned. It was too holy a script for them, and when they did when the 𐤏𝐤𝐤𝐓 came around, so they lost that privilege of using it. And then it changed back to Ksav Ashuris when Ezra came around and brought it back. Here it is. Okay, Rabbi Nachman Omer Baratz Nitna Torah Vasik Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Nachman said that it was given in crooked script originally, which is a derogatory reference to Paleo-Hebrew, to Ksav Ivri. Rebbe Omer Ashuris Nitna Torah Kishchatu Nefach Lehen Laratz. So Rebbe says originally the Torah was given in Ksav Ashuri, as we're familiar with, and then when they sinned, in other words, through the 𐤏𝐤𝐤, it would change to this Ksav Ivri, or to this crooked script, as it's called over here. And when they were Zocha in the time of Ezra, and when they accepted the Torah on themselves, as described in Ezra and Nehemiah, then they were Zocha to receive the Torah again in Ksav Ashuris. Now, that same thing is, there's one more point here that's brought up, in this case, quoting Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and that is that the Vavs had to, we know that according to him, we know the Torah was given in Ksav Ashuri. Why? Because the Vavs are referred to, right? We have the concept of the Vav Hamudim, Vavei Hamudim, which literally means the hooks on the pillars. That's referring to what was in the Mishkan. But the idea is that the Vavim, the letter Vav, had to look like a pillar. So, Shel Torah, right? Vavim Shel Torah, Domim Lamudim. So, the Ksav Ashuri version, the modern day Hebrew version of a Vav, looks like a pillar. It's straight up, especially if you don't include that upper little head that's sticking out. Therefore, according to this opinion of Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, that is another piece of evidence that Torah had originally been given in Ksav Ashuris. Now, in the Bavli, and we're not going to go through every single source here, in the Bavli, the same argument appears, but instead he says that, there quotes Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar not as saying that the Torah must have originally been given in Ksav Ashuris, but it always must have been written in Ksav Ashuris. Now, what exactly, whether he was in denial of the existence of Paleo-Hebrew at all, or just that the Torah had always been given in that, unclear exactly what that means, but at least, that what that is a recognition of the fact that either way, we're saying that the script of the Torah had changed at some point. So, and that, of course, will be causing problems for anybody who's saying that the Torah was written, literally in stone. Now, one more point here, and this is the floating letter thing, and then I'll take any questions here. So Rabbi Levi again, remember, if you remember that Rabbi Levi had said that the Torah was originally given in Paleo-Hebrew, in the Ksav Ivri script. So Amar Rabbi Levi, Man de Amar l'ra'atz nitna Torah. So according to those, right, well, he is the one who said that the Torah was given in ra'atz, in crooked script, okay, in other words, in Ksav Ivri. Ayin mas and nisim, that the letter Ayin was a miraculous letter. Mandam Ashuri nitna, and according to those who say that the Torah was originally given in Ashuris, Samach masa nisim. Then the letter Samach would have been miraculous. Why? In both cases, we're dealing with a circular, like a letter O letter, with a hollow inside that would have to be floating out. Now, it doesn't really, there are other letters that have rounded pieces inside, but these are the ones that very clearly are kind of round circles that would have required a miracle for them to keep staying inside the luchos, assuming that they were carved all the way through completely, and were, it had that hollow part and were complete circles, as opposed to having some connecting piece above it. Now, both of them, those, no, not both of them, but according to this Rami Yerbion, he quotes a few other people here, Tarvayu Amrin, Toras Harishonim, lo haya lo hey shalahem, lo mem shalahem satum. Right? And this is actually a little bit of a cryptic point here. So it's that the hey, the letter hey of the ancient people, of the ancient ones, and the letter mem of the ancient ones was never sealed, it wasn't closed up. Hasamach satum. but the letter Samach was. So this is clearly of the opinion that the Torah was given in the Aramaic series, because that would be when you have the Samach that's sealed up. Well, let's take a look at what the possibilities are for what these sealed letters are. So first of all, if you just look over here, this is what the letter ayin. So I just took as I clicked from Wikipedia. This is what the ayin would have looked like in Ksav Ivri. In modern day Hebrew, of course, there's no issue of floating parts of an ayin because there's nothing circular about it. If you look here at the letter Samach, there is a you see in Ksav Ivri, there's no issue of anything floating around there. It's a line with three horizontal lines cutting through it. But in the modern day Hebrew script, of course, there is this floating part in the middle. So that's what the discussion is over there. Now, as far as the Hey and the Mem being Satum, right? So let's take a look at that. If you recall, I pointed out by the Temple Scroll, and this occurs elsewhere in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, like, take a look at this image over here. It says L'chodesh Hazeh. If you look at the letters over here, the Ches and the Hey over here, all look almost identical. Right? The idea being that the leg of the Hey, unlike in modern day Hebrew writing, extended all the way to the roof or to the top of the letter. I'm not sure halakhically what.
But yeah, so what do you think? I mean, this is so interesting.
Yeah, there's a little bit too much detail for me to like know what's going on. I've been reading the chat, a lot of cool stuff too.
Interesting. I'll check it out. So here, let me see if I can find what it was. It was about what was it? I don't remember. Of Ivri. Okay, here. This is what it is. So check this out. Here, I'll just use this because my throat's kind of sore.
Your camera's off, by the way.
Oh.
It's fine, but you know, just in case you didn't notice.
Are you able to hear that?
I'm hearing a kind of a drone. It's fine.
Oh, like you can't hear it? Well,
no, I can hear you fine, but there's a new background noise.
No, what I'm saying is, can you hear this?
No, I don't think so.
So, well, here, just real quick. I just have this. You can see like what it looks like between the different scripts, but one moment. Oh, I got it. So, let's see. Let's see, where was it? It must have been further up. Sorry. Here, I found it. All right. So wait, if we just continue listening, they should say it. Because we're almost to this part.
I'd imagine that halakhically this would be a major problem if the letter Hey was found to be like that in modern day Torah, because it would look like a letter Ches, and that would have to be fixed. But at that time, they had what was called a Hey Satum, or a sealed letter Hey. Now, the other thing that we have to bring up is the fact that in Assyrians, we have this concept of Osios, right, or final letters. So you have like a Hey Sophis, not a Hey Sophis, but a 𝐏 Sophis, a Tadi Sophis, Hey Sophis, etc. So one of the letters that has a but a 𝐏 Sophis, a Tadi Sophis, Hey Sophis, etc. So one of the letters that has Sophis, not Hey Sophis, but a 𝐏 Sophis, a Tadi Sophis, Hey Sophis, etc. So one of the letters that has a final form of it that's different than the form of that would be used anywhere else in the word is the letter Mem. Now, if you look at this word over here, I clipped out the picture of ukvasim. So here it's very clearly written as a sealed up Mem. It's, by the way, if you just look at it, the final letter mem is not all that different from a regular letter mem, other than that little connecting point between the first leg and the second leg. Right? If you don't have that connecting leg there, then you have a regular mem. If you do have the connecting point, then you have a mem sofit. But they clearly had that distinction there, because they had the regular letter mem, but they also had this mem sofit over here. So when it says that they didn't have a sealed mem, they clearly did. Now, what I would like to propose, this is my own idea, and I have to see if anybody else did. I didn't have a chance to scour the literature and see if anybody else.
We're about to get to the
but my
Phoenician.
idea is the following: when they're saying that the ancient ones did not have a sealed mem, it's not that they didn't have a sealed mem; it's that they didn't always use it. And meaning like this: if we said that the plural possessive or plural imperative, like minchasama or minchasam, would have been written as with a mem and a hey afterwards, then that's showing us that and that's what they're saying over here. Then that final mem, minchasam, is not sealed up. So possibly, and this is just my own theory, that what Chazal referring to here is the fact that the mem that they didn't leave the mem at the end alone and therefore have to seal it up. At least not in all cases. Otherwise, it's unclear exactly what it is that they're referring to, because clearly this is Lebanese script. Okay, so Ksav Libona'a. Now, if you recall, we said that the Phoenicians who lived in Lebanon, they were the ones who kept this script probably the longest and spread it everywhere. So, if anything, it makes perfect sense that this script would have been associated with the Phoenicians and specifically with the area known as Lebanon. So we see that already in Chazal. Now, one really interesting thing that pops up with this is later on, right? So beyond, basically from the time of Chazal onward, we don't see the appearance or use of Ksav Ivri in anything, right? We see there's a very negative connotations of it. It's even called La'atz or crooked script, as opposed to Ashuri of Nushar. It has no Kedusha when it's used. So very much one possible theory as to why Chazal were so against Ksav Ivri is that it was associated, especially from the Bayit Sheni period, it was associated either with Sidukim, who wanted to preserve this older way of writing, and therefore Chazal would understandably be very against the use of Ksav Ivri. Also, if you recall, we said that it was, especially in these later years, it was brought up as a use of basically a propaganda tool for nationalism, for getting these revolts started. The Hashmona'i revolts, the first revolt against the Romans, the Bar Kokhba revolts, and all of these didn't end well. I mean, the Hashmona'i revolt that worked, but at the same time, the Hashmona'i themselves became Sidukim over time, and for example, under King Yanai, Alexander Yanai, we have the famous story of the rabbis pelting him with an esrog, and then he goes and kills all the rabbis. So just as one example of the persecution that the rabbinical Jews, the Pirushim, experienced under the Hashmonaim. So that definitely was a very negative association, and that's also possibly why the Hanukkah story barely appears. It doesn't appear at all, this actual story in the Mishnah. In the Gemara, the only story that appears is the story of the menorah lasting burning for 8 days, as opposed to anything about the victories that the Jews had, because the Chazal really didn't have very fond opinions of this, and we see on the Rambam as well. And that's more on the.
Oh, that's really interesting. That it was like a tribalistic thing, but so. Nexus or Zara Rose said, if Yahweh's origins are in the nomad land of Yewa among the Midianites, then the meaning of the name should be from the Arabic language family rather than the Hebrew language. This further calls into question the etymology in Exodus 3 of the Tetragrammaton from Havai, to be, since unlike Hebrew and Aramaic, Proto-Arabic does not have the root Havai for the word to be. In 1956, Shlomo Dov Gaitain, 1908 and 1985, scholar of both Jewish and Arabic studies, suggested that the name derives from the Arabic root Hawaii, or Hawa, Hawaii, and the word Hawaya, which means love, affection, passion, desire. He connected this suggestion with the passage in Exodus 34 in a set of laws known by scholars as the ritual Decalogue, one of the laws which forbids Israel to worship other gods. Gaitain suggests Yahweh, whose name means impassioned, refers to the deity's personal name Yahweh, which means the impassioned one, and this trait derives from the Proto-Arabic term for passion. This reflects the idea that Yahweh's bond with his worshippers is one of passionate love, and Yahweh is upset if the worshippers cheat by worshiping other gods. Jealous, vengeful husband. Unlike the Egyptian Hathor temple, the Midianite worship area had no images, whether painted or carved, reflecting their anachronism. When the Egyptians left this area, the Midianites took control. of the entire area, including the Hathor temple. In so doing, they made the area religiously acceptable by erasing Hathor's face from rock paintings and reused these rocks in their own area as a pillar. Iconoclasm, also characterized by the Koraya culture Midianites, as seen from the excavations at Timnah. The Egyptians built a small temple to the goddess Hathor in Timnah, which was excavated at Tel Aviv University. At the same time, the Midianites had their own worship place. They're characterized by a collection of pillars, matzevot, in a tent. Because of the extreme aridity of the area, pieces of the tent survived. Wow.
What's really interesting about that is I'm also watching content about like religion in the area and pre-Islamic religion. And obviously aniconism is also very much associated with Islam, which they might have got it from the same area, but also the idea of the old religion worshipping using pillars. Also, that's very interesting. Yeah, really, really interesting.
Wow. Also, isn't there this idea of using like that you pelt a pillar at Mecca, representing Satan?
Yes. Yes.
You think that's kind of part of like, oh, look at this. This is an idol. This is Satan.
Yeah, I mean, with this religious stuff, it's hard to say to really. It's explicitly meant to be Satan. Yeah, but in terms of like, why can this rock represent Satan where other rocks can't represent like other stuff is but like the Kaaba itself apparently has 3 pillars and used to have 6, and that sort of the idea is that the actual religion that Islam purports to continue actually has roots that worship using pillars. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's complicated, but it's really interesting that the same theme is popping up.
It's definitely something that's big in the area, the use of pillars and stones.
Hanukkah. But and then of course the later revolts ended in complete disaster. The first revolt ended with the Beis Hamikdash being destroyed. Had it not been for that revolt, the Jews were definitely not having a great time under the Romans, but they would have still had the Beis Hamikdash. So and plus the zealots, we read about this in the Kinos, so the people killing each other and destroying their own food stock. So it really it left a very negative impression with us all. And Bar Kokhba also, he's eventually called Bar Koziba, or the son of and in the end of the day, first the story is given about how he did not follow Chazal at a certain point, but then also, of course, the end result was terrible. That it led to the worst destruction that we had numerically, in all likelihood, possibly up until the Holocaust. So it definitely led to a complete and utter destruction. So once again, there was Chazal had no positive views on any of these characters. So associating themselves, they would have associated Ksav Ivri at that point with these movements, and definitely would have had negative feelings about it. Now, one final point, and this is really something that came up. I was actually on the Safras page, and when I saw it, I couldn't resist including this in this shir over here, and that is this magical appearance of Ksav Ivri in mezuzahs. So if you look in Rashi on Sanhedrin, in front of Masechta Sanhedrin, where it talks about where we just saw before that when it said what is Ksav Ivri, it says that it's Ksav Lībōnāʻā. It's a Lebanese script. Now, we know that historically that means that it was, the Phoenicians were using it. But Rashi writes the following comment. He says, Lībōnāʻā, osios gedolos keinosan shekosmin b'kmios of mezuzah. So he writes that these are large letters, the type of which are written in amulets and in mezuzahs. Now, Rashi, listen, as amazing as Rashi was, he clearly was basically a genius and wrote tons and tons and enabled us to study and understand both the Talmud and Tanakh. At the same time, he was living in medieval France, so his access to an understanding of the realia of the Middle East was a little more limited. So you may be tempted to think that, all right, he's not familiar with the Phoenician script, living in the 1000s in France. But then we come across this find over here. And if you look at this, this was found on a blog that originally I saw on Rafi's group on Safras. But if you look at down here, this is a relatively modern, it's not that old mezuzah that was found in Egypt. And if you look down here, you have something really interesting. You have these weird cryptic letters down here of a square, and then it looks like an X, and then this thing that looks like a Tetris piece, and then this guy over here, whatever that is, and then another Tetris piece and over here. Now, if you're wondering what that is, it turns out that this is in all likelihood based on a very late, and kind of, lost understanding of ksaf Ivri. And if you look down here, this is actually found in the Sefer Yereim, which in itself is a book that was Sefer, that was a halacha Sefer that's from one of the Tosafists. And it was written, right, this was written in 1175. So this is something that very likely, if he's living in France, if the author of the Sefer Yereim is living in France, and in the 1100s, it's very likely that Rashi was very familiar with this phenomenon. That would have been just a number of years before in Rashi's time. And according to Rav Nachum Kasher, and there's a source that's on that blog, on the blog that I linked to over here, right up there, these are actually derived from the ksaf Ivri, right? That this is the letter Tuf, this is the letter Ches, this is the letter Aleph, this is the Ches, and this is the letter Aleph again. And the possibility is that this stands for, I just wrote it up over here. Yeah, here. Tichya, amen, chayim, amen. All right, so you should live, amen, and have life, amen. So basically, that's kind of like a good luck, or a, some kind of Kabbalistic idea of putting, I mean, this is before really the Zohar really and Kabbalah really became take off, but certainly this mystical idea of having these letters in here as, basically as good luck to have life, but coming from the ksaf Ivri, and this definitely does look like a test. The Ches looks like they had a little bit of a loss of what the letter Ches looked like. In ksaf Ivri, you wouldn't have had that square sticking out over there, and in most cases there would have been two squares over there. But okay, and then the Aleph is upside down, but it's definitely a ksaf Ivri Aleph, just upside down and backwards. And there you have a modern day, a middle-aged use within normative Judaism of these letters of ksaf Ivri. And once, just to end off here, it hasn't totally vanished yet. Nobody's using it anymore. But at the same time, you have the 2 shekel coin. That's just one example where you have Yud Hey Dalet or Yahud stamped on it. And this is being passed around in everyday circulation in Israel. This actually is based on a coin that was found, a Persian period coin, that looked just like that. It had a pomegranate or some sort of flower. Yeah, it was a pomegranate there. It's a pomegranate flower with the name Yahud, which was the Aramaic name for the province of Judea at the beginning period of the second Beis HaMikdash. So the time of Ezra all the way till the time of Alexander the Great. Now, one more thing I want to point out just from the additional images is while I did present the Dead Sea Scrolls as the earliest biblical text that we have, certainly on a large scale they are, there actually is possibly one earlier discovery, or one discovery of an earlier text that comes from the Torah itself. And that is this. This is actually the Ketef Chinom scroll. This is actually enlarged quite a bit. They're really tiny. And they were found, if anybody's familiar with the geography of Jerusalem, they were found in what's called the Ketef Chinom, or literally the shoulder of the Chinom Valley. Now it's in the Menachem Begin Center, the Menachem Begin Heritage Center, and they built an archaeological garden around it. But in there, they found in these tombs from Bayis Rishon period, something that it was written in ksaf Ivri, and is likely to be, it's very broken up, the Birkas Kohanim. All right, and what the thought is, and these were written on a very thin silver foil. So the idea is that these possibly were rolled up, and they were actually found rolled up and worn like as a necklace or something like that, almost as like an amulet or a good luck charm to wear this. This is Birkas Kohanim, and you can see the script. Now the script is a little hard to read, even if you do read ksaf Ivri. Part of it's because it was written really small and etched in on foil as opposed to writing with ink or chiseling it in, but it's definitely there, and you can see Hashem's name here, Yishmaracha, Yer Hashem. It's very broken up, but at the same time, it's very possible that this is the earliest biblical text that we have from. And so that's interesting. So Dibros look like dark ematics, but rapidly. That's pens. Yeah. Lend themselves to that. First of all, you can't rule anything out. It's not a lack of evidence doesn't mean anything. So there's no sign telling us the Torah was never written in ksaf Ashuri. So we just haven't found anything from that time period yet. So you never know. Is it likely from a historical perspective? No, that it was written in ksaf Ashuri. That said, it's certainly the idea is that the Torah that we have, is a tradition that, in the way that not just the Torah itself, but the way we've been writing it is a tradition that we that's highly conserved and that's highly, guarded and regarded. Whether it's the opinion of, on one extreme, Rabbi Levi, who says the Torah was originally given in Ivri, but then Ezra brought it back in ksaf Ashuri, or it's the opinion, or going to the other extreme, Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, who says that it was always in ksaf Ashuri. Either way, it's still something that we, through Chazal, have this, very guarded tradition and that all the laws of Sophros come from. And, we even see that in the Mishnah and onward, that they'd have no tolerance for any messing around and using the Ksav Ivri. So, it's definitely become a tradition that, is that we have to stick to. And as fun as Ksav Ivri may be to play around with, I remember somebody posted on the blog, on the page, somebody posted a mezuzah that they wrote, or that someone else wrote in fully in Ksav Ivri. I mean, it's fun.
Which has a first mistake, by the way, assuming that the Ksav Ivri is kosher.
Right, but even that, it's even with that, it's not, it's a fun exercise, but it wouldn't, as far as halacha and as far as accepted Judaism, we don't use that, and it wouldn't work, and that's part of part of Kabbalah Torah is not just the original Torah itself. We're not Tzidugim, right? It's also understanding, it's also accepting the rabbinical laws that have been added to, and including the idea of using Ksav Ashuri. So that would be it. I see somebody here has a. Let me just get out of the share. Just give me 1 second. So I'm going to stop the sharing. I'm just take any questions anybody has. I saw someone had a question in the chat. Rabelsky, very good.
I found what I was looking for, and it's a really interesting connection possibly in Tashara.
I got to get loaded onto my computer. Okay, so if anybody else has any questions, so feel free to ask. Otherwise, I think we'll call it a day. And everybody have a kosher Sunday. Anyway, anybody who hopefully us does. God bless. All right, have a good one.
All right, so this is really interesting. Check this out. Was it here? Yeah. So Katav Ashuri, or Assyrian script, also called Ashurit, is a traditional Hebrew language name of the Hebrew alphabet used to write both Hebrew and Jewish Babylonian Aramaic. It is also sometimes called the square script. The term is used, which that doesn't make sense because this is not square compared to let's see, where was it? Oh, shoot. I'm going to have to. Oh, right. It was, I think I opened it up in a different page. I just have to find the right. Sorry, give me one moment. I can find the.
As far as languages goes, it's pretty square.
Well, yeah, but not relative to. Shoot, I'm going to have to. Oh, here it is. So look at this. So here you have, let's see. So Hebrew, we've got what it has for Hebrew is based off of Aramaic. So let's compare the Phoenician to the Hebrew. So keep in mind, so it says square script, but literally Ashurit, that it says from Meushar, which means straight. So they're trying to say, well, which one looks more straight to you? This one has more curves, right?
Yeah. I'm only seeing the Phoenician looks very rectilinear.
So if you were to say one was a square script, which one would you say?
I mean, I would still say Hebrew.
Well, here, let me show
you. Because there's the concept of rectilinear and versus square, which every letter or most letters in the Hebrew can sort of fit a square better than all the other examples.
Well, here, let me show you, for instance. So with this, this could fit in a square, but more than anything, with all of these are all straight angles. There's no curves. Here, there's a curve in each one of the, like in this arm and in this leg. There's a curve here. It's oh wait, no curves here. Then you have the Gimel, lots of curves here, no curves here. Daled, no curves, no curves. Hey, curve, no curve here. And this one is basically as square as you get. Vav, no curve. This one, no curve. Zayin, curve. Zayin, no curve. Chet, curve. No curve. Tet, curve. Tet, curve. like here I'll just go no curve, no curve, 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 like except
Right, but no curve doesn't mean not square.
Well, no, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that the idea of square is just a mistranslation of straight.
Oh. Yeah, then in that case, yeah.
Sorry, I should have been more clear about that.
Yeah.
So, like, besides for pei, ayin, and tet, all of the Phoenician.
I wonder if the writing medium has a factor. Like,
Oh,
obviously, the earlier you go, the less paper you have, which means that if you're writing on stones
you
or
might be
mostly like
right.
rough material, you're probably not going to opt for a lot of like curves. Maybe. I don't know, just a hunch.
Also, check this out. Here you can see that it started off as breast but became tooth. And interestingly enough, the word mastodon, the dinosaur, was named so because its teeth were said to resemble breasts.
That's some really weird breasts, huh?
Well, but think about it. I mean, it's also just there's the explanation that the heart shape is just up and upside down testicles, but it's also possible that it's just the. Actually, wait, no, that would be the right. No. Oh, wait. So in either case, it would still be. So it's either upside down breasts or upside down testicles. But the point that I was trying to make, though, is that you can see that in here, though, it loses the curves. But
right, yeah.
But anyway, so back to the Katav Asheri. So I mean, this blew my mind when I saw it. So used to write both Hebrew. It is also sometimes called the quote-unquote square script. The term is used to distinguish the Asheri script from the Paleo-Hebrew script. So it's like Meushar or Yashar, so it means like it's straight, versus the Ra'ats, which is seen as like crooked. In Halacha, tefillin, phylacteries, and mezuzot doorpost scripts can only be written in Asherit, but apparently they can be decorated with the other. So Katav Asheri is the term used in the Talmud. The modern Hebrew term for the Hebrew alphabet is simply alphabet Ivri, or Hebrew alphabet. Consequently, the term Katav Asheri refers primarily to a traditional calligraphic form of the alphabet used in writing the Torah. However, the term Asheri is often used in the Babylonian Talmud to refer to the contemporary Hebrew alphabet as opposed to the older Paleo-Hebrew script. Talmud gives two opinions for why the script is called Asheri. One, either because the Jews brought it back with them as when they returned from exile in Assyria, called Ashur in Hebrew, or alternatively, the script was given at Mount Sinai and then forgotten and eventually revived and received its name because it is me'usheret, beautiful or praiseworthy or authorized, and that's the same root as Asherah. So the name reflects the fact that the Hebrew alphabet used by Jews as opposed to the ancient Israelites or Samaritans was derived from the Aramaic alphabet. It thus refers to the Aramaic alphabet as used in Judaism and is sometimes referred to as the Assyrian script. The name contrasts with the name Lībōnāʻā or Lībōnāʻī given to the Samaritan alphabet and by extension the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. The name is most likely derived from Luban. The script is called Libanian of Lebanon, although it has also been suggested that the name is a corrupted form of Neapolitan of Nablus. Oh, come on, that's such BS. No.
Yeah, it feels like a huge difference.
Mention of the Asheri script first appears in rabbinic writings of the Mishnaic and Talmudic periods, referring to the formal script used in certain Jewish ceremonial items such as Sifrei Torah, so Torah books, tefillin, phylacteries, mezuzot, doorposts, and the 5 Megillot, the 5 scrolls. According to the Talmud, Ezra was the first to mandate that the Sefer Torah be written in the Syrian alphabet rather than in the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet used formerly, and permitted that the book of Daniel be composed in Aramaic. According to the Talmud, prior to Ezra, the Torah had been written in Paleo-Hebrew, Katav Ivri, and Ezra switched it to Katav Asheri. However, there is a dispute in the Talmud as to whether it was originally written in 𐤏𝐤𝐓 Ashuri, but was switched to Paleo-Hebrew, and Ezra was switching it back to the original 𝐤𝐏𝐓 Ashuri, or was it originally written in Paleo-Hebrew and Ezra was the one to change it to 𝐤𝐏𝐓 Ashuri? According to the third opinion, the Torah had always been written in 𝐤𝐏𝐓 Ashuri. The Samaritans continued to write their Samaritan Torah in Ketav Ivri. Now, so basically it's a way to say, oh, look at you stupid Samaritans, we have the real Torah.
Probably,
It was literally it wasn't because they wanted this one as opposed to the other one, it's because they didn't want the other one. It's wild. But yeah, it's just so bizarre the lengths that people will go to avoid, being associated with another group. Like,
yeah.
Honestly, just wow. I wonder though, it almost seems like they're touching just on the tip of this connection to here. Check this out, for instance. So, oh shit! Wait, is this one? Shoot.
Greetings and welcome to the Ministry of the Real
I
Truth.
just want to go for
latest
20 more
video
minutes or so
on
to
the
get to 420.
But Ivri,
let's see.
The original, ancient or very old Hebrew.
Here, I'm just gonna skip forward.
What I told him, obviously. Here's a footnote here. Where did we start? Okay, I guess we started at 9.
Yeah, let me find a better one. For whatever reason, I thought it was only like 10 minutes. Let's see. But yeah, I mean how the letters develop, it's just stuff like that's always really interested me, but actually I don't know if it always has or if it's just because I've been able to connect it to my other interests. I don't know, but the other thing that I was going to say is that there definitely seems to be what was the word? There's a connection between the I need one moment.
It visually kind of reminds me of Tibetan script.
Really?
Yeah, or like Hindi a little bit, because they have like the baseline is on the top, and there's like a lot of like what are they called? Basically a lot of the accenting of the letter, or like the detail or the minor strokes of the letter, are underneath the main line in Hebrew, which seems similar to like either Tibetan script or like some Hindi script also.
Ooh, this should be good.
I want to tell you a story.
Not this one.
I used to believe that Jesus was a Catholic God of the.
Okay, you don't need to get me to believe that God isn't limited to one representation or one personification, but at the same time, you're also not going to get me to agree that God is limited to 3.
Yeah, I always say, why not 4? Why stop at 3? What an odd number.
Yeah, the Gnostics.
God is not just limited to 1; He's limited to 3. Come on, man.
I want to take some time to address a dangerous false teaching that is rapidly spreading on the internet and by other means these days. It is the idea that the Hebrew alphabet still maintains a pictographic meaning, and that if you understand the original pictographic meaning of the letters, you can then get more insight into the scriptures. This is completely false. It is 100% without merit, but I don't just want you to take my word for it. I want to explain it so you'll be able to understand, and then let this nonsense disappear. For those who don't know me, my PhD from NYU is in Near Eastern languages and literatures. This is a field I have worked in on a scholarly level for decades. I'm not talking about disputed things. I'm not talking about questionable things. Everything I'm going to lay out in this video is plain and simple and universally recognized by top Semitic scholars and Hebrew scholars. So let's start here. Let's start and understand how we go from pictograph to alphabet. In other words, from writings that just use various pictures, and they start with that, and then it goes from pictures to syllables, and then syllables to an alphabet, and that alphabet no longer retains any connection to the original pictograph meanings. Listen to what Professor Joseph 𝐤𝐁𝐉 has to say in his book, Early History of the Alphabet. He writes this: hieroglyph is a Greek word meaning sacred carving. When the Greeks occupied Egypt, they were impressed by the monumental inscriptions engraved on the walls of the Egyptian temples. However, hieroglyphic writing was used not only for engraving text, but also and primarily as a pictographic script consisting of drawn pictures. As in Sumerian writing, each pictograph initially designated a word, and later there evolved a series of syllabic symbols. So let's take a look at this. Let's understand this. If you've seen hieroglyphs, you know what they look like. In fact, let's take a look at some hieroglyphs, hieroglyphic inscription, and you see here all the different images that are used. And you see, I mean, you've got something that looks like a man or an old man sitting on a throne. You've got something that looks like a hawk or a falcon. You've got various animals. You've got legs, and so these are typical hieroglyphs. You can see they're originally pictures, and that's why there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Just look at all the different images. So leg, I mean, that could stand for walk, or bird could stand for a particular bird, or for flying, and that's how pictographs would work. So, if you look at, for example, the original Chinese alphabet, that is also several thousand characters. Ancient hieroglyphs, several thousand characters. Ancient Sumerian pictographs, several thousand characters. So 𝐤𝐁𝐉 explains it like this. He writes this: initially, pictures were scratched on tablets.
They didn't have Control F. Like, you couldn't just search for a specific one. You had to know it, or you had to find it in, something, and it's wild.
Yeah.
To designate various words. In time, they improved their writing. The pictographs gave way to wedge-shaped linear signs, which were impressed by a stylus on the wet clay, and many signs came to indicate syllables. This is what's called cuneiform. So in other words, that looks like chicken feet, if you've ever seen the inscriptions.
That's funny. So let's see. Let's see. Where was it? Pillars and 10, Asherah poles, steles, phallic and human silhouettes, pillars of salt, African stone circles, astronomic markers as the pair of pillars at temples for orientation of the sun, cardinal points, the faceless goddess figures, human but not. You mean like the Venus figurines? At the central figures of Göbekli Tepe are faceless, could represent two brothers. Sounds like the idea of like the Kabir-i almost could be referred to as this house of Cain that falls in on him. I have considered that it could represent a truce between Denisovan Neanderthals and Cro-Magnon. Esau, the red hairy strain of hybrid, a characteristic associated with Neanderthal. As Enkidu, the beast man, first adversary, then Shum of Gilgamesh, as Seyshut's is the she scribe, and Tuareg as Tuareg's female language counterpart. Ox assumed as male, but goddess of milk. Asherah, Asherite goddess, as Seyshut is the consort of Thoth. Goddess crypt of caves. Aboriginal culture before male role in procreation understood. Mother at the center of family, community, people eminent. Women marked menstrual days with lines. Demeter, measurement, math, writing, the thread of umbilical string of beads. Agam, yes, earliest cave scripts. Okay, I feel like I probably needed more context to some of that, but
just with a stylus engraved that looks like chicken feet, called cuneiform or wedge-shaped. So you went from the pictures to then putting it in wedge shapes, and then you went from just pictures to what do those pictures represent with sounds,
It sounds
and then that
really
developed
funny this
into
way.
syllables. Are you with me so far? Let's take a look at this, and we'll see, say, from Sumerian into cuneiform. Let's take a look. So, for example, ancient Sumerian, there you've got sog, head, okay? And then after its initial writing, then at a certain point, it gets turned on its side, and then it comes into wedge-shaped cuneiform. So you can see by the time you get to 1000 BC, that was around the time of King David, it's no longer looking like a head at all, all right? Or the same thing with shu, hand. You see, originally, there it is with fingers, a thumb, that's a hand. Then it gets turned a certain way. Then by the time it gets to cuneiform, you'd have to know that originally it meant hand. All right, the same thing with ninda, bread. You can see by the time you get to the end, that cuneiform, you won't know that that's bread. So what happened was that with these signs, they now came to, they could represent the word or they could represent the syllable.
That's a curious phenomenon. Why do they turn?
Because the wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
Oh, of course. My idea was maybe they want to optimize for like more vertical or less vertical strokes, because when you're writing, it's easier to do horizontal strokes, but it doesn't seem to always hold. I don't know.
Interesting. Oh, wow. And if you think about it, bread and barley are just opposites of each other.
Right. Wait,
And
where's the bread symbol?
It's
I
a
see
triangle.
barley.
Triangle.
Oh.
Yeah, ninda.
Yeah. Yeah, the cuneiform of bread is like 3 and then 1, and then the cuneiform for barley is kind of before, like inverted almost. Also kind of tilted, yeah.
Also, it's interesting because with the what is it? You can definitely see the connection between like hand and the cuneiform. You can see a connection between the bread and the cuneiform, but it doesn't really look like bread. And you see the connection between the foot and the cuneiform between. Honestly, that's about it.
I mean, water kind of, because like it flows downwards, maybe.
Maybe.
It's just, I love the idea. You know what, guys? We're gonna turn everything sideways. Let's go, everybody.
Yeah. We're talking about how like is it basically Judaism developed from the Paleo-Hebrew script and moved on to using the Assyrian or Ashuri, which some like mystical interpretations even view it as being maybe connected. Given they wouldn't view it as connected to Asherah, but basically etymologically it is. And I mean, it's also it's a name of the Shekhinah, so it's like it's not even heretical to Judaism. It's just something that wouldn't be talked about much, probably. But
go ahead, sorry.
No, what were you going to say?
What is Boustrophodon?
Boustrophodon?
Yeah.
It as the ox plows.
Oh, right.
So
but why would it happen at a date?
What do you mean?
Well, Zyro Rose says Boustrophodon inverts forms.
And when handwriting turned the notepad.
Right, why? Like,
what do you mean?
Because he said that they said that when I said, why do they invert at a certain date?
Oh. It's probably just a practice that gets spread.
Right.
But yeah.
That's the big thing. Well, now they no longer represented pictures. They represented syllables, okay? So it could be shu, sha, sh. It could be ash, ash, ush. That's how it would go. It was no longer a picture. It was now a sound, a syllable. So let's take a look at the cuneiform script. This is called Akkadian. If you've heard of Hammurabi's code, it was written in this. This is the language of the ancient Babylonians and Assyrians. So you can see these pictographs originally were pictures. Now they're just wedge-shaped. They're no longer pictures. They are now just sounds. Na, ah, sha, shu, gal, ki, mu, ma. All right? That's how it develops from pictographs now to cuneiform, to wedge shape, and you only had about 600 of those. So you went from, say, 3,000 pictographs to maybe 600 that represented various syllables and sounds. Some of them could still represent the thing, like the word that follows this is a word for a god, all right? Or it could just be the syllables involved in the name for God, and that's how it developed. Now, Joseph Nave is going to further explain the development. I hope you're with me. It's really important you understand the development. By the time we get to the alphabet, it bears no connection whatsoever to pictographs anymore. Zero. And to try to read the pictograph meaning into the Hebrew Bible is just like trying to read it into my name or your name in English. It does not work. It is completely 100% bogus, and it's dangerous because you can read in anything that you want to read in. You can create anything you want to create. So let's go back to Professor Joseph Nave. Here's what he has to say. The turning point that marks the beginning of modern research on the origin of the alphabet was Flinders Petrie's discovery in 1905 of the temple at Serebit al-Khadem on the Sinai Peninsula. In this temple, dedicated to the Egyptian goddess Hathor and the turquoise mines nearby, there came to light about a score of relatively short inscriptions in a formerly unknown script. The script consisted of pictures, but these pictographs numbered fewer than 30. It was soon realized that this was an alphabetic, albeit pictographic script. All right, so here's what Professor Nave is saying, that you went from 3,000 pictographs, because you need all these different pictures to depict things, right? You went from there to a few hundred now syllabic signs. Now you go to about 30. You think, what? How can you convey things with just 30 pictures? Picture if I said, all right, I want you to communicate, and you have 30 pictures to work with. You can use a car, you can use a plane, you can use an adult, you can use a child. How in the world are we going to communicate language sentences? So when you see just 30, that's telling you, oh, this is an alphabet. This is one of the first instances of an alphabet, just like our English alphabet, that it's not a picture, all right? It's not a pictograph. It is simply a sound, A, B, C. Well, what does the A come from? What does the B come from? That doesn't matter. A is A and B is B. It is an alphabet, and that's how it works. Professor Nave continues. Listen, the first step towards its decipherment was made in 1916 by Gardner, who pointed out that in these so-called Proto-Sinaitic inscriptions, a certain series of pictures recurred several times: ox goad, house, eye, ox goad, cross. He suggested that these pictographs have acrophonic values of the equivalent Canaanite words, lam, beit, ayin, lam, tav. That is, each picture symbolizes not the depicted word, but only its initial sound. What is acrophonic? It's telling you that the letter represents the first sound of the picture it originally represented. So the letter that originally was a picture of, say, the word house, buy it, all it is now is buh. That's what it is, period. That's simple. Or the letter that originally came from the picture delet, door, is just duh. It is acrophonic. It is simply the first sound. And as the scholars were deciphering this, it's like, well, of course, it's not ox goad, house, I. What's the meaning of ox goad, house? No. These are letters. It's an alphabet. Let me go a little further. This is Professor John Healy in the book, Reading the Past, Ancient Writing from Cuneiform to the Alphabet. This is what he has to say. This achievement, namely the invention of the alphabet, is essentially the insight that writing could be most easily organized if each distinct single sound of a particular language were represented by a single distinctive sign. Since the number of separate sounds is in most languages rather small, the number of signs needed is also rather small, about 40 at the most. If we compare this with the writing systems already then in existence, though it seems unlikely that the inventor of the alphabet was an expert in any of these older systems, it implies a glorious simplification. So let's see where things went. Let's see how they developed. Let's go from ancient Egyptian to the Roman script, which is what we use today. Let's take a look at this. So 3000 BC, that's an ox head, right? Pretty clearly an ox head. And then that would have been a representation of it. And then, whatever cattle you're talking about, okay, so it would come from there. All right, now, by the time you get a little over 1,000 years later, Sinai and some of these other early inscriptions, you can see it still bears those characteristics, but not so much. The Phoenician alphabet, which was then borrowed by the Hebrews and the Greeks, look, it doesn't really look like an ox head anymore. If you looked at that, if I showed that to 100 people and said, what is that? They're not going to say, that's obviously an ox head. Now, as it's borrowed by Greeks, look at the Greek alpha, looks more just like a flag. And as it's borrowed into the Roman alphabet, which is our English alphabet, there's a letter A, okay? Our letter A originally comes from ox head. Does that mean that when you see the letter A in English, you could say, oh, that we have to understand that's originally ox head? No, that's bogus. That's complete nonsense. That's idiocy. That is linguistic alphabetic idiocy to try to do that. The letter B, what does that come from? That comes from the Roman alphabet, which is borrowed from the Greek alphabet, which is borrowed from the Phoenician alphabet, same as the Hebrew. That originally, that B was originally buy it, house. It looked like an enclosure. Oh, so in the name Brown, the first means bait, buy it, house. So it has to do with house. No, you understand the insanity of it. It's just the same doing it with the Hebrew. Here, let's take a look at the development of the Hebrew letter Aleph. All right. So Phoenician form, you see it originally. This is ox head. You see it. It's now on its side. No longer bears any resemblance to an ox head. Now it goes into Hebrew script, and you see in the Hebrew script, what? That's got nothing to do with the Hebrew Aramaic script. That's got nothing to do with an ox head. Of course not, because it has no connection. It's just a letter. It's just the letter Aleph. And then look in Syriac to completely change it. Arabic is just a straight line. Why? Because they're just letters. They're not pictographs. They have no pictographic meaning. I can guarantee you that if you asked 1,000 Israelites in the ancient world that knew how to read, and they could read the alphabet, and if you said, explain this in pictographic form, they'd have no more clue what you were talking about than if you talked about, I just came from a mission to Mars. These are just letters. Just like in English, they're just letters, and in Greek, they're just letters. They go back to the same original alphabet, and that alphabet goes back to pictographs, but once it becomes an alphabet, it's no longer pictographic. It just represents the initial sounds of what those words once were, period. So now, here's the way it's taught. Here's the way people want us to get it today. And I'm not mentioning books of authors who become well-known for this stuff. I'm not calling out websites. I don't want to embarrass anybody anymore. But once, if they will come to grips with the truth of what I'm saying, they have to pull all their material, renounce it, get rid of the website books and say, I'm sorry for misleading you. But I'm talking more to those who have been misled by these teachers. They may be sincere, they may be orthodox in other things that they believe, but this is false, dangerous, bogus. In a real sense, it's adding to the Bible. In fact, it's creating your own Bible because you can make it mean whatever you want it to mean. So let's look at this, okay? Here's a chart, and we see, here's the pictograph. All right, so we just start with Aleph, which is the pictograph.
I don't agree with that.
If it's on,
because here's the thing. If you are going back to what they're derived from, obviously you're reconstructing it. But see, here's my standard. You cannot make, here, let me show you what I mean. So, and the reason why I feel so passionate about this is because I'm actually doing this. Because I'm aware that you cannot use Hebrew this way. Like, I'm not trying to do this. But if you were, I think that, say you want to interpret Bereshit, which means, like, in the beginning, you would have to understand that as not, like, it can't contrast the already understood meaning. So, for instance, like, so a house or in. So, like, within, I mean, that's also just what ba means, inside or in. But then Rosh, I mean, it's also interesting because, like, like, literally within, because Rosh or Resh, they're connected. So I don't just mean, like, Resh is derived from Rosh, but Rosh, like, it means head, and that's what Reshit is from. The head, it means the beginning. So, let's just say, like, in head, or, like, in the top, or the start. In the start, power or strength, where's Shin? Consumed or destroyed, basically separated, Yud, work, or basically creation, or, like, that which was made. I mean, like, at the end of the day, yeah, I'm like, see, I think with that's so much more problematic than, say, here, let me show you my method. So, so let's see, right, it's going to be different. Basically, so, within, like, this reconstructed system I'm trying to do, something like, well, wait, actually, I'm trying to think, but what did I use for, forget that part, but let's say you wanted to say, like, here, I'll just look at the beginning, and then I'll explain, because I'm not able to do it off the top of my head like that. So here you have a seated man. You see how, depending on context, this could mean I, like a man saying I. It could be a man. It could be a typical male role. It could be a son, a courtier. Then you have a man, with his hand to his mouth. That could be eat, drink, speak, think, recount. So it's all based on context, and you have that even within the hieroglyphics. So I don't think it's that ridiculous. The thing is, what's ridiculous is the thing you can depict everything with just 22 letters. I mean, even with all this, there's still things that you can't depict. That's why if you want to depict them, you really have to combine them. So I'll give an example. I mean, there's some that they're already done, but let's see if I can find that symbol. Okay, here. See this? So this symbol, this enclosure, is, like, connected to house, or basically, it's a thing that thing is contained within. So then here you have an ankh, which represents life. So you guess how I translate that into Hebrew, or how I would translate the Hebrew into a hieroglyphic.
Well, bait, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, so you could do it.
What do you mean?
So the problem is, you can't do Beit Chai I mean, I guess in some ways you could, because the actually maybe you could. But the point is a Beit Chaim in Hebrew, like it's using, what's the word, like where it's allusion, it's a loose, like it alludes to something. So a Beit Chaim, a house of life, is actually a cemetery.
Right. So it has maybe more meaning that what you were trying to yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So enclosure.
So like in my case, I have this as Beit Cholim, house of the sick. And the whole point is that it's called a house of the sick because you want them to get better. But it's like, I mean, but at the same time, it's also where sick people go. Whereas, with something like the idea,
it could be literally living room.
Well, yeah, but like that wouldn't be, it's context.
I mean, that's the thing. The fact that it fits so many things, right? It's kind of the problem that we're trying to solve.
Yeah, but is that the problem or is that the solution?
No, I mean, it depends. If you're looking for more modularity and more utility and simplicity, then obviously, like, a phonetic alphabet is, I mean, everybody's doing that now, right? With the exception of a few cultures. So the range of what you could express versus how much you have to know is much better if with alphabets.
Yeah. And so, like, look here, you have a falcon in a house, so that would be like a falconry. A bee in a house, a beehive. Was it, battlements, enclosure? Let's see, what is this? Further down. Yeah, I'm going to finish up soon. I just wanted to. Let's see where. Interestingly, so something like this, I actually changed the definition of this in my reconstruction to be a camp, because see, you have, like, this is a butcher's block and a slope of a hill and a cloth on a pole, but it's like, what's a cloth on a pole and a hill doing with a butcher's block? I mean, like, sure, there's a context where that could make sense, but like, I can't really imagine like the connection between these two things. Maybe I don't know. It's like, but again, that's a nice thing of not trying to be like, well, this is what it means, because I'm not saying what it means. I'm saying what it means in a reconstruction. But
maybe it means because the pole is for attention, right? The pole, usually, if you're raising a flag, it's sort of like a sign. Hill means like over the hill can mean like foreign land or beyond your borders. And butcher block could just mean like foreign meat. I don't know. That's a really rough, because you can see repeating the flag thing, cloth on a pole.
So
cloth on a pole with a bag, so
it's a logogram for God. So that means that it's probably referring to sacrifice.
Yeah. But usually, what do you put on the flag of a nation? Obviously, or a lot of the time, it's a icon that identifies the nation or the people, but also is like very much related to their religion or God. Like if you identify tribes or nations by their God, then if you have a flag, it's gonna be on it, right?
Yeah. So let's see, where's the, oh wait, it's not there, but let's see, where was it? So then you have something like this arrowhead, which is used for brother, husband, sister, wife, smell, touch, and grasp. So it's interesting because, like, so in my case, how I would want to use this, like, there's other arrows if you wanted to use, but what you could do is compound this with a man, or like, yeah, compound this with a man to make it brother, compound it with a woman to make it sister, compound it with a compound it with this, and make it a husband, and then compound it with this and make it wife. You see what I mean? So
Yes.
the arrow and it's almost like by looking it up, you can see, well, what does this mean? Well, okay, it can mean all these things, but in the context of this next thing, which could mean these things, it clearly means this. And that's basically how Hebrew works, because there are certain words where it could be either, and you basically have to determine which verb it is based on the context solely.
Yes, but would you say that's like the dominant mode, or is it sort of mostly intended to be clear? Like, I understand, it happens in every language is that sometimes something is ambiguous or stands for too many meanings, but with images, I feel like it's a lot different.
Have you ever seen the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yes, I've seen pictures of them.
Yeah. So check this out. Let's see. I don't know how good this the quality of the tab's going to be. Or let's see, where is it? Just actually have. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Okay, so. Okay, I can zoom in. So check this out. See how there's no spacing?
Yeah. I mean, I see a little bit, but I don't know if that's spacing between words or between letters, if that's what you mean.
Okay, I can zoom in more. So let's see.
That's really cool. What is that, leather? That looks like leather.
Yeah. So that's another connection.
How old is this?
This is Dead Sea Scrolls, so it's over 2,000 years.
Wow.
So let's see. That's a Gimel. That's a Vav. Toph, maybe? I'm not sure about that. Maybe a Mem? I'm not sure. Ve Ragurat. I don't know. But the point I'm trying to bring up, though, is that the further back you go, the less spacing there is. It's almost like reading it is a sort of divination because you're putting a lens to it. It's almost like
yeah, like you have to decide which is like sometimes there'll be two separations you can make for two different words. Yeah.
Exactly. And so how you start reading it determines how you'll end up reading it, like finish reading it.
Yeah. Yes, no, I understand that.
And so in that, it's almost like, you might get a certain reading one time and then another time, and then maybe you get something new out of it. But
then it could mean strength. Then it can mean leader. So now we can start to deduce more things from this, right? Baked goes back to buy it. How?
It's just so funny when he's sped up, he just sounds so angry.
Yeah, he's so. Stop it.
It could mean in or gimel or camel. Well, it could be pride and dumb.
So the reason for this, I want to tell you. Look at this. Leader, house, pride, pathway, behold, nail, cut off, separation, snake, arm and hands, palm of hands. I don't know. Like you can see how Christians just love this, right?
What? Why would they love this?
Okay, so you have this idea of a leader, or like even L, because L starts with an Aleph. Like how they would probably view this as like, oh, like a reference to Jesus, and oh, the house of David, and the Gimel, like referring to like breaking the pride, and
oh, like yeah, they could read into that's what he's saying. You could read whatever you want into it if you're creative
Well,
enough.
no, that's specifically responsible for some of these interpretations. So like that's the reason why they choose to I mean, like in some of these it'll just straight up say cross for taf, or for like for instance,
You're saying that the meaning is in itself an interpretive
so
act.
I mean, like for instance, with this, Aleph definitely means ox. Beit definitely means house. Gimel definitely connected to Gamel, which is camel. Daled definitely Delet, door. Hey definitely Hallel, because it comes from this like this idea of praise.
Yeah.
And then you have a Vav, which I mean it's almost certainly a nail, because Vav, spelled Vav, like double Vav, means nail. Then you have Zayin, which is probably from Zeram, which is like a sword, or it could also just be from Zayin, which means penis. Then you have Chet, which probably is like from this idea of Chet, which means like to separate or even cut off. Not cut off, but like separate away. Ted probably from Tov. Yod definitely from Yod. Kaf definitely from Kaf. Lama definitely has an idea of like to learn, which is connected with like being guided. Mem, Mayim, Nun, Nachash. Not so. See how they don't even use Nachash here. They connect it with life, which doesn't make sense because life is Chai. Activity, I don't know how. Fish is dog, and then seed is Zera. So there's no connections here that they're actually drawn. So like my point is, this is being the meanings that were chosen for a theological reason. So see how it's like hand on staff.
Yeah.
No, this is a support. Like if you're interpreting that someone using it to support themselves as opposed to like the support of a building, like it's then like ayin, it wouldn't be to see, because to see is roeh, so there's not a connection there. I mean, maybe because no, roeh is with an aleph, not an ayin. Then you have pay, can't be connected to word, can't be connected to speak, can be connected to mouth. It rather is connected to mouth because pay is mouth. Sade, man on side, desire, need. No, I mean, the closest thing I can think of would be like tzaddik or like righteous, but even that's iffy. Sun on horizon for Kof, I don't even know how they're getting that. You have Reish, definitely head. Person, no.
It certainly makes sense in Arabic. Ufuk is horizon.
So. Oh yeah, Othek. It's also interesting. Maybe that might be it. Thanks for reminding me. And then you have Shin, which could be to eat, consume, or destroy. No, it's either tooth or breast. Which, interestingly, one consumes, the other provides. And then you have a taf, which is either ot or tav, which they both mean sign or mark. But the point is that they're like this was definitely a theologically created
tent door. Well, maybe that means pathway. And so now you can start reading into things whatever you want. So if I was looking at my name, okay, Brown, so it would be house. Then I go down to the resh, house, head. Maybe because on the head of my house, could that be in for the O? I'd go to a vav, that's nail, peg. Maybe that on the head of the house, and I'm like a nail, a peg in the wall, and then vav, that's a hook, and then nun, a seed, or maybe fish, because I'm like a fisher. But it's bogus, nonsense. It's playing games. That's all it is. All right, here's going back again. Let's take a look at the Phoenician alphabet. All right.
I mean, there's another reason why it's bogus. It's because Brown isn't Semitic. But theoretically, there might be connections with the Semitic. You see what I'm saying? Like,
did you say Brown?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What is that?
That's his last name.
Oh, okay.
So, like, say you were to take the last name Cohen, for instance. Oh, that's actually interesting. I mean, again, you would be reading it into it, but this might be really interesting. So the Kohanim were the priests. Now, check this out. So, what's the kaf? It's the hand. So it's this idea of like, either offering or extending a hand, or alternatively just like that. It could even just be this idea of cups or like, collection. But I mean, there's so many different things you could draw from that. Then a hey, which is this idea of like praise or worship. Definitely connect. So like, I mean, what if it's the people who collect the money for worship, and then the nun, you could view it as, connected to Nachash, or even just this idea of, which regardless of whether it's this, I think where they're getting this, that's what it is. The use of the nun to derive life and like, what else? Basically a symbolism of life. It's this idea of death and rebirth, but like without dying. In other words, like regrowing skin, like, or shedding skin like a snake does. But and it's similar to that. You have this idea of how there's fish that return to their place of spawning. So like it's almost like the Ouroboros.
Right.
But
the Phoenician alphabet.
Wait, what was I bringing that up? Oh, right. That with that you would with Kohen, so it could be like the line of the people who collect or for worship, or who offer worship. I don't think that there's anything legitimate you could really get out of that. Anything you'd be reading back into it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have value, so long as you're not actually straying from what it means and trying to use it to reinterpret the actual text. You see what or maybe not reinterpret, but to make it mean something that it already didn't mean.
Right, but if you don't have if you're not super confident about what it used to mean, then
well, so that's what I'm saying. That's why that's why I'm saying we should take it back to the original Egyptian as best as we can. So, for instance, because we know that shin has been used as both tooth and breast, well, it makes more sense for the breast because we have, like, for instance, we have an Egyptian hieroglyph for breast, and by extension, two of them would be breasts. But we have none for tooth. And I mean, I might be wrong about this. This might just be the list that I was able to get access to. But the point being is that with something like that, I think, like, okay, actually, here's exactly what I was talking about, because if I can just find is it here? Okay, here. So something like, what is it? Blood. So there, here you have this liquid issuing from lips. So this could be to spit, to vomit, blood, but alternatively, it could be to basically to emit a liquid. So if you connect this with say, oh yeah, this would be good. If you connect it with like a phallus and then water, then it's clear that it's not seed, so it must be urine. By extension here with breast, you can see how it means suckle, breast, or wet nurse, but alternatively, there's like other things for that. Basically, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I think that it's kind of foolish to even try to do that, just because you'd be limiting yourself to 22. But it doesn't mean you can't connect the 22 back to like where they originate from. So, for instance,
the problem is when you say connected back, you have no idea like the actual connotations of any particular combination. Like a person of that culture probably has a better chance, but to say that it's possible to go back for me seems kind of.
I'm not saying that we can go back. I'm saying that we'd essentially be reconstructing it. So, like, for instance, with something like this, there's no meaning that it had that's been able to be like confidently derived from these. So we just have the pictograph, and it's pretty obvious that it's referring to a bull and a calf. But then you have certain words that they do have these extra context. So, for instance, how the hindquarters of a lion have these connections to physical force and strength. but they also literally mean the forepart of a lion. And then, so like what I'm saying is to keep as true as what we can, and then to clearly distinguish what we know versus what is a pure reconstruction. Because like at the end of the day, I think that hieroglyphics are honestly one of the most underutilized tools in modernity for teaching for teaching languages. I mean, think about it. It's something that is much more universal. It's not completely, but a lot more universal than, say, a language or a script that's going to change every time you learn a different one. If you have something that people in one culture and in another culture can identify as a snake, that's useful for teaching. Like you see what I mean?
Right, but let me tell you why I disagree a little. It depends on a lot of what if you have anything abstract at all about what you're teaching, including tense, tense modification of the word, you will find it very difficult to use symbols.
Not necessarily.
Especially across cultures.
So that's the thing. I'm not saying. I mean, like obviously some context will get lost, but like rather than saying like this, and then how do you say was, and then in, like obviously you could, but I'm more so saying to use the hieroglyphics that correspond. So like obviously with some of this it's very obvious. Like say you need a word for or a representation for owl, you just use the pictogram for owl. But say you need something like let's see, where is it? Strength here, a leopard head. Like obviously there's multiple multiple things you could use for strength, so maybe it's better to use one versus another. But what I'm saying is, rather than having to do it like the lion was, or the lion slew them, what I'm saying is to have the pictographs or the hieroglyphics rather above or below the Hebrew text, or alternatively whatever language you're trying to teach, and to use them as aids, not as the backbone itself.
Huh. I see what you mean now, I think.
And then by doing that, you could also combine other languages. And so you're basically using ancient texts, or alternatively new ones. It doesn't really matter, to teach multiple languages at the same time. So, so you have the pictograph, which is more or less universal. Then you might have the word in Spanish, the word in English, the word in Hebrew, the word in Chinese. And at the end of the day, it's definitely going to be harder for someone who doesn't already know like Chinese or any of the languages like that.
I mean, it's like having a picture in a dictionary with multiple languages.
Basically, except
it's like a common denominator.
Though the difference with this, and this is part of why I think it's so useful and why it's almost like its own Rosetta Stone, is that you can say you don't even know like the language that the thing's being written in. You could still use this to say, say you speak Chinese and you speak English, but you don't speak Spanish and you want to learn Spanish. Then you could just translate from the Chinese, see what the pictogram is. I mean, obviously, by that point, you'd probably already know what it means, but it's like that way you. And then you can also, I mean, the main thing is because of how important roots are in Hebrew. So if you can start associating this picture with this root, then you, like when you see it again, you'll start to develop the connections more easily. I mean, I feel like it's also something that's
I don't know. I'll tell you, I'm not trying to like nitpick, but this is it's something I actually think about a lot. The problem with putting the root with associating it with a thing is that the root is literally like the most diverse unit of the language, right? Because you have like the language is made up of many words and then at the bottom of those is a smaller number of roots.
I don't know, because all
I mean, no, that's literally true, right? Like you have 10, let's say one root that you can make, however many words from the root, right?
Yeah, but it's also like, for instance, so ev, so I mean that's a big thing. You're also dependent on like how it's built. But so ev is from like avav, but it gets reduced into just ev, and that means freshness or green. But then you have aviv, which is fresh, or alternatively like the fresh or young ears of barley. Or basically, I mean, it's also a month. So I mean, in this case, context is really important. But then something like avad, which means, I think that's to be destroyed. Yeah, perish, die. So it just shows you different tenses that's used, and then lower it'll actually tell you different words from it. So avoid. So keep in mind, it's like, so aveda, like it means destruction, or essentially like desolation, like being forgotten. Like here you can see cause to perish, and a type of perishing is disappearing, but not necessarily actually being destroyed. So it could either be oved, destruction, aveda, a lost thing, avdan, destruction, avadon, which is almost like a place of or personification of destruction or ruin. So like they're all connected. The thing is, you have to keep in mind how many roots there are, because there's so many. This is just aleph. So my point is that if you account, like, it's not like you're like, sure, there's some words like maybe Adam. So here you have Adam meaning mankind, but it can also mean like accounting for context. You have Adama, so that's a different word, but it means earth or land. Then you have different form of Adam, which is connected, to be red, so redness. So then you have Odem, and the problem here you have is Adom and Odem are both going to be spelled the same way, and unless you have a way to account for the actual pronunciation, it's going to appear the same, which is another reason why context is going to be important. But in terms of this, like, there's always going to be a connection. So the reason why Adam red and Adam earth are connected is because the earth, it's talking about red earth, like it which is connected to the fertility of the actual soil. So then you have something like but I mean, my point is that almost all of the roots, you're not going to find a derivation in meaning. And even if you do, if you have the pictographs to account, and then you have ways to check for them throughout the whole thing, so you can reference it elsewhere. So say you don't know what it is, you could just search for the word that you're looking for, or alternatively search for the and basically, I don't have a whole lot else to do with my time, so I figure, especially over summer, if I just start basically making almost like flashcards with this, but accounting for the fact that you do have these issues, and using it as a guide rather than actually trying to make it where it can stand on its own, because obviously, like, without having a solid knowledge of Egyptian, even then, who else is going to know Egyptian? So it's more so about, and this was a key thing though, I'm trying to use it to also create more of invigorated interest in Egyptian culture and language, because of the fact that it with the more obscure things, like here, I'll give you an example, and we should probably finish up soon, but here, check this out. So smell. So this, a bovine head, it's literally just like a cow head without horns. And it means, so alone, it's a nose, but it's also determinative for kiss and smell. So how I would separate this, if you want it to be kiss, then it would be, you would pair it with lips. Because, and if you wanted it to be smell, again, I'm aware this is a reconstruction, but like if you account for this and you let people know in the reconstruction, and you make sure that people don't think that it's actual Egyptian, but that the figure, the hieroglyphs themselves are Egyptian, but the meanings are reconstructive. Then you can say, well, a smell would maybe be combining this with a nose, or combining this with, say, incense. And I mean, it's pretty clear, because with something like, do you have, oh shoot, smoke, maybe, is that what it's under? Okay, here, bowl with smoke. So you combine this with a nose, or with a bovine head, and all of a sudden, so it's like the type of thing where I think you can make it internally consistent, but you do have to work on it.
Yeah, I would love to. When you get a chance, I'd love to see like a little demo.
Definitely, it's something that I'll probably be. I mean, I'm working on it already. I mean, the main issue is that because I'm doing this on my phone, because I don't know. I mean, I need to look into text replacement programs on my computer. But theoretically, what I'm trying to do is make these flashcards. That way I can control the direction of which way it's going, or I can account for that. So say it's going left to right for the pictographs, but then right to left for the Hebrew. Then I can account for that and hopefully put a little arrow to indicate which way is going for each, so that people don't end up getting confused. But yeah, so here, let's finish up that video, and then it's almost done, and then we'll stop.
About 1400 BC, all right? And as we look at this, we start on the right, Aleph, Beit. You can see that even though we're told that all these meanings are there, you're not going to know it looking at it. And again, it is simply an alphabet. All right, you want to know what people do with this? You want to know how far they go? You want to know how crazy it becomes? And I plead with you, don't waste your time. It is nonsense. Better look for the latest sighting of Elvis Presley. Better find out if there's life on Mars, and if we need to send a mission to Mars to reach the Martians with the gospel. That's more credible. That's more worthy of your time than this nonsense. All right, let's debunk it once and for all. Let's take a look at Hebrew writings, say from the Dead Sea Scrolls, or Hebrew writings from some documents that we have from even a few hundred years before that in Aramaic or Hebrew. Just look at what the script looks like, okay? So I want you to see this, all right? So Dead Sea Scrolls, for example, this is just an alphabet. There is no pictographic meaning found in any of these words whatsoever. And again, Dead Sea Scrolls or Aramaic inscriptions from other places a couple hundred years earlier, this is how the script would look. There's nothing pictographic about it whatsoever. It is simply an alphabet. Nevertheless, here's what we're told, okay? This is what we're told. I'm not mentioning the website, but I'm going to take you through what this one website claims, and it's going to go through the first word in Genesis, Bereshit, which is Beit, Resh, Aleph, Shin, Vav, Taf. And this is now allegedly the meaning we're going to get from it. All right, so here we go. So here's the letter Beit. Pictograph could mean house, but I'm going to take you through what this one website claims, and it's going to go through the first word in Genesis, Bereshit, which is Beit, Resh, Aleph, Shin, Vav, Taf. And this is now allegedly the meaning we're going to get from it. All right, so here we go. So here's the letter Beit. Pictograph could mean house, tent, or that's what it stands for. And the meanings, alleged meanings, family, house, inside. All right, and now Resh, man's head. That's first, top, beginning. So let's just look at the meanings. It's family first, strong, sharp, work, mark. And this is allegedly now all found in the first word of Genesis. This is no more reality, friends, than what I just did with my name, Brown, okay? There's no more reality to this than what I just did with my own name, Brown. It is that bogus. So now, and again, I'm not giving you the website, but here's what this particular author has to say. He's now going to read into, you're going to be shocked to find out what he now reads into this based on the alleged original pictographic meaning. If you sat down with Moses and talked to him about it, you go, what in the world are you talking about? All right, so here we go. While each pictograph has a meaning of its own, Hebrew always forms words by combining pictographs to convey an idea. Nonsense! Bogus! In this instance, the first two pictographs, Beit and Resh, form the word bar, which means son of. For instance, Jewish males have their bar mitzvah at age 13, announcing that they are a son of the covenant. So not only are they reading meanings that had no connection whatsoever to the alphabet anymore, not only that, they're now dividing the word up. Okay, let's go. Let's continue. He says this. The next letter is the Aleph, which is depicted as an ox's head, with the ox having the connotation of strength and power. Not surprisingly, this symbol was often associated with God. The symbology of this letter even appears to have been employed by God in the sacrifice of the red heifer, which is a portrayal of Jesus' eventual death at the cross. So in this instance, we could translate this letter as God. The guy's making this up. This is totally 100% making stuff up based on this fundamental misunderstanding. All right, now he continues. Now we come to the letter Shin, which is depicted as 2 front teeth. This symbol represents the act of biting or pressing against something, or eating or destroying something. It could also represent the number 2, since there are 2 front teeth in the picture.
Surely
In this instance, we adopt the idea of being pressed by those.
It's much easier to convince evangelicals that it's 2 front teeth than that it's 2 breasts.
Consuming teeth. Then there is the yud, which has the pictograph and extended arm and hand. Since we do our work with our arms and hands, the symbol would point to the ideas of work or effort or throwing something, even throwing worship to God. Of course, it can also have the symbolic meaning of the arm and or hand. I mean, this is staggering. This is staggeringly bizarre. This is staggeringly bizarre beyond the point of any connection to reality. This is pure fantasy. And we're being told this is the hidden meaning in Genesis 1:1 in the opening word. And people are like, wow, that's amazing. That's in the Bible. It's not in the Bible. This has been made up, completely made up. Basically, everything you read here, aside from the fact that many centuries before, these letters originally had a pictographic meaning. Aside from that, everything, every single word you read there was nonsense fantasy. Okay, then he says this. Finally, we have the tav, which is made by crossing 2 sticks in the shape of a cross, which was the way that the Hebrews actually used sticks to keep the rib cage of a lamb open while they roasted it. This symbol also has the meaning of a marker, sign, or signal or monument, but in this analysis, we'll just use the idea of a cross, of course. And by the way, a cross in terms of crucifixion or anything like that didn't exist in the world at that point. That was invented by the Romans many centuries later. So here's the message. Are you ready? This is what this guy, well-meaning, I think, this is what he's going to come up with, based on the alleged pictographic meaning, then with all their fantasy stuff built into it in the first word in Genesis. Here we go. When combined, then, the overall message that can be gleaned from this first word of the Bible is the following. The Son of God will be pressed by his own hand on a cross. I'm sorry to laugh. That's the most absurd thing I've ever read. The Son of God will be pressed by his own hand on a cross. Isn't that fascinating? No, it's not fascinating. It's bogus. You just made something up and put it on the Bible. And it's been hiding right there in plain sight for thousands of years. It's not hiding. It's not there. And in case you think that's not what this message is claiming, consider how well the message correlates to everything we know about the destiny of Jesus in this world according to his own words. So in other words, you're going to now take the gospel message and throw it back where it never occurred, and throw it back by dividing up, mixing up, importing meanings into letters that are not there in the Hebrew. Look, if you do this after this video, you're doing it with your eyes wide open. You are willfully deceived. You're willfully deceiving others. Bogus nonsense. I don't care if your books took off. I don't care if your ministry took off. I don't care if your websites took off. You need to pull the books. You need to pull the websites. You need to publicly apologize for misleading people. It is based on false information, and you just read stuff into the Bible. It's not there. I don't care if it's Orthodox gospel. You just made it up in terms of Genesis. So I'm going to give you a series of facts, one after the other. Indisputable, non-negotiable facts. I challenge any scholar on the planet to challenge a word of these, and it's not going to happen because no scholar would. All right. Fact. There was not a single hint that the ancient Greeks, who borrowed the ancient Phoenician alphabet, retained or even understood the original pictographic meaning of the letters. It is the same, friends, with the ancient Hebrews, but Greeks, let's use that as an example. They're borrowing the same alphabet, not a hint that an original pictographic meaning was understood in now the new letters that they were going to be using. Fact. There's not a single hint in a single verse of the Bible that the Hebrew letters are to be understood in a pictographic sense. Not maybe, not possibly, fact. Next fact. There is not a single example in all ancient Jewish literature, talking about thousands of writings of the rabbis, that the Hebrew letters were to be understood in a pictographic sense. Fact. Next fact. There is not a single scholarly dictionary of biblical Hebrew, I own them all, that places any meaning on or derives any definition from the alleged pictographic meanings of the Hebrew letters. And finally, fact. It is a dangerous practice to interpret the Hebrew scriptures based on the alleged pictographic meanings of the letters. To do so is to turn the plain meaning of the Bible into a meaningless code of gibberish and to add one's ideas to the scriptures. All right, listen. You've been warned. We've laid things out.
Because that's never been done before.
The Bible, as God gave it to us, is rich enough. Let's explore what God said and not get in the realm of fantasy.
Did he seriously just say not get into the realm of fantasy?
Yep.
Get in the realm of fantasy. Ideas to the scriptures. All right, listen. You've been warned. We've laid things out. We've made them plain. The Bible, as God gave it to us, is rich enough. Let's explore what God said and not get in the realm of fantasy.
Okay, that's just too funny. I've got to find a palate cleanser before we end off. This is just.
I sent you a link. You might be interested if you're interested in writing systems. This is a very this is a constructed, type of thing, but it's just looks cool as hell. Just thought you might want to.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post that in maybe general. I just need to find a place so I don't forget.
I'll post it.
Okay, thanks. That works.
Yeah.
So,
but if you just look at like the graphics of it,
nice.
alone, it's like.
Let's see. So, oh, that's a lot of comments. Okay. Left to right, right to left. That orthodox is only one direction. More comfortable, ergonomic, and as the symbols become abstract, phonetical, the image is incidental. When you hold a tablet notebook, it would be exaggerated to keep it at right angle, writing from or towards the body. Ergonomics, goddess culture, milk of the mother. It's also connected with Shavuot. Beth as the foundation of a 2-room house. Ox horns, moon crescent, menstrual cycle, mother's womb, original home house, vessel, encompasser. A book written in 1991 by Maria Gimbutas, The Civilization of the Goddess. In it was a chapter called The Sacred Script. There I found a chart of ancient marks that have been found in what Gimbutas termed old European cultures that flourished 8,500 to 5,500 years ago in southeastern Europe. Pictures are more universal, phonetics more specific. Pictures understood by anyone from any language strangers can convey without same tongue. Discernment, definitely discernment's important. Cut, division, discrimination, decision, nose for smell. Women counted days of menstruation, created lunar calendar by marking a stick, the spine of Ogham, measurement, number associated with mark. Street signs, Olympic figures, crosswalk, swimming. Yes, parallel context. Yes, you can learn by association. Forgotten meanings can also be revived.
The question is not whether you can learn by association. The question is, it's going to limit you. It's going to give you a boost in some aspects, but it's going to limit you in a lot of other aspects. That's the point. Like,
how do you think?
Like, look at the world. Like, I see what you're trying to do with it, and I like it. But let's say look at the word culture, right? If you can identify a root and associate it with an image, when you say something like cultural or culture in a scientific sense, in a like a lab biological sense, at some point the specificity of the root is going to be no help at all in understanding what the word is, even with the context that surrounds it.
Oh yeah, it'll become its own its own abstract thing. I'm aware of that.
Right. So in some aspects, the less abstract something is, the more that will help. And look, no, it's not a coincidence that people use imagery a lot in like the beginning of, the beginning stages of language learning, right? Like everybody knows that. So yeah, I just want to clarify. I wasn't trying to say like it's not possible, but trade-offs and stuff.
Okay, so tarbut is the Hebrew word for culture. I'm just trying to find where that actually comes from. Tarbut. Okay, here. Balashon, tarbut. Let's see. Tarbit, interest. See, early modern Hebrew kultura, medieval times. Tarbut being used positive sense. Let's see. Tarbut is originally used in Rabbinic Hebrew as referring to negative connotation, like bad manners, but within a compound. So like bad culture or bad manners. So it's almost like manners. Let's see. Akkadian okay, this is interesting. So let's first take a look at the etymology of the English word culture. The tilling of land from Latin cultura, stem of colere, to tend or guard, cultivate, till. The figurative sense of cultivation through education is so you would definitely want to use the pictographs for land or earth, specifically agricultural ones. The ox goad you would want to use, but you would also want like books or something that connotates like writing or like recreation, something where it's not just like
concrete.
And it makes it where the ox goad isn't, you're not like, it's clear you're not just cultivating land, but it's that you're cultivating a society. And so I think that they're like, at the end of the day, to think that anything but the most basic words are going to be obvious is really stupid. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but that's part of why, like, so like, and this is kind of the interesting thing, depending on how deep you want to go with this, you could actually make so for instance, if you have the word yadayim, and I'll give you this is actually really part of my thought process. So you have hand. So you have a bunch of words for hand. I'm just trying to find the let's see, hand. Okay, I think it's here. Is it? Oh, it might be further up here. Okay, wait, yeah, here it is. So here you have two hands. I mean, you have a bunch of ones for two hands, but you want to do that, so you do yad. So if you use like a text replacement rather than just using the pictographs, which I mean, it makes it easy if you're typing it out, then you could make this is yadayim, but yad itself would have to be something like so this would be yad. And then you would still have yud mem left because it would be a plural. So you would have a yud hanging in the middle, and then in between, or like, I mean, on the other side of the yud, you would have yud mem, which is yam, which is C. So then you would use you would want to use something like pool of water. So this I equate with again, you probably need to do something like wide pool of water, which indicates sea. So like, but then you also have the interesting. Apparently, this is the motif of stone and water being connected seems to be an Egyptian thing because anyway, so it's probably referring to the pool itself, like the stone. So anyway, my point though is that for that you could depict yadayim above the actual, and this is probably how I would choose to do it. I would use the most simplified pictograph, and then I would expound on it. So it would be like, the hand, which would be yad, the yud in the middle, and then the yud mem, which would be the pool of water or the sea. And then below that, you would actually have it fully spelled out, so you can see like how it's being kind of pieced together or broken apart. And I mean, like, I'm mainly doing this for me, but I figure I'm trying to do it where it could actually help someone who doesn't know, or who knows the letters, but maybe doesn't know, how to actually use that knowledge of the letters.
Yeah, I imagine it's useful in like, because like affixes and suffixes are a bit more systematized, so you can like catch on to them quickly, but like actual roots are a bit more like, you just have to know them, right? So in that case, I would imagine it would help me if I was reading a new language to like understand sort of what's going on without actually having to know the roots. And this and because like suffixes and affixes and conjugations are systemic, you're just gonna see them all the time. You're gonna get like, you're eventually gonna catch on, but like I see what you mean. I really think it could be cool. No doubt.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. But let me see. I'm just trying to find a good video to end this off on. I know. Let's see. Ancient, like, let's see. Sorry, give me one moment. Oh wait, is that Oh wait, is it here? Okay, sorry, I think I found it. Oh shoot! One second, I need to let my dog out.
This mistake is costing Amazon Prime shoppers. Are you still using Prime?
To ask what's going on here? What's the nature of the site?
Oh wait, hold on. It was the.
I've seen that one.
Oh wait. Here.
Israel Finkelstein is a leading figure in the archaeology and history of ancient Israel. Over 40 years of fieldwork and research, he has helped to change the way archaeology is conducted, the Bible is interpreted, and the history of Israel is reconstructed. I sat down with Israel over several sessions to talk about how a lifetime of work has informed the story of ancient Israel. Okay, today we're going to be talking about the end of the Late Bronze Age civilization that we spent last episode discussing. In the 12th century, the Late Bronze Age world collapsed. Let's talk about what the significance of this transition is, specifically for setting up the rise of ancient Israel.
So we absolutely need to look at the collapse in order to understand what came next, and the collapse is essential. But first, we have to understand what was there before. So it is really important to make a contrast between the situation, let's say, in the middle of the 13th century BC, and the situation, let's say, around 1100. So we are comparing 1250 to 1100 BC. 1250, the old world as it used to be, the age of the empires, and a strong Egyptian empires, a strong Hittite empire, Mycenaean palaces in Greece, Cyprus, Alasia, that was the name of the place, was the exporter of copper all around the Eastern Mediterranean. Important city-states in Canaan, important emporia of trade on the coast like 𝐤𝐤𝐓 in the north. This is 1250, the world of the empires. By 1100 BC, there was nothing left of this world, nothing at all. There was no Hittites. There was no Egypt anymore as an empire. There were no city-states in Canaan as they used to be, or definitely not 𝐤𝐤𝐓. Alasia was not that important anymore, and so on. Instead, we have a situation of reorganization, which at the end of the process will lead to the rise of a new order of territorial kingdoms for a while, independent of great empires ruling over them for a while. And we are speaking about a process. So we are not dealing here with, a collapse over 1 minute. Let's say, a friend of ours is describing in a wonderful book, a collapse in 1177, which is good for one part, of the process. But there was a longer process which started probably sometime in the late 13th century and continued for at least a century until the whole thing came down.
How does this happen? I mean, we see this periodically throughout human history, something great like the Late Bronze Age imperial system, a global system with international trade and great wealth spread all around.
Now we take it for granted that this is going to last forever.
This is maybe.
I mean, just imagine what humanity was like without the capacity to destroy the total environment, but still the capacity to destroy themselves. I mean, like, whether it was because of disease or famine or overexpansion, like at the end of the day, the Bronze Age collapse happened in a way that's only really going to ever be able to be paralleled by something that's even more massive. It's like the bigger it is, the harder it falls.
Definitely. Yeah.
Maybe the most dramatic single collapse in the history of the old world, for sure, maybe in the history of the world. This is the crisis here, the big collapse of the great empires of the old world.
When I speak in the history of the world, part 2.
Big, as big as what happened in the beginning of the 20th century after First World War. The entire system changed completely. But this was even more dramatic because they disappeared completely. I mean, the empires of the past. So there were attempts to understand this, to give explanations from the very beginning. People were looking into either historical processes, but then partially explaining the system, because historical process can explain, a situation in Canaan, a situation in Cyprus, a situation in Greece or in Anatolia, but not the big picture of the entire collapse of the system in the Eastern Mediterranean. And at a certain point, scholars started looking at then partially exploration Mediterranean, and at a certain or in Anatolia, but not the big situation in Canaan, a situation in Cyprus, a situation in Greece or in Anatolia, but not the big picture of the entire collapse of the system in the Eastern Mediterranean. And at a certain point, scholars started looking at a crisis which was connected to some sort of natural forces. So at a certain moment, they spoke about a storm of earthquakes and things like this. But slowly, in fact, starting in the 60s of the 20th century, there were voices raising the possibility of climate change.
Climate change, it's all the rage these days. How can you even begin to discuss climate change 3,000 years ago?
So first of all, I need to tell you, Matt, and I think that you feel like me. When I came to the university, you came later than me, many years later than me. But when I came to the university, they told me, listen, all the evidence shows that in the last 5,000 years, there was no big change, climate change in our region. But we know today that this is not correct. So this is something, change of paradigm also in the last, 15, 20, 25 years in research. So how do we know about climate change? What brought about, this thinking that there was a problem with climate behind this collapse of the 13th and 12th centuries BC? The reason is that we turned into different archaeoscience fields, and some of them started giving us information. The most important of them all is pollen research. What is pollen? We are looking for pollen in the air, and the pollen in the air, in fact, gives us information about the vegetation around us. So we sit here with
basically you can you can check the ratios of pollen, and like say you have an increased amount or a decreased amount, it corresponds to the level of rainfall, and that's correlated with other things, but other things affect the pollen and like the composition, not just quantity but quality and how it's composed, stuff like that. And so by looking at different sediment layers, they can see, well, parts per, whatever compared to this, there's more or less here. And this indicates that, during this period that I don't have as good of a background in like biological sciences, or I guess even just like hard sciences. I know enough I know what I know because, I've taken anthropology classes and archaeology classes, but at the end of the day, it's way out of my wheelhouse. I'm much better at social sciences. Sorry, my dog's being a pain.
Around us, and other trees around us. And I suppose that there is pollen in the air which will provide information about the vegetation here in Jerusalem today, right? The same goes for antiquity. The question is how to know about pollen in antiquity. The way to go about this is to go to lakes. Why lakes? Because in lakes, in deep lakes especially, the pollen sinks into the bottom of the lake and sits there quietly without currents disturbing the sediments.
They take core samples.
If we come and drill into the sediments at the bottom of the lake and take a core of sediments,
core.
And the core, in fact, discloses, the history of sediments and history of pollen in the air above the lake or around the lake, in the surroundings of the lake in antiquity. All we need to know is to be able to date the core and to count and identify pollen in the core. And this is what we are doing. So several teams worked about this in recent years. There is a very strong French team who worked in Syria before the crisis in Syria and in Cyprus. And we have our own team. We work here in the capacity of a big European Research Council research.
I don't know how to use the chat here.
So the leading scholar in this team was Daphne
Like the regular chat.
What do you mean?
Like I'm trying to post something that's not in private chat on StreamYard.
Oh.
Is that possible?
I think you just need to post it in YouTube. Oh, but if you post in private chat, or what is it?
Oh no, it's fine. I'll post it on YouTube then.
I mean, like as long as it's not a link, I think it should let you.
It is a link. Damn. Okay.
In that case, just post in private chat. I'll post it in public.
Oh, I did post it in private. It's the small link.
Oh.
I think Zoe, or sorry, not Zoe. Rose wanted it. I don't know if they're on Discord or not, so I don't know.
Here, I'll just let's see. Copy link address, comments. Control V. And then the other one. I think my dog's going to bark again. Oh, she's gearing up. Let's see. Here. There you go.
Thanks.
Who is now at Tel Aviv University, an archaeobotanist.
So how does pollen translate into information about climate?
So pollen translates to vegetation around the place where you took the core from. And the vegetation translates to climate, because we are looking at, for instance, the ratio between arboreal and non-arboreal vegetation, which means trees and other vegetation, small vegetation and so on. And we can see vegetation which is more desert-like, which is more steppe-like, or vegetation which signifies a period with lots of precipitation, lots of rain, green, and so on and so forth. This is exactly what pollen tells us. And when we look at the chart that is produced by the core that we took, for instance, from the Sea of Galilee, and the same results from Cyprus and from Syria, we see something very dramatic. We worked also in maybe a little bit better resolution for the period that we are speaking about. So we see basically the most radical crisis, climate crisis, in the history of this country, in the Bronze and Iron Ages, in the period of time between 1250 and 1100 BC. Exactly the period of the collapse of the city-states in Canaan and of these empires around us, what we know from the textual material of the ancient Near East. So a big crisis.
So the pollen in the air lands on the lake.
Has anyone
lands on the bottom, and at
hypothesized
the bottom of
why the
lake should be
climate changed so much?
stratified layers of pollen over time.
Yes, we need to look for organic material along the core in order to radiocarbon date these samples, and then by having a few samples along.
I'm not actually sure. I think people think it might have been a result of, I mean, one of the possibilities is that like overgrazing of land or something, or like maybe humans messed up the climate somehow by expanding too much. But I think, but it's also possible that it was a natural change in climate. Not to push forward any bullshit theory that that's why the climate's changing now. But like it did happen in the past, and if it was over a long enough time, but people still would have, they would have had to adapt or whatever. So imagine like an entirely different world, but that it eventually slowly changes into a world that can't sustain the same, same production that it used to, and so people end up need to scurry about to find the new places that are good. It's something that I'm not sure if they know the time period of how long this happened in, because that would also be something interesting.
From the core, and then by looking also at the lamina, in the core, we can really reconstruct almost, maybe not year by year, but we, for instance, worked in a resolution of a sample every 20-25 years, which was really unheard of before, and which gave us a lot of information.
So it works a lot like tell archaeology. You identify the layer, you date the layer with some sort of radiocarbon, and then you count the pollen inside of that layer.
Yeah, like you look at the material culture of the layer. So in this case, you look at the pollen.
Right. So if I find that there is tons of olive pollen in one particular layer and less of some other type of thing, I can start to talk about the vegetation of a region. How would you define this major change in climate? Are things getting wetter, drier, snowier? What's going on?
Exactly. So this is a wonderful question, because we are sitting, let's say, shift ourselves from Jerusalem, which is more problematic from the point of view of climate, to Tel Aviv, or to Megiddo. Two of us work at Megiddo, so we know very well the environment of Megiddo. You sit at Megiddo, and let's say the average precipitation is somewhere around 550, 600 millimeters per year. Drop 20%. You get to what? 500. Well, you can manage. No big
crops are going to be the same.
Yeah, one can manage. However, please remember that we are surrounded here in the Levant by steppe regions on two sides. So we have the sea on one side in the west, in the east, desert, in the south, desert. And many of the important places are located on the desert fringe. Amman in Jordan gets something like 250, 300 millimeters per year. Damascus gets something between 250 and 300 millimeters per year. So if you take Megiddo down by 20%, nothing happens. If you take Damascus down by 20%, you have a catastrophe, basically, because then the whole thing starts collapsing. And by the way, that some people think and speak about it, and there were many scholarly articles pro and con this notion that the crisis that we see in Syria today, in recent years, is a product of several continuous years of droughts in Syria on the desert fringe 20, 15 years ago.
So when we talk about the collapse of late Bronze Age society from Greece to Mesopotamia, and we talk about climate change, we have to understand, as you are suggesting, that climate change impacts different regions in different ways. But because this entire world was such an integrated system, that the collapse in certain parts could cascade to other parts.
Yes, exactly. This is maybe one of the most important points to stress. The Lībōn system was a system that was well connected from Greece in the west to Mesopotamia in the east, and from Anatolia in the north to Egypt in the south, connected by trade, by diplomatic relations, and by the entire economic system of globalization of the Egyptian empire, perhaps, and so on. And once, the system starts collapsing, then started a domino effect which brought the entire world of the Bronze Age down at the end of the 12th century BC.
So the pollen evidence strongly indicates that there was increasing dryness in the desert margins, which began to impact some very important city-states, such as Damascus,
right,
Amman.
Yeah.
What other lines of evidence can we look at that would help us understand this moment in time?
So so first of all, we need to remember, and we spoke about it a little bit, but I think it's not too bad to reiterate, that we are dealing with three lines of evidence that go together very well and point to the period of time between 1250 and 1100 BC. One is the pollen evidence for a dramatic climate crisis, dry period, at least in the Levant and around us. The second piece of information is simply the history of destruction of cities. The entire destruction of cities and states in the region started sometime in the beginning of the 12th century. Let's say Ugarit in the north collapsed on the Syrian coast. The big emporium there on the coast was destroyed sometime in the very beginning of the 12th century, and then continuously until the late 12th century. Megiddo, where the two of us are working, you remember the information that we have from Megiddo is very late 12th century, so 50, 60 years after Ugarit, and there are other places that were destroyed before. For instance, 𐤏𝐻𝑒𝑠 in the north of Israel, which was destroyed maybe in the middle of the second half of the 13th century BC. The other line of evidence is the textual material, which is very dramatic, because we do have, in fact, information about a crisis of drought and famine in the region. So we are not inventing the second half of the places that were destroyed before. For instance, 𐤏𝐻𝑒𝑠 in the north of Israel, which was destroyed maybe in the middle of the second half of the 13th century BC. The other line of evidence is the textual material, which is very dramatic, because we do have, in fact, information about a crisis of drought and famine in the region. So we are not inventing something here only according to the pollen evidence. We are also reading about it in the texts of the ancient Near East. Which texts? The texts which were found in Ugarit on the coast in the north, the text from Hatti, the Hittite Empire, text from Emar on the Euphrates, all from the north, and they all speak about this process, about big problem with droughts, Euphrates, all Ugarit on the coast in the north, the text from Hatti, the Hittite Empire, text from Emar on the Euphrates, all from the north, and they all speak about this process, about big problem with droughts that bring about famine, and they cry for help, and some of them cry for help from Egypt, because Egypt is not dictated, the climate in Egypt, by the climate of the Eastern Mediterranean, but rather by the water that comes with the Nile from the south. So they cry for help. So the problem really starts sometime in the middle of the 13th century and continues until the late 12th century BC.
What's the connection between this climate change and the destruction of all of these cities? I mean, it's not such a direct and obvious connection.
So before we explain exactly what happened, I wish to cite a study which is really essential for understanding this. And this is a study by Ronnie Ellenblum of the Hebrew University here in Jerusalem, published by Cambridge University Press a while ago, describing a comparable climate crisis in the second half of the 10th century and the beginning of the 11th century CE, which means 1,000 years ago. And why is this important? Because for the 10th and 11th century CE, 1,000 years ago, we have a full coverage of textual material from Egypt, from Cairo, from Baghdad, from Constantinople, Istanbul.
So this is interesting.
The area, and we can really compare the.
So guess what? I was looking into this, and apparently so I saw this before, and I guess I must have read it wrong, because I read it as I guess, like, I don't even remember what I read it as, but and that's another SOAR route. So check this out. So see this palace? So this idea of like being what is it? That you like you have been not cut off, but like you're on the wrong side almost. Where is it going with this? Oh, interesting. The Maltese hut looks really interesting. But all right, back on track. So basically, there's see, there must be another palace. So basically, I realized it when he was talking about 𝐤𝐻𝑒𝑠, and I was like, wait, isn't that connected to? And so I looked it up, and it is. 𝐤𝐻𝑒𝑠 is actually, let's see, where is it? Sorry, I'm just trying to find the BDP online. Shoot. Okay, I'll just find it here. So, share screen. Okay, so 𝐤𝐻𝑒𝑠, and remember, tzor is that root which means to like enclose, or it's like surround, or almost like
fence off.
Yeah. So let's see. So we're going to search for a reference. Oh, shoot. Reference specifically from the BDB. Okay, here. 𐤏𤁁𐤓𝐉. So it's a city in northern Canaan, but it's also... Oh, this is interesting. 𝐤𝐶𝑖R means... Oh, I was getting confused with 𝐤𝐶𝑖R, but okay, so 𝐤𝐶𝑖R means a settled abode or haunt, but let's see, 𝐤𝐶𝑖R, Eastern... 𝐤𝐶𝑖R place, 𝐤𝐶𝑖R... Okay, where is it actually going? There's a lot of places called... Here, 𝐤𝐶𝑖R, settled abode, settlement, or village. But a 𝐤𝐶𝑖R, I think, so be present, settle, or dwell. Wait, what's right before this? It's... Oh, here's what I was talking about. Encompass or surround. So 𝐤𝐶𝑖R means enclosure or court. And in this context, that's probably what 𝐤𝐶𝑖R means. But yeah, that might be what 𝐤𝐻 is. That makes more sense for 𝐤𝐻 than something like just like 𝐤𝐻. But yeah, so here.
Records and see what happened. Now,
the period of the Crusades.
This is it ends just before the Crusades, I would say. It starts around 950 and it ends around 10, according to Birnbaum, around 1070 CE. Now, Birnbaum was essential because he's working with textual material, which is gives us a full picture. When we speak about antiquity, really the Bronze Age.
What do you mean? If you want my email address, I don't know if it should be public, but if anyone ever wants to send me an email, yeah, if anyone ever wants to get in contact with me, wants to, get on, present anything, I mean, not anything, but, obviously I have some standards, but yeah.
We do not have the full picture. He has the full picture from the textual material. And what he describes is interesting in two ways. First of all, that he has the full picture from the textual material. And what he describes is interesting in
textual, not sexual.
That a part or on top, the problem with
yeah,
how's antiquity, really the Bronze Age, we do not have the full picture.
Hey, here's some pill to improve your textual performance.
Really the Bronze Age, we do not have the full picture. He has the full picture from the textual material. And what he describes is interesting in two ways. First of all, that apart or on top, in addition to problem with precipitation, to droughts, there was a big problem with cold spells in the north. And cold spells are more deadly, more lethal than a problem of precipitation, because when one gets a cold spell, the crops are dead, all the crops, everything is dead, the agricultural output, and people have to start moving, looking for food. There's no other way. The second, and then starts a domino effect, sort of speaking. The second issue that we need to take a look at from the perspective of the Ørn research is the fact that the problem is not that the rain stops for 50 years. We are not Ørn research is the fact. The second issue that we need to take a look at from the perspective of the Ørn research is the fact that the problem is not that the rain stops for 50 years. We are not dealing with a situation like this, of course. But it becomes crucial when you get, let's say, 10 years of drought, and then there is recovery, but the recovery is not long enough. So if the recovery, let's say, is only 2 years, and then you get another set of 10 years of drought, then you're dead. And now we can turn back to your question.
What is the connection between climate change and actual destruction? We find that �𝐻𝐶𝑖R is destroyed, or 𝐻𝐻𝐷 is destroyed. An entire city burned to the ground.
Yeah, so I think that we need to think about two different processes that really combine together. First one is what's going on in the north. If indeed there were cold spells in the north, so this could have pushed groups in the north to start moving southwards in search of food into other parts, and then raid cities and destroy them and bring about a total unrest and collapse. The second situation is here in the Levant. Let's say Damascus, for instance. If indeed we have a situation of drop in Damascus, or in Amman, or in Aleppo, or in Gaza, or in Ashkelon in the south, those cities, big cities, which are located on the desert range, and there starts a problem with droughts. So then slowly people start moving, and there are groups of then those, if you wish, 𝐴piru or others, and they start raiding cities. So, for us today to think about raiding a big city, we think about big armies, tanks, and cannons, and airplanes, and whatever. This was not the situation in antiquity. For instance, in 𝐷, we get information from the text. They speak about a few situations, and there are groups of then those, if you wish, 𝐴piru or others, and they start raiding cities. So, for us today to think about raiding a big city, we think about big armies, tanks, and cannons, and airplanes, and whatever. This was not the situation in antiquity. For instance, in 𝐷, we get information from the text. They speak about a few ships coming, and they are terrified. maybe each of them carrying 50, 60 warriors, and they are completely terrified because they cannot chase them quickly enough. And these people can organize and come and take a city and destroy it in no time. And once a city is destroyed, then you have the ripple effects on the other cities in the region, and then they come down one after the other. And again, we are dealing with the process which starts sometime in the second half of the 13th century and continues for a long time. But at the end of this process, nothing is left of the old regime.
So climate change really is powerful in explaining all of the problems that are observable in the archaeological and textual record, and also in understanding why it is such a long period of time. Because climate change causes economies to become crippled, causes people to be on the move.
All right, I do have
Brings
to
us
go
to
now,
migrations.
Some of
Ariel
the processes
and
that characterize
Rose.
the
So
period,
I'll
and
see you
especially
guys
what will
around,
come
okay?
next in the 12th century and 11th century BC, may be connected to this.
Take
Because
care.
what are the big
see you.
things that
Bye.
we
Bye. Have a great one.
see in the 12th century BC and into the 11th? I would say, first of all, the collapse of the Egyptian regime in Canaan and the city-states. We spoke about this. The second thing is the rise of ancient Israel in the sense of a wave of settlements in the highlands. And we need to ask ourselves, why? What happened? Where are they coming from, these people? And the third thing is the settlement of the sea people. We will get to this later in our conversations. The settlement of the sea people on the southern coast or along the coast of the Levant.
One of the oldest textual sources for this period is the famous Egyptian inscription of Ramses III at Medinet Habu, in which he refers to what sounds like an invasion of peoples of the sea. And the sea peoples has been part of the discussion of the collapse of the Bronze Age since the beginning. How do we connect the sea peoples with climate change and migrations?
So I think that it is not a coincidence that all this happens in the 12th century in the middle of the big crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean. And we have these groups that settle along the coast of the Levant, and they pose some sort of difficulty to Egypt. We will speak about it when we really have a discussion of the sea people later in the series. But they pose a problem to Egypt. And there is reason to believe that these groups were pushed to migration because of the climate crisis, because of droughts in the north, or the cold spells that I refer to, because people started pushing from the north southwards, and all these domino effects started rolling and groups started moving. Now, we are not speaking, of course, when we look at the records of Ramesses III, about tens of thousands of people invading the coast of Canaan. I saw once an article in the National Geographic magazine in the 50s, and there was a picture which reminded me, a drawing which reminded me very much of the memory of Normandy, 15 years before the publication of that article. We are not in a Second World War situation of an invasion from the sea of tens of thousands of people, but hundreds here and hundreds there came in ships, settled along the coast, caused some problems along the coast, and they were part of the migration and movement of people. Some of these movements came from outside, and some were local.
So before we continue to our discussion of the Israelites, there's still some very interesting questions here. We know that at the end of this process, the Egyptian empire is gone. We've talked about the sea peoples. We've talked about climate change. We've talked about other migrations. What were the Egyptians doing in the face of these new challenges?
So Egypt was a big empire, and it was well administered. So I don't see the Egyptians sitting here and doing nothing. And in fact, there is, for the first time in the last 10, 15 years, information to show us that the Egyptians tried to react, that they noticed that something was going on, and that something poses problems to their empire, to their grip over these territories, both in Canaan and along the coast. And the inscriptions of Ramesses that you mentioned a few minutes ago are connected to this. So we now have evidence from archaeology, and maybe even from Poland, to show that the Egyptians at a certain point in the 12th century, or even the very late 13th century, started shifting the agriculture, at least here in Canaan, into a different system directed at producing more grain, in order probably to supply grain to the steppe regions. So we see this at Megiddo in the animal husbandry evidence, which comes from archaeozoology: more cows for plowing the fields, and more sickle blades at the end of the late Bronze Age. And we see this in the growing evidence for pollen that comes from grain in the Sea of Galilee. And we see this in a very interesting piece of evidence about the introduction of zebu cattle into the region. We get this from ancient DNA investigation that I was involved with Meirav Meiri, a researcher from Tel Aviv University, doing the actual work, showing that they tried to introduce animals which were more adapt to dry areas in order to support the agriculture of the country. And in fact, when we look at the evidence, we see that they were successful, at least for a while, because in the north, the collapse can be dated to the beginning of the 12th century, around, let's say, 1180, 85 BC, whereas in the south, the final collapse came only 50, 60 years later. So they managed, in fact, to postpone the collapse for at least half a century.
So where do the Israelites fit in?
Well, so what did we do about this? We speak about the crisis. We spoke about the crisis to say the following, that we see this wave of settlement, strong settlement in the highlands, starting sometime in the late 13th century, continuing in the 12th century, and peaking, I suppose, in the 11th century BC. And this too, I think, is climate related. And why am I saying this? Because the economy, the local economy of Canaan in the Bronze Age was established on this system that has sedentary people and pastoral nomads. And the pastoral nomads can engage in pastoral nomadism and supply the products to the city dwellers only because the city dwellers and the villagers can supply them with grain. And the grain must come from the surplus of grain in the fields of these city-states. Now, once a crisis starts and the city-states cannot supply enough grain, this must push the pastoral nomads to settle down. And because we think that for other reasons, and we will be speaking about it later, that the early Israelites, at least some of them, settled down, came from pastoral nomadic background, maybe the crisis pushed them to settle down because there was not enough surplus of grain to support them. And another point that needs to be stressed is that unlike other periods when a climate crisis And with getting back to normal, what we see in the record of the Sea of Galilee, the pollen record, is that after this crisis in the 11th century, we are entering a phase which was wetter than the normal in the region. And in the 11th century, we are entering a phase which was wetter than the normal in the region, and this could have enabled the people in the highlands to establish themselves in a more agricultural formation system in the 11th century BC.
In our next episode, we could delve a little bit deeper into what is going on in the highlands in the aftermath of this crisis.
Yes.
Okay, so here's this one here, issue. Here are the images. You'll see that they've gone through a lot of changes. Okay. Here's a black one, a black version. Assyrian god of the earth and air, or the elements probably. Here we go. Here's the proof that Asher is Allah. Right? Sometimes this one seems to have extra H. Okay, sometimes it's like Allah with A on the end of it. Right? Sometimes Allah. Okay, it's Allah in the Aramaic. Here it is again, Allah. So if you have a look at the a lot of videos with the word Allah, we'll have a look. Here it is. Here we go. Dwell on that anymore. Okay, here's one. Here we go. Kendora. It's the rules that the Bible was diminished. Its entire concepts were distorted. As were names and their relevance to the individuals, nouns and objects they described. In the Hebrew Aramaic, the name Jew comes from the word Judah, namely Yehuda and Yehudai, or Jew and Jews. Therefore, the tribe of Judah is the ancestral tribe of the modern-day Jews. The other 11 tribes are the 11 Christian nations that accepted the Messiah Joshua during the Apostolic Age. And all the Christian nations are descended from these 11 tribes of Israel. The strictest prophecy in the concluding chapters of Genesis was fulfilled. He says to his brothers, "You intended evil against me, but God intended it as blessing." Joseph forgave his brothers who tried to kill him, just as Jesus forgave the descendants of Judah in the final days, because they intended evil and what they did against him, but God intended it as blessing. Thus, we're all going to be saved because of what they did when they called out crucifying.
What on earth? Did not mean to click on that, apparently. Let's see. Oh, let's see, what's this?
Yes, I wanted to record my dream that I had Monday night, May 30th, 2022. And in my dream, God showed me this. It is actually the letter Aleph in Kitab Ivri, which is considered a Proto-Hebrew script. So there's a lot of theories as to actually if it was a pre-Hebrew type script or if it was like more of the commoner sort of script. But anyways, it's in Kitab Ivri. And so Aleph represents God, right? That letter represents God and represents that he is one, and even 3 in 1. There's 3 parts to the actual Kitab Ashuri.
What is she talking about? 3 in 1.
For Aleph, which is more like that.
Stop reading
and
your
so a lot of
theology
the
into
gods
us.
begin with Aleph, and even mankind, Adam, is made up of Dom, which is blood, and Aleph, which is God. So, you know, flesh and blood made in the image of God is the picture of that word. It's really cool how Hebrew has all of these triliteral roots where you can find out deeper meanings of words, but that's something else. So anyways, I was asking God, I was having a conversation in my dream about, Lord, what do you want to show me? What do you want to tell me about this letter you're showing me? And he kept highlighting strength. And that is also sort of a symbol of Aleph, is his strength. And so the strength of God. And then he was highlighting to me refuge, and he actually put me, or somehow I ended up in the little V section of the Aleph, and I was protected there, kind of like David in a stronghold, just protected. And so God has been emphasizing to me in lots of different illustrations and dreams and in his word and in Hebrew words about his protection and my safety there and our safety as his kids there when we are in that refuge place with him, that we're protected. And so the other thing he kept highlighting was the idea of humbling oneself, both as in, let's see, 1 Peter 5:6, Christ humbling himself, coming down to earth and humbling himself and dying on a cross, obedience as on a cross, and also that when we humble ourselves, that we are exalted. And so I've been thinking more about like the actual shape of the letter Aleph and just praying about it and asking the Lord about it. And so this is kind of what he's shown me so far. So you have Jesus, who is our connection. We're connected because of him, because of his death on the cross. Heaven and earth, there's this connection because of Christ, because he came. And so this is a little background because some of this might only mean stuff to me because just of what I've studied and some of the ways that I've marked keywords. But when I mark the keyword for God, I use a purple triangle and color it in yellow for the glory, purple for the royalty. And so actually I was in connection group yesterday with Mary and Bella and others, and Bella was singing a song about Christ and glory, and I was just in this connection place with the Lord, and he showed me myself standing inside again instead of sitting, standing with my hands raised and just arrows shooting out. Were a lot of roars, and this was his chosen ones. Yeah, so isn't that cool? So there might be.
I'm truly sorry for the cringe. I actually thought it was going to be relevant, but let's see. So, wait, one moment. Yeah, that was not a great video, in all honesty. But yeah, I mean, I think this is probably a good place to finish off. So on that now, anyway, yeah. Have a good one, everyone.
Benedictus